Technology is changing rapidly, and with this rapid change and exponential growth, you need to keep up with all of the technological advancement and ensure that your skills are also up to date. Welcome to this course on Microsoft Word 2019, 2016, and 2013 course bundle, 3-in-1. My name is Syed, and I'll be the instructor of this course. Myself and my co-instructor, Syed Ali, we're super excited to bring you this new course which covers all of the versions of Microsoft Word from start to finish. The way we've created this and designed this course bundle with over 7 hours of hands-on instruction, we've not left a single tool that we do not cover. So basically, this is a comprehensive, in-depth course, and you're going to find all of the new changes within this course as well. Let me walk you through the course agenda. I'm going to start off with Microsoft Word 2019. And we're going to cover scalable vector graphics for Word, the translator service in Word, create math equations. All of these are new features within Word 2019. Creating math equations with LaTeX equation in Word, for example. We are also going to cover smoother animations and movements, new navigation feature, Surface Pen, and all of the exciting features that Word entails. After Word 2019, new features, we are going to jump into Word 2016 and 2013 and basically cover all of the essential tools that enhances your productivity and operational efficiency. For instance, we are going to cover tools such as how to do mail merge, tools such as we are going to talk about macros, how to create macros to automate your daily routine tasks in Word, and more importantly, publishing tools like how to create a table of content, how to create a table of figures. So if you're writing some papers or doing some research, these are really helpful tools, and I'm going to all demonstrate hands-on. So working with citations, for example, how to insert a citation within it. We're also going to cover advanced style formatting, advanced graphics, how to work with different elements within your document, how to compare and merge documents together, how to create link text boxes, and much more. We value your feedback. Feel free to let us know on the new topics that you feel also should be included. We'll be happy to update the course, and we update our course on a regular basis. So if you're looking to boost your productivity, enhance your knowledge and skills, and also looking to that promotion that you wish to get, enroll in this course now, learn all the tools, get yourself up to date with all of the latest tools and features of Microsoft Word in this 3-in-1 bundle. Click on the Enroll button now, and we'll see you in class. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to talk about what exactly you'll be learning from both Word 2019 version and 2013 version. So this course is designed in a way that it starts off directly with Word 2019, giving you all of the tips and techniques. So if you're already an experienced person or word processing individual who's been working with Microsoft Word for some time, perfect. You can start directly from first section. So we're going to start with Word 19, including the new math. That's one of the first objectives. And I have several students who've asked me for this particular lesson. So I've put this as a priority because many times you're working with documents, you need to insert equations or work with different formulas or functions. Whereas in the previous versions of Word, this option was a little difficult to do. There's a workaround to doing so. But in Word 2019, it's just really easy. So we will take a look at the new math tool. I'm going to demonstrate this hands-on so you can actually see hands-on how it actually works. Then we're going to get into the 3D objects. This is also new in Microsoft Word 2019, where you can insert 3D objects, and not only just insert, you can rotate 360 degrees. And this is a very nice feature within Word 2019. It gives you interactivity within your document. We'll also take a look at how to insert and work with equations within your document. So apart from using the math equations, there are other equations such as cosine, beta, or pi, and other equations. So if you're writing a research paper, for example, this tool would be really handy. Next, we'll take a look at understanding the new Word learning tools and work with translate options. So this is a new feature as well. Well, it has been around, but once again, in Word 2019, has made this feature very easy to work with. So it's easier to translate documents in different languages. Not only translate, but you can actually have the read out aloud option in Word 2019 where it actually reads the document to you. How to manage and share documents and automate using macros is pretty nice because I'm going to demonstrate how to automate your daily tasks or routines when you're working with Microsoft Word. Doesn't matter which version, whether it's 2019 or 20. Preparing documents and set tracking options, advanced publishing and editing features such as table of contents, table of figures, how to work with different kinds of comparing documents, how to merge, how to work with mail merge, which is pretty common in the real world scenario, how to protect and design advanced documents, use comments, work with multiple authors. So all of these techniques and tools I'm going to demonstrate hands-on in this course. As we move along, I'm going to dive deeper into the Word 2013 version. So not only you learn the 2019 version, new features, but also take a look at the complete course on Microsoft Word 2013 so that it's easier for you to get the best of both worlds. And that's really the goal of this course, give you the best of both worlds, both Word 2013 and 19. So we are going to take a look at applying advanced formatting and style, learning different shortcuts, tips, techniques. I'm going to provide several quizzes, several resources that you can download so that you're able to really enhance your skills and get really down to increasing your productivity, boosting your efficiency. And also, if you're looking to, let's say, upgrade yourself with new skills or new job or the promotion you're looking for, this will definitely give you a competitive edge, and there's much more to learn. So these are just the highlights of what you'll actually learn in this course. There are several other lessons that you can actually take a look at, go through the actual outline of the course, and then you can identify. And if you need some additional tools, if you need to maybe have the topic in your mind, please let me know. I'll be happy to, in fact, create those courses. We regularly update our courses all the time based on student feedback. So if you need to have a certain topic that you think you're working on and that would be helpful to other students, we welcome that. So I hope this helps. If you have any questions, let me know. With this, let's move to the next lesson.
Hi guys, and welcome back to this course. And in this particular lesson we will be working with another great feature of Microsoft Word 2019, and that feature is inserting 3D models directly into your Word document. So Microsoft Word gives you a variety of 3D models to choose from, but you can also insert 3D models from your computer or from an online source. So let's quickly jump into how you can insert 3D models and how to use them. So let's quickly open up a new blank document for this lesson. So we need to go to our backstage view. We need to click File, and then if you want to open a new document, as we learned in one of our previous lessons, you need to click New over here and then open a blank document if you do not want any template that Word provides you with. So simply click on a blank document and it will open up a blank Word document for you. Now, how do you insert a 3D model into your Microsoft Word document? So it's fairly simple. You just need to go to the Insert menu on your ribbon. You need to click Insert, and then in the Illustrations section right over here, you can see that you can insert pictures by clicking on this button over here. You can also insert online pictures by clicking this button over here. And right on the right side of online pictures, you have 3D models. So you can insert a 3D model so you can rotate it and see all of its angles. So if I press this arrow button right over here, right next to 3D models, you will notice that it gives us two further options. I can either choose it from a file in my PC, or I can bring a 3D model from an online source. And if I directly click on 3D model button over here, it will give me a pop-up and it will give all the online 3D models that Microsoft Word provides with. So there is a vast variety of models that you can choose from. You have different emojis, you have stickers, you can insert animals, and you can also insert math symbols if you're teaching math to your students using a Word document. You can also insert, let's say if you want to plan a space, you can insert 3D models of a house or something like that. So for example, let's choose a 3D image from here. So if I click plan a space, it will further give me a lot of images that I can choose from. So let's quickly add this image over here, and I can also choose multiple images to be inserted at once, but for now I'm just going to choose one, and I'm going to click on insert. So as soon as I click insert, you can see that it gives us a dialog box which says that inserting 3D model. So now it is inserting the 3D model from an online source into your Word document on your PC. So it may take a while depending on the internet connection speed that you have, as it fetches the image from an online source onto your local computer. So as you can see, we have successfully inserted a 3D model of a study table in our Word document. We can play around with this obviously. So if I hover over my cursor or my pointer on this circle over here, if I keep on clicking it with the left click of my mouse or keyboard on your laptop, you can move around this image and you can see all of its angles. You can see it from the back as well, you can see it from the front, from the top, and also from the bottom. So this is how easy it is to insert 3D models on your Word document. So I hope you learned, I hope you enjoyed. Go ahead and insert more 3D models in your Word document. Practice with this, and with this, let's move to our next lesson. Hi guys, and in this lesson we will be working with equations in Word. So this is a really awesome feature that Word has provided us with, and using this feature we can insert and change equations and also convert equations using a Word rather than using a third-party software or doing it by ourselves. So basically Word will do this for you. So how do you insert an equation in Word? So you simply need to go to this insert menu over here on your ribbon. You need to click on insert, and then you need to search for equations. And if you recall in one of our previous lessons, you can always use your Tell Me Assistant, which is right over here, to search for equations, and it will obviously help you find where you can insert equations from. So under the insert area, you need to go to the symbols section over here, and then as you can see that we have a button over here which says equation. So if I directly click on this button, it will give me a box or a kind of a text box where I can type my equation. And if, for example, if you do not know which equation to type in, you can simply delete this box, go back to insert, and then click on the arrow right next to equation. And once you click on it, it gives you a couple of built-in equations that it has. So it has 4 or I guess 6 built-in functions over here. First is the area of circle, second is the binomial theorem, third is the expansion of a sum, and so on. So let's quickly choose binomial theorem, for example, over here. So as soon as I click binomial theorem, it'll give me the equation in a box. And as you can see, it also has an arrow over here. So this gives us the equation options. And as soon as I click here, it gives me further options to convert the equation. So if I want the equation in linear format, I can simply click on this arrow over here and click on linear. And if I do not want to convert it from here, I can always go back to design after inserting an equation, go to convert in the conversion section, and from here I can choose linear. And as you can see that it has successfully converted my equation into linear format without me doing it itself. So let's get back to the current professional equation over here. And great, so we have successfully inserted an equation, a built-in equation in Microsoft Word 2019. So there are also other ways by which you can insert equation into Word, and there are really cool ways to do that. So let's quickly delete this equation right over here. Go back to insert, click the arrow right next to equation in our symbol section, and if I go down on the bottom of this box over here, you can see that I have this ink equation option. So as soon as I click this ink equation, it will give me a pop-up or a dialog box which says that you need to write your math here, which means that write your equation in this box over here with your mouse. And as soon as you write your equation, you just need to click insert, and then that equation will be added to your Word document. So in order to do this, let's quickly write a simple equation, which is a pi. And as you can see, it creates the equation over here if it knows that what I am writing in this box over here. So pi r square. And this is just, by the way, the area of a circle. And as soon as I click insert, it gives me the equation right over here. So this is how easy it is to insert equation in Microsoft Word 2019, and you can always convert your equations into different formats. You can use structures for your equation. You can also insert symbols in your Word document. So this is a really great feature that Microsoft Word has provided us with in Microsoft Word 2019. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Stay tuned, stay focused, and with this, let's move to our next lesson. Hi guys, and welcome back. In this lesson, we will be learning how to insert a header and a footer on your Word document in Word 2019. So first of all, you need to open up a Word document that you need to edit. And to do this, if you have seen one of my previous lessons, you need to click on File over here, go to your Backstage view, then click on Open, and then you can either open a document from your OneDrive or from your PC. So I'm going to open it from my PC, and I'm just going to simply click on this document right over here that we are using right now, and it's in my Recents area. So I simply need to click on this, and it will open up my Word document. Perfect. So it's really simple to insert a header and footer in your Word document. And in order to do this, you need to move your cursor on the top of the page and simply double click. And as you can see, I just double clicked on the top of my page and I have my header area. And I can insert any text I want to in my header area. And in order to do this, I simply need to type on my keyboard. So let's say I need to insert my name here. So I'm going to insert my name, and then either I can click escape on my keyboard, or I can simply double click anywhere on my Word document to get rid of the header area and come back to my Word document. And as you can see, the text that I inserted is still displayed on my header. So this is how easy it is to insert header in your Word document. To insert text in the middle of your Word document, you can simply hit Tab once on your keyboard. And as you can see, it takes you to the center of your document. And if you want to insert text on the right side of your document, you can hit Tab once again, and it will take you to the right side of your document. And to do this from your ribbon area, you simply need to go to Home menu on your ribbon and then go to the paragraph section over here and choose where do you want to align your text, whether you want it to be center, whether you want it left aligned, or whether you want it right aligned. So I'm going to choose it to be center aligned for now. Great. Hit escape on your keyboard and it will bring you back to your Word document where you can edit it. Similarly, same is the case with the footer area. You need to scroll to the bottom of your page, hit the left key on your mouse 2 times, and it will give you the footer area where you can insert any text you like. So I'm just going to insert my website name over here, which is claydesk.com. Perfect. And I'm going to center align it as well. So either I can hit tab and then insert my text, or I can go to Home menu on my ribbon and simply go to the paragraph section again and click on this center align button. And as you can see, my website name is now center align on my Word document. Double click somewhere else on the Word document and start editing your document again. And now you have your header as well as your footer on your Word document. And if you notice, if I scroll down on my second page as well, the header and footer automatically shows up. So I only inserted the header and footer on my first page of my Word document, but now they will be displayed on every page of my Word document, regardless of how many pages I have. So this is how easy Microsoft Word 2019 makes it for beginners to edit Word documents. Now, one more thing that I want to show you guys in this particular lesson is how can you set up your page by simply clicking on your Word document, just like you inserted a header and a footer. So you need to go back to the top of your page, double click so you get your header area, and then you need to double click again on your header area, and once you do that, you can see that it gives you a dialog box. And using this dialog box, you can set margins for your page, you can set the orientation of your page, whether you want it in landscape mode or in portrait mode. You can set pages. You can also set what size do you want for your page to be. Do you want it in letter format? Do you want it A3, A4, and so many other types of paper sizes. You can also adjust your width and height of the page by yourself if you want custom dimensions. And you can also set the layout of your page by going to this layout menu on the page setup dialog box. So this is how easy it is to set up your page just using your mouse or the cursor pad on your laptop. Great. So this was the end of this lesson. I hope you guys learned how to insert header, footer, and how to set up your page by simply double clicking on your header area. With this, let's move to our next lesson. Hi guys, and welcome to this lesson. And in this lesson we will learn about how to insert SVG icons. So what are SVG icons? So SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphic Icons, and these icons are used when you need to resize or color or do anything with a particular image without losing image quality. So if you use an SVG icon, do whatever you want to with it without losing image quality. So Microsoft Word 2019 allows you to use these icons in your Word document and resize them according to your needs, and you won't lose image quality. So how do you insert these icons? So it's fairly simple, just like we've inserted equations before, and how just like we insert pictures in our Word document. You simply need to go to the Insert tab over here on your ribbon area, and then under Illustrations, where you also inserted 3D models as well, right on top of 3D models and right next to pictures, you can see there is icons. So if you click icons, it will again give you a dialog box just like it gave you in inserting 3D models. It gives you a vast variety of icons you can choose from. So it has animals, it has clothing, it has different types of arrows that you want to use, and you can also explore other icons as well. For example, people. If I choose people, I can get icons related to people. If I choose sports, I can get icons related to sports. For instance, I have a football over here, I have a soccer ball over here. So let's choose a soccer ball for now, and let's also choose a football for now. Great. So as soon as I click insert, after selecting these two icons that Word provides us with, it will download the icons into our Word document, and this may again take a while depending on the speed of your internet connection, because it fetches these icons from an online source directly into your Microsoft Word document. So as you can see that we have successfully inserted two icons. We can move them around by clicking tab on your computer. We can also resize them according to our needs. If I want to resize this soccer ball, if I want to resize this football, and you can notice that I don't lose the image quality. But right now you will notice that if I resize it, it's not losing image quality, but there is still something that's missing, and we can remove the background for this. So for example, if I go to graphic styles over here, I need to select this soccer ball first. I need to click on this arrow right over here, go down and choose a transparent background. So as soon as I choose transparent background, you can see that it removes the color. Now if I resize, it won't lose image quality at all. So these are the advantages that we get by using icons that Word provides us with. So I hope you learned how to insert icons. I hope you learned what an SVG icon is. And just to recall, an SVG icon is a scalable vector graphic icon, and you do not lose quality if you use images or icons that are scalable or in SVG format. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson. I hope you learned a lot. Stay tuned, stay focused, and let's move to our next lesson. Hi guys, and welcome back to this course, which is a complete course on Microsoft Word 2019. And in this lesson, we will learn the basics of Microsoft Word. So this course is for absolute beginners, and this video is also for absolute beginners who do not know how to use Word at all. So let's quickly move on with this lesson. And in this lesson, we will learn how to open, close, and how to read certain documents in Microsoft Word. So let's quickly open up a document, but first of all, let's get familiar with the backstage view of Microsoft Word 2019. So this is the backstage view that you can see right now on the screen, and over here there are a couple of templates. If you might want to use one of these, Microsoft Word provides these templates for you, and you can also open a blank document if you want to start over. So to open a blank document, you just need to simply click on this blank document right over here. So once you click this, it will open up a blank document for you. And if you want to navigate back to the backstage view, you just simply need to click this button over here on the ribbon which says File, and it brings you back to the Backstage view. And over here you can see there are a couple of options. You can save your document, you can save as a different name for your document, you can print your document, you can also share, export, and close your document. So I'm gonna open a sample document for you guys. So we have to click on open, and I'm gonna open this document that I've created for you guys. Great. So as you can see, this is how simple it is to open a document on Microsoft Word. Now the next step is you can edit your document in any way you like using this ribbon, and we will walk through the main features of Word 2019 and also in more detail along with this course. So the next thing that we're going to learn in this lesson is how to read a document. So in order to read a document, you need to navigate to the View tab on your ribbon. And just by the way, this area on your Microsoft Word is known as the ribbon. So you need to navigate to View, and then you need to navigate in the View section and click on Read Mode. And this will enable the read mode, and you can simply go through your document and read it easily. To escape the read mode, you can always click on View again and click on Edit Document, and it will bring you back on the same home page. You can also do this by navigating to the bottom of your Word, and as you can see, there are 3 buttons over here. The first one is the read mode, the second is the print layout, and the third is the web layout. So these are the different types of layouts that you can view a document in. So we can click the read mode from here, and it will again bring us back to the read mode in Microsoft Word. And to go back to the print layout mode, you simply need to click on this button over here, and it will bring you back. Great. So this is how you open a document, how you read a document, and to simply close a document, you can go back to File and click on Close. And you see Microsoft Word automatically closes the document as soon as you click on Close. So this is how easy it is to open a document, read a document, and close a document on Word 2019. I hope you learned a lot in this lesson, and to learn more, stay tuned, stay focused, and with this, let's move to our next lesson. Welcome back, guys, and in this lesson we will go through a really helpful feature in Microsoft Word 2019, and this feature is for absolute beginners and first-time users who are using Microsoft Word 2019. So in order to use this feature, we obviously need to open up a document first, and as we learned in the previous lesson, to open up a document, we need to navigate to our Backstage view, and over here we can either open up a document from our drive or from our PC. So first of all, you need to click on Open here, and then you need to click on this PC if you want to open a document from your PC, and then you need to click on the document that you want to open. So I want to open my sample document that I also used in the previous lesson, and the new feature that we're going to learn in this lesson is the Tell Me Assistant present for you guys in Microsoft Word 2019. And what this feature does is that it helps you navigate to different features present in Microsoft Word 2019. So in order to use this feature, you can either use the shortcut, which is Alt on your keyboard, and the Q key on your keyboard. And to navigate to this feature, you need to simply go to this bar over here which says tell me what you want to do. So this is basically your word assistant. So for example, as we learned in the previous lesson how to read a document by going into the read mode, if you still do not know how to do it, you can click on this bar over here and type in read, and it will give you an option which says read, and this is the read mode feature in Word. So if you click on this, it will take you to the read mode feature in Word without you navigating to the feature itself. So you can easily read your document in this mode. And to go back, obviously if you recall to the previous lesson, you simply need to click on this button over here, which is your print layout mode, and this will take you back to the original view where you can edit your document as well. And remember, you cannot edit your document in the read mode, you can only edit your document in the print layout mode. Great. So this is how easy it is to use the Tell Me Assistant present in Word 2019. And this feature is created for absolute beginners, as I said earlier, and for newbies who are first time users of Word 2019. So for instance, if you do not know how to use margins in Microsoft Word, you can simply navigate to this bar and type for margin instead of read this time, and it will give you an option adjust margins, and over here you can choose whichever margin you would like to. You just need to hover over your cursor over here and select any of these margins. You have the normal margin option. It also gives you the dimensions of each margin that you want to select. You can use the narrow margin, you can use the moderate margin. It also has the wide margin and also the mirrored margin. Great. So this is how easy it is to use this feature present in Microsoft Word, and this is really helpful for beginners. And I would recommend beginners to use this feature in order to learn Microsoft Word instead of wasting their time navigating to each feature and each menu on your ribbon one by one. So I hope you learned a lot in this lesson. I hope you learned how to use the Tell Me Assistant, your own personal assistant on Word. And with this, let's move to our next lesson. Hi guys, and welcome back. In this lesson, we will be learning the learning tools present in Word 2019. So this is a brand new feature that Microsoft Word has given us, and this is really helpful for people who do not want to read, who have difficulty reading any text present on a Word document. So you can learn basically by using these learning tools. So let's quickly go to these learning tools in Word 2019, and to navigate to these tools you simply need to open up a Word document first, obviously, and I've told you how to do this in one of my previous lessons. And then you need to simply click on View tab on your ribbon, and just keep in mind that every feature is present in the ribbon area on your Word 2019. So you need to click on View and then go to this immersive section over here, and as you can see that there is only one option present in this immersive section, which is the learning tools. So you need to click on learning tools right over here. Great. So here I have a complete new page layout, and from here I can change the column width, I can change the page color, I can increase text spacing, and if I click this, you will notice that the spaces between the text are removed. I can use syllables, and I can also use a word to read the document aloud for me if I do not want to read myself. So let's quickly cover the first option that we have in Learning Tools section. So the first is the column of width. So we can adjust this column of width, and this gives us 4 more options. It can be very narrow, it can be narrow, it can be moderate, and it can be wide. So what happens if I click on very narrow? So if I click on very narrow, it will decrease the column width that I have. If I click on moderate, it will increase the column width, obviously. And if I click on wide, it will almost remove the column of width that I have. So let's quickly shift it to narrow again. Great, so this is the column of width tool that we have in our Learning Tools section. The next is the page color. So this is used by people to reduce eye strain. So to reduce eye strain, you can change the color of your page so you can easily read without putting strain on your eyes. So you can click on this option over here and you have 3 further options. The first one is none, which means no page color. Second one is sepia, and the third one is inverse. So let's quickly see what inverse does to our document. So if I click on inverse, you can see that it changes the background color to black, and it highlights our text over here. So it makes kind of more easier for a person to read text present on their Word document. Great. So this is a really helpful feature in Learning Tools as well. The next is the text spacing. But first, let me change this back to none. So we have no page color. Great. Now the third tool that we have is text spacing, and this is used by people so they can read easily if they have trouble reading text in a Word document. So as soon as I click on text spacing, you will notice that spaces are created between every letter in a Word document, and it becomes more easier to read words present on our Word document. The fourth is similar, but it basically creates spaces between each separate word. So if I click on syllables over here, it will create spaces between words so we can improve our pronunciation. So Word also allows new users to improve their pronunciation while reading a text document. And the fifth feature is an amazing feature. This feature reads the text present on your Word document aloud for you. So you do not have to read it by yourself, and if you're tired reading a Word document by your own self, you can allow Word to read it for you. So as soon as I click on read aloud, it will start reading the document for me. So I'm going to click on read aloud now.
And India. ClayDesk is the emerging leader in business and legal process outsourcing industry.
Great. So as you can see that it started reading aloud the Word document for me. So basically, if you're tired reading, you can use this option in Learning Tools and it will start reading for you. So these are 5 features that Word 2019 gives us under Learning Tools, and we can use these features to help ourselves while using Microsoft Word. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson. I hope you learned a lot from this lesson. Stay tuned, stay focused, and with this, let's move to our next lesson. Hi guys, and welcome to this lesson. And in this lesson, we are going to learn a really helpful and amazing feature that Word 2019 gives us. So before this feature, we needed to copy the entire document in order to translate into another language. So we needed to copy all of the document, all the text that's present in a document, and then we had to use a third-party translator to translate a document. But with this feature, this new feature in Word, Microsoft Word, it helps you to translate without using a third-party feature. So it's really easy to do this, and all of these features are present in the ribbon area in your Microsoft Word. So simply, you don't even need to highlight the text that you want to translate. So basically, in order to translate your Word document, you need to open it up first, obviously. And I've explained how to open a Word document, how to close a Word document, and how to read a Word document by going to read mode in one of my previous lessons. So in order to translate a Word document, you need to go to the review menu on your ribbon over here. So you simply need to click review and go to the language section over here. So as you can see, the first option that you have in the language section is translate. So you simply need to click this option over here, and it gives you two further options to choose from. So the first is translate section. This means that you can either translate a particular section of your Word document. It can either be one paragraph, one line, two lines, whichever you want to translate. Or you can either translate the entire document for yourself or for others to read. So let's quickly translate the entire document, and I will demonstrate how to do this by a few simple steps, just one or two steps, and your document will be translated. So you need to click translate document over here, and it will open up the translator on the right side of your Microsoft Word, and you will be able to see your document on the left side. So in order to translate, you simply need to tell what language is it in, and Word can also auto detect the language that you're using. So you can either use the auto detect feature on Word, or you can simply tell a Word to make it much easier for Word and to omit errors, minor errors that Word can make, obviously. So for example, I'm using English, so I can type in English over here, choose this language that I need to translate from English to another language, and I need to change this language over here. So for example, let's translate this to Spanish. So I can simply type in Spanish over here, select this option, and then I need to only click translate over here. So this time taken will depend on how much text is there on your Word document. If there are a couple of pages, it may take some time, and if there are only one or two pages, it might take only a couple of seconds. So as you can see on the right side, it says translation is complete. The translated document is open in a separate window. So let's click OK, and as you can see here that I have two documents over here, and if I hover over to this document, it has successfully translated all my text into Spanish language. So this is how easy it is to use this translate feature in Word 2019. I hope you find this lesson really helpful. Please share this course with others that you think can benefit from this course. And with this, let's move to our next lesson.
Alright, lecture 2 is about merging multiple documents and comparing documents. So in essence, two concepts that we'll take a look at is how to compare two different documents, and then how to combine and merge two separate documents. Very powerful feature, very easy to use, and you can work with it, save a lot of time when you have multiple documents that you work with. You want to be able to compare them side by side or merge them into a single document, track changes. So for example, if you're, in case when you work with other authors and reviewers on multiple copies of the same document, you can collect the copies and then use the combine command to merge the documents and produce a single document. In other cases, you might simply want to compare two versions of the document to view how the two versions differ. So when you compare two documents, basically what happens is that the differences between the original document and the revised document are shown in the original document, and we'll see and how their track changes. So let's get right into it, and let me show you how it's done. So both of these options are located under my Review tab. This is where I will find the options of how to compare and combine. Okay, so I can either compare two versions of a document, or I can combine versions from multiple authors into a single document. Okay, so we'll take a look at each of these options and how to work with it to make your life easier and save you lots and lots of time. What I've done is I've actually created two separate documents here. Okay, so this is the original document and this is my revised document. Okay? So just to save on time, what I've done is I've created two sets of documents. So let me first show you exactly what these documents look like before we start working with them. So again, these are two different documents. So let me open up the original document first, and all I have here is just a single paragraph, just some text that I have. Similarly, let me close this and open up the revised document. So in this document, I've made some changes to the original document. For example, there's a new line that I've added here and other changes as well, and so forth. Okay, so two sets of documents. So let's take a look at how to work with the compare and combine commands features in Word 2013. So here I have a new set of document, a blank document that I've opened, and I like to first use the compare option. So I want to compare the two versions of a document. Okay, so I click on this option called compare documents. Here's on the left side is my original document. I need to locate that wherever that is. So I need to browse, I need to go to my desktop and just simply select my original document and click open. Okay, same thing I do with the revised document. Okay, so I want to, since I'm comparing documents, I need two documents, right? So exactly the same process. I go to my desktop and this time I select the revised document and click open. So now I have two sets of documents. I have the original document on the left and the revised document on the right. And notice how it says label changes with displays my name. It basically, when it tracks changes, it tells you who made the changes. So you can name it your own name or your company's name or however you want to do this. All right, some comparison setting options. So what Word 2013 does is whatever you select is what it's going to compare the two documents with. So for example, if I need to compare moves within the two documents, I can check this box. If there are any comments that I've made in one of the documents and not the other, it will compare this option. Formatting changes will be compared. Similarly, case changes, white spaces, tables, headers, footers, text boxes, and fields. So everything that you select here, Word is going to compare the two. And then the show changes option here, you can select how do you want to display the changes within these documents. You can either select the character level or the word level. And how do you want to display these changes? So you want to show these changes in the original document or in the revised document, or you want to create a new document by comparing two sets of documents. So let's leave this option as a new document, so we'll be able to see how Word 2013 takes the original document, takes a revised document, compares the two, and creates a new document with those changes. Okay, so all I have to do is I've already selected my original, I already have selected my revised document, and I want to be able to work with all these options. Okay, I'm going to leave it all checked because I may have some footers and headers, even though I do not in this particular exercise, but you may. So I'm just going to click OK. And what Word does is basically creates a new document here, right? And displays and compares the two documents. And it tracks changes, so it shows me everything that's highlighted in red are the changes that I made to the within the revised document. Now notice this really doesn't really give me a whole lot of information, right? It's just like, okay, fine, it compares it and then gives me a new document, but how do I know which document is which? Real simple. All you have to do is just go up to your ribbon area in the reviewing pane. It shows all the changes to your documents in a list. So all you have to do is select the right option that you want. So you want a reviewing pane vertical, or you want it as a horizontal option. Okay, so now I have a new document with the two compare documents that I can see, but this doesn't really give me a whole lot of information, right? It doesn't show me the source document, doesn't really get to, I need to see the revised document. I want to be able to have some more visuals. Real simple. Let's go back to our compare command, and in the same menu, show source documents. Here you can have the options to either look at the original document, revise, or show both. So we're just going to select show both. So we're going to see both documents side by side. On the top right hand side is my original document, and I can work with it. Right below the original document, I have my revised document. Okay, so here are the changes that I made to the revised document. And on the left side, I have the compare document that Word 2013 did for me. It also tells me that I've made two revisions between the original and the revised. So there are two revisions, and it lists all these revisions. So the first change that I made was I added this sentence. Before I begin changing the document, let's consider the following facts. And the second change that I did was to add the last line. Okay? Also, I need to work on several projects before I go home. So, really powerful feature. Same thing, I can highlight, work with the text, do whatever I want to do with it. I can save it as a new document once I compare results. I can accept the changes if I'm reviewing, and we'll take a look at in our future tutorial. I'll show you when we work with track changes is how to work with accepting these changes and rejecting them and so forth. Okay, but for now, just a quick concept on how to compare two documents. And if I want to be able to take a look at just the original document, show original document, it'll give me the original document here. I can close the revisions, I can close this, and it'll be back to my original. If I need to get back to my revised document, it will show me the revised document, and I can simply take a look at the revised document, and so forth. So I can play around with this. Okay, so powerful feature when you compare two documents in Microsoft Word 2013. Okay, let's move on to the next concept, which is the combine feature. Okay, so the combine revisions from multiple authors into a single document. Notice the distinct difference. The comparison is the two versions of documents. In here, you're combining revisions from two different authors into a single document. So let's take a look at how this works. So I'm going to close this for now, so we can start afresh. Here's my document, so I need to work with the combine option now. So I go to my compare and combine option and I select combine. This dialog box is exactly the same as in compare and combine, so I'm going to pick up my original document just like I did before. Okay, so this is good practice. I go to my desktop. Here's my original document, and then on the right side I select my revised document. Same thing. I have two documents. And same options for my comparison settings, and then whether I want to show changes at the character level or word level. And in this case also, we'll have a new document open once Word 2013 combines these two documents together. One thing you might have noticed here is that under the original document, the label changes also shows my name as the original document author, and in the revised document, it also shows my name because they both belong to me. So in your work environment, you may have several individuals or different authors working on documents that you want to combine. So once I have set these options, I'm going to click OK, and Word is going to combine these two documents. So when you combine documents, the difference between the original and revised documents are shown as track changes. So if a revised document includes track changes, then these changes are also displayed in the combined document as track changes. So each reviewer is identified in the combined documents as well. Okay, so powerful feature. And same thing, I can go up to my show source documents and I want to be able to see both documents at the same time. And I can accept the change. This is the change that it highlights. Once I click accept, it's going to become permanent in my combined document, which is, again, it's a new document, right? So nothing changes in the original document, nothing changes in the revised document. The only changes that I accepted here was in the combined document, which is a new document that I've created. Okay, so there aren't any comments or correct changes in the documents, so I've selected, I've accepted all these changes. Okay, so if I close the original document, the revised document, so here's my document, new document, which combines both the original and the revised documents, and I can now save it as the way I want to, wherever I want to. Okay, so I hope the concepts of comparing and combining documents is now clear. So let's answer a couple of questions just to reinforce what we've seen. Here's a little quiz. So lecture 3 is about managing versions of documents. Microsoft Word uses its auto feature function to save documents as you write, insert content, or edit the document. So it automatically does that. The option related to automatically saving and recovering files are set on the Save page in the Word option dialog box. And you'll see what I mean by this. Notice, however, on the top left hand side, the File option is highlighted in blue as compared to all the other menu options. And the reason being that File is also known as the backstage view. Okay, this pertains to all the features and functions of your Word environment and documents, whereas the rest of the menu options like Home, Insert, Design, Page Layout, and so forth relate to your editing features and functionality within this particular document. Okay, so the auto merging versions of documents we'll take a look at, and also how Word uses the auto recover feature. Powerful feature. Sometimes what happens is you end up working with documents and you don't save those documents. This functionality allows to bring those documents back even though you have not saved them. Okay, so if you're working with this document, for example, and you say you want to close this document and Word asks you, do you wish to save the changes? And you say no, I don't want to save it, that document can be recovered. Okay, it's a powerful feature. Let's take a look. So to use the auto recover feature, I'd have to go to the File menu or the backstage view. Here I have various options: info, new, open. Nothing new, same thing that you when you work with Word, you get to see these options. But I'm particularly interested in the info option, and under info I see you can locate the versions option, and under manage versions it gives you a couple of options here. One is to recover unsaved documents, and the other one is to delete all the unsaved documents. On the right hand side under properties, it gives you the properties of all the documents. You can look at the advanced panel or the advanced properties, okay, which is similar to show all properties. So under advanced I can look at the summary, statistics, contents, custom, and so forth. Let's get back to our versions. So under manage versions, we click on recover unsaved documents, where we can browse all the recent unsaved files. And as soon as I do that, I get a whole list of all these unsaved documents. And what's important here is to know that the file extension is .asd. Okay, so whenever you see this file extension, that means it's an unsaved file. Okay, so in my list, you can pick and choose or take a look at which one of the files that I want to see or recover. Okay, I can open the file, or I can open a protected view, read only as a copy, or open and repair. So a couple of options available to me as I'm trying to recover the unsaved file. Okay, so I want to just open the file. I selected the file called, when you click OK in the combined doc.asd, and it opens the recovered unsaved file, and it tells me that this is a recovered file that is temporarily stored on your computer. From here I can simply save as, and I can save it as a document, whatever I want to do with it. So a quick example of how to recover unsaved files. Okay, so if you don't save anything, just go to the backstage view, go to versions, recover unsaved files, pick a file, and just click open, and it will open up the recovered files for you. That's all there is to it. As far as the auto recovery feature of Word goes, it's a powerful feature. Okay, one of the other options here under File is the Save option, or Save As. We're pretty comfortable with that. But I want to look at some advanced options. Here you can see on the left side in this Word Options dialog box, I have a General, Display, Proofing, Save, Language Advanced, and we'll take a look at in future lectures and tutorials. But right now I'm interested in looking at the Save, since we're talking about the auto save feature. Okay, so here's where you can customize how documents are saved within your Word environment, or the way you want all of your documents to save, and set some auto recovery options and so forth. So let's take a look. So for example, under Save Documents, I can save files in any format. The default format is the file extension is .docx, or I can pick any of these other options like rich text format, or Word 97, Word 2003 templates, macro enabled templates, and so forth. Okay, so these are how, once I set these options, these will be the default options once I start working with my documents. Here's something important: save auto recovery information. If you're working on lots and lots of documents on a daily basis, you may want to set this to maybe 4 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or if you're working in an environment where things are volatile, right? So things go down pretty quick, your server crashes often, or your computer hard drive goes, you may want to lower the number of minutes and set the save auto recover information to do that frequently. Another option, keep the last auto saved version if I close without saving. Okay, another very important. And here by default, the auto recover file location by default is again under your roaming profile, Microsoft, and then Word. Okay, a recall from one of the earlier lectures. So the only difference in this default location of autosave and templates is that instead of this Word folder, it will be template folder. Okay, so the default location for auto recover essentially is under Microsoft and Word subfolders, and I can click on browse to see where these folders are located. Alright, so a couple of other options like don't show the backstage when opening or saving files. Pretty straightforward. Show additional placing for saving even if sign-in may be required. Save to computer by default, and I can set a couple of default local file options. Set it up to be my documents folder, or you can change the personal template locations as well. So here you can set the save locations. If you are in a network environment working offline and your server is not available, a couple of options: you can save checkout files to make them visible to others, or you can make the check in the file even if the checked out file is saved to the web server. What this option does is basically when you're working on an active document and some other users tries to access this document, they're going to get a message saying that, hey, someone is using this document. You can either open it up as read-only or wait till the user finishes. So the server drafts location on this computer, or you can place it in your Office cache if it's just a standalone environment. And lastly, under Word options and save feature is embed fonts in a file. Here you can save fonts that are used in the document in the file. Other people who open the document can view and use the fonts even if they're not installed on their computers. Okay, so another good feature, especially if you're working in a global environment, for example, where multiple languages are concerned, or users use multiple languages to edit and type within their documents. So once you embed these fonts, the users will not have any problem translating or showing the character fonts on their screens. So just a quick rundown of the save options in the Word dialog options. And again, this is found under File, and I can click on the Options tab and it'll give me the Word options, General, Display, Proofing, and Save is something that we looked at. So in this tutorial you saw the auto recovery feature of Word 2013, and in addition we also took a look at various options in the Word options dialog box relating to how to save documents, how to offline edit options, and how to preserve and embed fonts within a file. With that, let's take a brief quiz to get some of these concepts reinforced. Lecture 4 is about organizing styles. Style is nothing but a predefined combination of fonts, color, and sizes that you can apply within your document. Styles can help your documents achieve a more professional appearance. Okay, so that's really what styles are all about. It's just a unique combination of font, styles, shapes, colors, and so forth. Style sets, which we will later look at in subsequent lectures, include a combination of headings, paragraph styles. So it's a little more advanced than just simply a style itself. Okay, so it's a group, it's a combination of titles, headings, paragraphs, fonts, the way you want your document to look like. Okay, so you can create sets. So we'll look at sets later, but this lecture tutorial is to show you how to create a style, how to modify it, how to delete it, and how it can make you more productive. We'll also look at the inspector feature in Word when we're working with styles, how to organize styles, how to import, export, and copy styles from one template to the other. So a little more advanced features regarding styles, and I'm sure some of these areas will be very, very helpful. So you specify which styles basically are displayed in the styles gallery, and that's how Word arranges styles in the styles pane, are the two ways you can organize your styles. So for instance, if you need to work within your style panes option dialog box, you can select an option for the group of style Word displays in the style pane, or you can display only a set of recommended styles currently in use, and they're available in document, or all the styles that you want to take a look at. You can also select a setting for how the list of styles is sorted. For example, you can list the styles alphabetically, or by type, or by font, or simply by ranking within the list of recommended styles. By default, however, the style pane shows recommended styles and sorts them as recommended. And the checkboxes in the select formatting to show as style option determines whether paragraph, font, and list formats appear in your style pane or not. So for example, if you select font formatting, the styles pane displays only those entries for the font colors used in that document. The show next heading when previous level is used checkbox is selected by default. This setting specifies whether Word will include entries for the subheadings in the style pane when the heading above that level is used. So for instance, if you use the heading 2 or heading 3 style in a document, Word shows that heading 3 style in the styles pane. And lastly, within this window, you can see two options on the bottom, which is only in this document or new document based on this template. What this means is if you click on new document based on this template is required, or if you want to apply the settings you specify in the style pane option dialog box to other documents that you create within the current template. In the style group up on the ribbon area is where styles are located. And notice on the bottom right hand side corner there's a little arrow, drop down arrow. You can click on that to give you a dialog box regarding styles. There's also a shortcut. You can go to your styles organizer by clicking Alt, Control, Shift, and S. Okay, so we'll take a look at shortcuts, and I'll give you a whole list of shortcuts later on in this course. But for right now, let's work with styles. So we click on the little drop down arrow and it brings up our style window, which displays all the styles that we have at this point. Notice on the bottom we have a few options. We can either show preview, or we can disable linked styles if we have linked styles We can disable them so we can identify and isolate single styles. And secondly, a couple of other options. We have an options link here regarding styles. Brings up the style pane options for us. So this tells us that the select styles to show, which is generally the recommended by default again, and then select how list is sorted. So if I need to, for example, see which styles are currently in use within this document, I can click on in use, or I can take a look at in current document only, or I can list all the styles that I would like to see. And I can also sort it the way I want, whether I want to see the alphabetical list, or by font type, or based on paragraph formatting, font formatting, bullet number formatting, and so forth. So you can identify and work with options within the style pane options. So once I click on manage styles, it brings me in this dialog box where I can manage all the styles. I can also create a new style by clicking on the new style. And here I can give the style a name. So for example, if I need to name this ClayDesk formatting, the style type, in other words, this particular style name will apply to which style type, whether I'm interested in formatting paragraphs, characters, linked paragraphs and character, table, list. So for instance, if I'm interested in creating the style that relates to tables only, I can click on the style type table and it will display a preview so I can take a look at the changes that I made to this table. Similarly, if I choose paragraph, then any paragraph that I select within my document, this style will apply to that particular paragraph only. So let's say I want a paragraph, I would like my paragraph to be in Times New Roman and font 12 size, and I want it to be underlined. So once I've selected my options, my editing options for my paragraph, on the bottom notice I can add to the styles gallery. So in other words, this name will be added to the style gallery here for future use. I can have it automatically update, which will automatically set it to automatically update and show it in the styles gallery. And lastly, I can have an option where I'm creating this style which is specifically based on this document only, or I'm creating a new document based on this template. So if I'm working within a template and I'm creating a style, then any new subsequent documents that I create based on that template would have the style option. So in this list you will see that style option. Otherwise this style option will only apply to this particular document. Here are some additional format options that I can pick. For instance, I can click on paragraph and I need this paragraph to be, let's say, left indented, okay, about, let's say, 1 inch, and I want this to be right indented also to be 1 inch. Okay, so here again I can see the preview. Okay, so using this option I can select any of these editing features. I can create borders around the paragraph. So if I need a border, for example, okay, so listen. So once I'm done with the editing features of how I want my paragraph to look like within this style that I'm creating, and I've added this style to the styles gallery, and I've applied only in this document. Okay, so I click OK, and notice here's my style. And once I've created the style, it lists the style in the styles window and it shows me the details of the formatting. So the type of font that I'm using is 12 point, I'm using underline, and the paragraph indentation also. So I'm going to go ahead and pick a paragraph so we can see how we can apply this style. So I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to open my original document, and that's the same document that we've been using in earlier tutorials. From this document, and I'm going to bring it and paste it in this document. Okay, so let's see how we can apply. So we have created this style And here's my paragraph that I like to apply this style to. Notice if I highlight the paragraph and I click on my style, it will automatically apply the style that I created earlier. So if you're working with large documents, or you have quotations, for example, within your documents, you can create a style within a particular document or based on a template, and then you can simply select the paragraph, click on the style, and boom, you have the style ready. So it saves you a lot of time as opposed to working with each quotation individually and trying to format it, underline it, create a box around it. That's going to take a lot of time. So style gives you a faster way of working, and that's the whole idea of working with advanced features in Word 2013, is because we want to know all these features so that we can enhance our productivity and work better. Okay, so we've seen how to create a style. Alright, so I'm going to go back to my manage styles, and here again I can see the style that I've created. I can modify it, so if I am not happy with the style, or if I need to change some of the formatting, I can simply click on modify and change it, or I can delete the style. Here's a cool feature, the import export. Okay, let's take a look at this. So within the styles manager window, I click on import export and it brings me the organizer window where I have a list of styles, and then I can apply the style to a certain template. Okay, so for example, if I need to apply this style that I've created, and I can copy it to the normal.m template, which is the default template in Word. I've simply added it to the Word normal template, which means that every time I open Word 2013, I'm going to have this style that I've created as part of the styles window. Okay, and it's going to show up whenever I look at styles within my default normal template. Okay, so it is as easy as just going to the import export and simply copying the style within your normal template, or you can pick up any template, close the file, select the template that you wish to save this style in, and boom, you're done. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it here in the normal template, and I'm going to close it. So we're having fun, right? Okay, with styles, great. Let's go to our style inspector. This really is nothing but shows you what type of style you're using, what does this style entail. You can reset the normal paragraph style, you can clear the paragraph formatting. The upper half of the style inspector talks about the paragraph formatting, and the lower part is about text level formatting. So for instance, if I change the underlined text to italic, okay, and notice any difference between the style inspector. As soon as I hit italic, the paragraph formatting changes. Okay, the heading changes. Nothing happens to the bottom because the underline italic is a text level feature. Okay, so here my default paragraph font is currently set to none. Okay, so I can clear the font here. I can also create a new style from this window. And here's an important thing that I want to talk about, which is reveal formatting, a very powerful feature. Notice how we got to this reveal formatting. We went to style, then we went to reveal inspector, style inspector, and then within style inspector there's an option called reveal formatting. Okay. So reveal formatting simply tells you everything that you need to know about this particular style formatting. So it tells you all details. For example, what kind of font are you using, language, paragraph style, the alignment, indentation, and so forth. The benefit of using reveal formatting is you can compare this style to another selection. Okay, so for example, if I create another paragraph, which I'm going to go ahead and open up another document just so that I can get some text. Okay, now copy this, go back to my document, I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so you can see. So let's say I want to compare this formatting type with another selection, and the other selection is this. Okay, and notice as soon as I do this, it shows me first my original selection and then the one that I'm comparing it to. Okay. And on the bottom, it gives me the detail of the comparison. Okay. So for example, the Times New Roman font is used in my original paragraph, and then you see this little arrow here pointing towards another type of font, which is the Body Calibri, which is the bottom paragraph here. So whichever font that I would like to select, it compares the two. Same thing with italic and not italic, which means that my first half of the paragraph is in italics, and when I compare it to my other half, it is not italic. Similarly, underline to no underline. Okay. So very powerful feature when you're comparing indentation, borders, font. This gives you an idea of how to detect errors, for example, or find out whether you're following certain guidelines or not while you create tables or you work with advanced formatting. Okay. So reveal formatting is a cool feature, a very powerful feature in Word 13. So I'm going to go ahead and close these windows. So quick recap, styles group is listed on the ribbon. If I need to work with styles, I can click on the bottom right arrow or Alt Control Shift S. Keyboard shortcut, bring up my style. I can set the options, take a look at some of the options which we have, or I can work on managing styles, how to use the style inspector, and I can also create a new style that we've seen. Okay, so we're comfortable with working styles, what styles are, whether at paragraph level, font level, you can set these styles to work with. Okay, so this will be helpful when you're working with large sets of documents or working with advanced set of features. The whole idea is to shorten your work. So you want to use styles, create additional styles to enhance productivity. So I hope you've learned in this tutorial all about styles, how to delete styles, how to modify, create them, and use them for a short quiz. Welcome back. I hope you're enjoying the content. You're finding this course valuable so far. Even though there are a few lessons down, there are several more lessons and lectures that are about to come. So if you would like to leave a review at this point in time by just taking a few lectures and you feel the content is valuable and you're happy with it, please do so. Otherwise, I would recommend you go on, continue further with this particular course, and as you move along lectures, you'll definitely gain some additional knowledge, skills, and enhance your skills as well. And later on, you can always come back and leave a review accordingly. We value your feedback. If you do not find something within the given lectures, for instance, feel free to reach out to me directly, send a message, let us know which lecture, which topics, or which areas of this course that you'd like for us to concentrate on further, and let us know, and we'll be happy to create those lectures for you. Our ultimate goal is to make sure that you get the best learning experience and gain sufficient knowledge from this particular course. We teach over 200,000 plus happy students on Udemy, and we have over 50 courses so far. So every course that we make, our goal is to take you through a progression, because it's really a learning journey as you progress through the course. If you're an experienced person, for instance, you may find certain lectures real novice at this point in time, but if you're a beginner, that's perfect. So let us know how the pace is. We try to keep the courses or the pace of the courses to cater to all level of students. But of course, if you find something interesting, if you need to learn more, feel free to reach out. I'll be happy to assist. We at Team ClayDesk strive to provide the best learning experience to you, and we create our courses accordingly. With our ample experience, industry level experience, and real world experience, we try to bring projects in so that you get the best of what's really happening in the real world. So go ahead, I welcome you again. Continue with the learning journey. If you have any questions, definitely post in the discussion area. If you need something additional, let us know. I'll be happy to help. With this, I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, guys, welcome to lecture 5, and this is going to be our last lecture within section 1. In this particular tutorial, I'm going to show you 3 things. I'm going to show you how to create macros, which automates certain processes. Then I'm going to show you how to link external files within your Word document. And third, we'll work with how to build blocks, okay, how to work with quick parts, and how we can work with or creating reusable content that we produce every single day. The whole idea of working with all these different advanced features is to make sure that whenever you're working with Microsoft Word 2013 and wherever you work, whatever you do, you want to be able to create and use these features to your benefit. So again, 3 things we'll look at: macros, linking external files, and then building blocks. Okay, so let's start with how to create macros and work with macros. Okay, to record a macro, I'll have to go back on my ribbon bar under View. I see an option called Macros. Here I will click on Macro and Record Macro. Once I click on Record Macro, it asks me for a name, and we're going to create a macro that's going to insert a signature after every letter to make our life easier. So instead of signing the letter or writing sincerely, thanking you, etc., we are just going to create a macro that's going to do it for us. So let's take a look. So I'm just going to give it a name. I'm going to call it signature. I can assign the macro to a button on the toolbars or as a keyboard shortcut. Okay. So I'll just click button. I'm going to assign this macro to a button. Here's my new macro that's going to be created. I'm going to add this to my custom quick access toolbar, which is on the top left side of the screen. So this toolbar is the quick access toolbar. Okay, so as soon as I click OK, it's going to place an icon up on my quick access toolbar. Okay, so I click OK, and notice macro. Now we're not done yet because we have to record everything. Okay, so as soon as I hit OK, notice the cursor changes with a little cassette recorder, which means that each step is now being recorded. So let's finish our letter with create a signature line. So we're going to say thank you for your patronage. Sincerely, John Doe, CEO. And I'm just going to make it bold and italicize. Okay, once we're done with this, we can simply go back and click stop recording, and it will stop the recording, and we've just created a macro. Okay. So let's see if I now wish to bring up my sample letter, just random letter here, and all I have to do is now click here on my macro in my quick access toolbar, and notice it inserts the macro for me. I can also modify this macro. I can go to macros. I can click my macro called signature. I believe that was the name that we created. I can run it, edit it, delete it, organize it. If I'm done with this macro, I don't want it, I can simply hit delete and it will delete the macro. Alright, moving on to the second part of this lecture tutorial, which is working with linking files. So for instance, if you're working with multiple authors, right, you're doing research and you're writing a book or working with your research assignments or whatever, or at your workplace, you need, or writing a manual. Let's say you have multiple documents and each document is a separate chapter. And what you want to do is you want to create a single document, bring all the text from that chapter within the same document. So the hard-coded way is to open up all the documents and you copy or you cut from one document and you paste it in a single document, and then you do it. What if you have, let's say, 20 chapters? So Word has this wonderful, powerful feature called linking external files. which serves the purpose. Let's say I have this, and when I reach this part and next line, what I want to do is I want to link from another document directly. The way I would do this is up on the ribbon bar, insert, and under text group there's a feature called object. Now I'm not going to insert an object. I'm going to simply choose the text from file option. And once I do that, it brings up a dialog box. So let's say I want to, here's my chapter 2, or in this particular example, I'm going to link this with the original document that we've been working with in various tutorials. So all I have to do is just highlight document, click insert, and it inserts the text for me. So very simple, very powerful tool, and use it, practice it. And lastly, let's work with building blocks and working with quick parts. Again, just to make sure that we're going to be creating reusable content, right? So we're not hard coding in Word. We're actually using these features to our own benefit. So what are building blocks? They're again under the insert ribbon area. Under quick parts is where we can explore, create blocks, formatting content that we can use at all different times. So first, let's take a look at the building blocks organizer, which displays all these different types of blocks that are already created or built-in templates within Microsoft Word 2013. Building blocks are saved under the templates under Microsoft and building blocks folder. And let me show you that first before we get into building blocks, where they're actually saved. Okay, so I'm going to close this for now, and I'm going to come back to this. First, let's see where this building block is stored. So I'm going to open up my Explorer. I'm going to go to my templates folder where all these templates are, and you've done this in previous tutorial. So I have to go to Microsoft folder, one level up, and here I'm going to locate folder called Document Building Blocks. Okay, double click on that. Double click on 1033 subfolder, and I'm left with two folders, 14 and 15. So building block templates are stored in subfolder called 15. Okay. So again, it's all the way to my templates folder under Microsoft, document building blocks, 1033 and 15. Okay. So here's the templates of my building blocks. So I just wanted to show you this so you know exactly where they're located. All right, let's look back to our building blocks. Under quick parts, here's my organizer where I can see all these blocks that are pre-built. Okay, and I have a whole list. I can sort the gallery here, and I can see, for example, the photos are all building blocks. Okay, these are all quick parts blocks. All right, so let's take a look at how we can work with it. Notice we cannot create a new building block from the organizer dialog box. So let's see how it's done. So I'm going to close this for now. I'm going to go back up to my quick part option. A couple of ways I can do this. Before I can use this, I need to have some image or anything that I like to use as a quick part. Okay, so for example, and I like to use this as a quick part. Okay, so I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on quick part, and I'm going to select save selection to quick part gallery. Okay, so what this is going to do is going to add it to the quick part gallery, which brings up this dialog box. All I have to do is type a name. So I'm going to name it original. You can change or select a different gallery. It's just organizing. By default, it's general category. Notice here it saves this particular quick part or building block in the template file called building blocks.dotx. We can store in building block templates, or you can use the default template normal.m, which is the default template. So I'm going to select the normal so it shows up in every single document, this particular quick part called original. My three options, the way I want this quick part to display or this block to display is as follows. First is insert content only, which means that it's going to insert just this highlighted part wherever my cursor is within the document. insert content in its own paragraph, which means it's going to enter a new paragraph and insert the content. And third, insert content in its own page, which means that whenever I use this building block, it's going to insert this content in a new page. Okay, so it's going to add some section breaks and it's going to create a new page. So I'm going to choose insert content only because I'm going to reuse this particular all the time within my documents. So once I've selected the options of creating a new building block, and it's going to save this building block in my quick parts area. Okay. Now to see this building block, I can go to my building block organizer where this building block is, and I named it original. Okay, it shows me the preview also. You can edit the properties, which brings me back to the same dialog box that I earlier used to create this. Okay, and I can reuse this whatever I want. I can create a building block. Okay, so I hope this shows you how to speed up your work by creating chunks of contents, images, documents that you reuse every single time. So it's much faster this way. Okay, and this is done through quick parts using building block organizer or save selection to quick part gallery. I'm going to show you some feature called the auto text, which is really nice because it gives you shortcuts while you're working within your documents to create certain elements, insert images or whatever, and you can do that by, so for example, I have this but I don't want this part to be my auto signature. Okay, so the process is the same. I'm just going to highlight the text. I'm going to go up to my quick parts. It'll ask me to save selection. Okay, so it's just a short way of doing it, and it's the same thing. Notice this dialog box is exactly the same as creating a new building block. So whether you're using auto text function or the quick part while creating building blocks, it's the same thing. Okay, so I'm going to create this building block. I'm going to call this signature. Okay, I'm going to save it in the gallery called auto text general, leave options as is. It asks me, do you want to redefine the building block entry? I'm going to say no because I'm going to keep my existing one. I'm going to call this just sig. Okay, I'm going to shorten it. So click OK and it creates one for me. So a couple of lines down, if I'm typing and I need to insert this block, once type sig and the F3 function, it's going to insert that block for you. Okay, so the shortcut to remember here is your F3 key, function 3 key within Word 2013. Okay, so it's going to insert the building block for you. We took a look at how to create macros, how to link documents. We also took a look at how to create building blocks, modify them, delete them, quick parts. So you're comfortable with some of the advanced features within quick parts. Okay, and linking objects and linking files. Okay, welcome to section 2. We'll take a look at how we can prepare our documents for review. In our first lecture, it's about setting tracking options. We'll take a look at how to set these tracking options, what these are, how do you track changes within your document, and everything that you need to know about this tracking option feature. Very powerful feature, so let's jump right in and take a look. Before I do, I'm going to open up my document with some random text. So let's see back to our document that we've been using earlier. Here's just a sample document. Our review tab shows us our tracking options under the tracking group. Okay, so we'll take a look at tracking group and also the comment group area. Okay, so these two are option features that we'll take a look at, okay, in this tutorial. All right, what this does is it simply allows you to track changes within your document. Okay, so whatever you do to this document, Word 2013 is going to keep track. If someone else does any changes, Word 2013 is going to keep track based on their author name. Okay, so if you have multiple individuals working on the same document making changes, all of them can be tracked by Word 2013. Okay. The way you bring up some of these options is by clicking on the bottom right side of the tracking group, and it pops up a dialog box called Track Changes Options dialog box. Here you can set some preliminary options. How do you want to track changes? For instance, what do you want to show on your document? You want to show comments, ink, insertions, deletions, formatting, pictures by comments. And notice how some of these options not available because there are no other authors. So right now I'm just the only one working on it, and that's how they're dimmed. Okay, so let's take a look at what will balloons show in all markup view. Okay, so it's going to show all the comments and formatting that I do, or just the revisions, or nothing. Okay, and we'll explore that, and you'll see how each of this option affects our document. Whether we want our review pane to be on vertical or horizontal. A review pane shows you all the changes that you made step by step within a document. Okay, and some advanced option and change username. Okay, before we let's come back to this. Okay, so we'll take a look at, once you see everything in action, it's much easier to take a look at what each of these options do to our document. So I'm going to cancel out of here. The first thing I have to do is just, before I keep track changes, I'm going to click track changes, and notice how it highlights this option, and I can begin my editing within this document. Okay, so let's say I want to delete this space. I like to make the Asian Development Bank bold. Let's say I like the economic in italic. Notice I'm using the keyboard shortcuts. Okay, so Control B for bold and Control I for italic. Okay, you can always use the option here under your Home tab. Okay, but learning shortcuts is good. Okay, what do we see now? What Word does, it simply keeps track of all the changes that I've made so far. Okay, so I've made essentially the font changes or the italic changes. On the right side, you'll see name and then what was changed. Okay, now notice this name here that you see is exactly the same as my online account at Microsoft. What if I want to change this? So let's say I wish not to use the same Microsoft account. I want to use my initials only, or my first name only. Okay, I go up to my track changes tracking group and bring up my options. Here I can change the username. So that's one of the first things that we'll see is how to change the username. So let's do that. So let's click on change username, and it brings me the Word options dialog box. And under general options, I can see how I can personalize my copy of Microsoft Office. So here I've set this username to be Syed, and my initials are SR. Once I select this option, always use these values regardless of sign into Office. Whatever I do now is going to use this name. So it's not going to use my online Microsoft name. It's going to use this name that I enter here. And what's important here is to note that this name is going to be used in other Microsoft Office programs also. So if I use PowerPoint, Excel, Microsoft Access, this name will be used as my username in those programs as well. Okay, so that's something that you want to know in the back of your mind for exam purposes or otherwise. Okay, so let's say I want to change this. Simply check this box and I click OK. OK again. And now if I make change to any of this, let's say I want to make the word bank bold, and boom, it shows my name that I've just set under options. Another way to get to these options where I can change my name is go to File, Options, and it brings me the same Word dialog box. So a couple of ways. You can do it to File, or you can do it directly from your tracking options. Okay, so I'm going to cancel out of here. Okay, what change do we see? We see a red and a blue. Okay, so red was changed by my earlier name, and the blue version now Word says, well, wait a minute here. Is the new author, is a different author, use a different name, so I'm going to color it differently. Okay, then you can set these color options under advanced options that we'll see in a moment. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is how to view these track changes. So for instance, if I go up to my tracking group again, right now I have displayed all markup option, which means I can see everything on my document, all the changes that I made. If I need to see just a simple markup, it will show me the entire document and only the line on the left in red, which shows that there are some changes. Okay, I can also take a look at no markup. So if I just want to keep making changes, but I don't want to see all these lines and comments and so forth, I can select this option. Or I can see the original document, okay, with no changes at all. Notice here what's important is that even though I'm seeing the original document, that does not mean that this document that does not contain any changes. Okay, so this document does contain all the changes, and the only way to get out of this document is either to accept these changes or reject these changes that I've made. Okay, so just because you see the original document doesn't mean that it doesn't have any changes. Okay, so this does have changes. Okay, back to our all markup. Another way to quickly change the view is by looking at these lines on the left side outside the margin. And here's my margin, so it's on the left side of the margin. I can also take my cursor and click on any of these lines, and it will show me it'll hide whether simple markup or all markup. Okay, so notice how it changes here. So a couple of ways you can change the view as to how you view the document. We can also change the settings of this shortcut. Okay, so for example, let me go back to our tracking group options, change tracking options. I can go to advanced options. Here, let me make it in the middle. Changed lines options tells me that right now I've set it as an outside border. So all these changed lines would show outside my border, are showing outside my border. If I need to view it on the right border, and notice how Word displays preview for me, all I have to do is just select the right border option and click OK. And notice my lines are now on the right side of the border. And it serves the same purpose. Just click to hide and click to show. All right, next thing I'm going to show you is how to work with comments. So under our comments group up in the ribbon, this is a very nice way to work with Word 2013 and keep track of various comments that you make. So for instance, if I need to put a comment here somewhere, implementation problems, okay? So I'm just gonna insert a comment here after problems. I go up to my new comment and insert a comment simply, and Word inserts a comment for me. Okay, so the powerful feature that Word 2013 here has, that I can insert as many comments as I want, and Word keeps track of each of these comments within the same box. Okay, so same balloon keeps track of all my comments that I made regarding this particular word problems or any other words that I select. Okay, so for instance, if I need to insert a comment, please make this bold. Okay, oops, bold. Okay, and I've inserted a comment here. So let's say I want to insert another comment here. So I just simply, within my comment box, I can insert a new comment. Also make this italic. Okay. So a very nice way, a powerful feature in Word 2013 is that it keeps track of comments within the same box as you work with the changes within these documents. Okay, the reviewing pane is just how you want to view all these changes that you made. So for example, if I bring up my vertical view on the left side of the screen, you'll see that Word shows me that I've made 6 revisions in total. I've deleted 1 text, and I've made 3 formatting changes, and I've inserted 2 comments. And below here details out as to what changes have been made, which are essentially the same as on the right side of the screen. But this is a step-by-step way or a sequential manner where you can see all the changes. So it's a good way to also take a look at while you're reviewing these documents and keep track of the changes. So I can close this, and I can always bring it back up when I go to my review vertical or horizontal pane. If I want to see it horizontally, it displays on the bottom of my screen. Okay, so we've taken a look at some of these options here. Again, if I don't wish to see comments, for example, I can uncheck this box and Word is going to hide the comments. So again, just working with options as to how I want these changes to be displayed. All right, let's move on to a little bit more advanced options here. A couple of other things that I want to show you is how you can simply set various options in Word, how to track changes. So for instance, notice how when I delete text, deleted this text, for example, how it shows as strike through. Okay, so for instance, if I want to have all my deleted text or whatever text I delete to be shown as a number sign, okay, for example. So I just select the number sign, click OK, and let's say I want to delete the combined documents, and notice how it displays a number sign for me. So just different options, the way you want it to be. Sometimes working with large documents or a lot of editing, you may want to use smaller options like placing a number sign, which would imply that this text was deleted. If it's a small document, you can use a strike through so users can see. So it just depends on the environment that you're working with within Microsoft Word 2013. Okay, so let's take a look at a couple of more advanced options here that may be very, very helpful when you work with tracking changes. So for instance, here one of the options is track moves. So for example, if I move text from one area to the other, or one line to the next, or one paragraph to the other paragraph, Word is going to use the double strike through for the moved from text, and the moved to text will be displayed as double underline. And the color is set by author, which is blue in this case for myself, for the new name, for my new display name here. Okay. So let's see how that's done. So I'm just going to leave this option, double strike through and double underline for now. And again, you can change any of these options the way you want them to be, double underline, underline, italic, and so forth. Okay. Okay, so I click OK. Let's say I want to change, I want to move, for example, this sentence. Okay, so I'm going to highlight it. The shortcut of highlighting a sentence in Word is holding down your control key and clicking on the sentence. Okay, so a couple of pointers here for you. If you need to select a word, for example, the word first, if I double click, it's going to select the word for me. Okay, if I click 3 times, it's going to select the paragraph for me. Okay, but how do you select just a sentence? You hold down the control key on your keyboard and click once on any sentence that you would like to select, just like this. Okay, so a couple of tips I wanted to show you. Very, very handy when you're working with documents or large documents. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna highlight this text, which I did, and simply drag it to end of this paragraph. Okay, and notice how Word simply changed the double strike through to underline, and that's how the options are set in my tracking options. Okay, so very powerful feature, tracking changes. You can work with them. You can set all kinds of different options the way you want them to be. So once you have these changes, how do we accept them or reject them? So let's say the user made some changes, sent you the document, and now you're looking at it. Okay, you're reviewing the document. In our changes group, we have options such as accept the changes or reject the changes. Okay, and previous next is simply will take you from one change to the next. Okay, so let's say I'm reviewing the document. My first change I'd like to accept, which is Asian Development Bank, and I simply click accept and accept the change for me. Okay, I can go to my next change, and Word highlights my next change. This is something that I deleted. Okay, so if I like to accept it, Word automatically moves to the next change. If I like to reject this change and I don't want this to be italic, I can click reject and it will default to the standard text the way it was earlier. So I hope this clarifies the setting tracking options. So let's take a short quiz just to make sure that we have our concepts pinned down before we move to our next lecture. All right, next lecture is about preparing documents for review, continuing on, moving forward. We saw earlier how to track changes within a document. In this particular tutorial, I'll show you how to restrict editing. Many times, or only in rare cases, you're likely to want to share a document and let any other user work with it, whether by changing the formatting, adding or deleting content, inserting graphics, and other modifications to the document. Documents that do contain important data or that you plan to use as the focus of a report, presentation, or your research paper can be protected before you share them. So in this tutorial, we'll take a look at how to restrict the types of changes users can make to the document, how you can specify who can edit the document and mark sections or paragraphs and so forth. So a very powerful feature about restricting editing within our document. So let's take a look at how to work with restricting a document. Let me open up our original document here, just some sample random text, and let me close this for now. Okay, so here's our document, and we've seen how to track changes. We'll take a look at how we can restrict editing of certain paragraphs or the document or certain lines or however you want to set this up. Our restricting option is available under the Review tab. Notice there's a restricting group up on the ribbon here. Here we can restrict or limit how much users or other users can edit and format the document. There are certain areas within your document, such as quotations or certain tables, certain important information that you do not want any user to edit or even accidentally change. You can restrict that part. So let me bring this up, click on Restrict Editing, and it brings up my editing options, my restriction options, the way I can set it to be. And I can choose from option 1, 2, and 3. Each one gives me certain options. So for instance, if I wish to, let's say, the second paragraph, and I don't want any user to change this paragraph. Okay, I don't want any changes made to this paragraph, no bold, no italic, no font, no nothing. All they can do is just type in, right? They can make the changes, they can type in, but they cannot do any formatting to this particular paragraph. So as an example, we'll take a look at how we do this. So going to back to my restrict editing options, I can limit the formatting to a selection of styles. So all I have to do is just check this box and click on Settings, which brings up the Formatting Restrictions dialog box. Here I can limit the formatting to a selection of styles. So for instance, the check styles are currently allowed and it's a comprehensive list, and Word automatically allows everything. So right now I can do anything within this document, make any changes, do whatever, enter any kind of style, text, headings, tables, grids, and so forth. I have 3 options here. All, which is by default. Recommended minimum. If I select this, click on this option, Word 2013 tells me, okay, well, here's the recommended minimum that Word wants you to have for restriction purposes. So Word is going to restrict the user from entering, let's say, a table of contents or article sections. If I go down, the user would not be able to work with grid tables and so forth. Okay, so here's the recommended minimum. If I click on None, this means that user cannot change anything within this document. So nothing at all. No formatting is allowed in this document. So since I've selected this paragraph that I want to restrict only, I will allow option for, let's say, body text. Okay, so nothing else is checked. The only option I've checked here is just the body text. So what this means is that the user is just going to be able to type in information, enter information, but not able to edit or do any formatting. I can also allow, in certain cases, auto formats to override formatting restrictions, or I can block theme or scheme switching or block quick style sets. Okay, so style sets is something that we'll take a look at a little later. So right now I've just restricted, I would like to restrict the user and only allow the user to enter the body text within this paragraph. So again, I've highlighted the paragraph, I go up to my formatting restrictions, I select the option that I want to limit, and I click OK. Word asks me this document may contain formatting or styles that aren't allowed. Do you want to remove them? Sure, we remove them for now. and I've limited the formatting restriction. This first step is to identify the paragraph that I want to limit and the options that I want to choose or allow. In the second step, I can say allow only this type of editing in the document. And I can also have exceptions, such as who I can allow to change, who I cannot. So right now it's everyone. Or I can select other users. Find next region this user can edit, or show all regions, or remove all editing permissions for this user. So I'm going to restrict this now for everyone, unless I have more users on the network, if I'm in a network environment within my company. So if I click on more users, I can enter the domain name, username, or the email addresses to restrict. So whatever email address I use, it's going to restrict this. So if I, for example, I use info at, and I click OK, and it brings me a list. So I can select, well, I would like to restrict or allow this user also to make some changes to this paragraph, or not make changes to the paragraph, or everyone. So let's say I want to restrict this option to everyone. And my third option is setting enforcement. So once I've selected who I would like to allow and not allow, I can say yes, start enforcing protection. Okay, so as soon as I do this, Word says, okay, well, give me a password. Okay, set a password for this document. Or use user authentication, where owners can remove document protection if they want to. So I like to give it a password, so I'm just going to give it a password here. So I want to make the right password. Okay, so once I click OK, notice what Word does. It shows me that this particular paragraph is now restricted. I can only add text, but I cannot make anything bold. So if I go up to my Home tab, notice everything is gone. I cannot use any of these options. There's no bold, there's no italic, there's no underline, no formatting options whatsoever. And the only text that I have in styles is the normal. So notice there's no styles anymore, because I've only restricted this document to be for everyone to use just the normal font, which I just wrote. So this is a good way to restrict editing for your documents the way you want to be, for all users to have. So here I cannot edit, I cannot bold, I cannot do anything. I'm now restricted. Okay. Similarly, I can highlight these paragraphs and restrict editing for this user and change the restricting options. So I'll go back to my review, restrict editing, and here again this paragraph is restricted. Notice how it allows me to not change anything. Okay, but here on this line I can not do anything. So this document is protected from unintentional editing. You may only review this region. So I cannot change any of this, I cannot delete any of this text. Okay, I cannot cut copy. The only part I can do is make changes to this. So I can only change this paragraph. So a good way to restrict editing, folks. Okay, so I hope this helps. If I want to stop this protection, I click on Stop Protection, enter my password, click OK, and I'm back. And notice my formatting is back, my styles are back. I can do whatever I want with this document. So I can uncheck this box now. It tells me if you want to make changes to the document protection. Word will ignore all the exceptions of this document. Yes, and remove. I'll remove the limit styles, and I'm back to my original document. Okay, so I hope this helps. Work with the restricting editing option. Quick recap. Go up to Review tab. Under Ribbon, Restrict Editing. Okay, and we'll take a look at 3 options of how to restrict your documents and subtract. So I hope this helps. Let's take a quick quiz and move on to our next lecture. In this lecture, we'll take a look at how to work with different versions of documents and how to delete versions of the same document. And also we'll take a look at how to inspect documents. So a couple of things we did take a look at earlier regarding the document inspector or inspecting documents, but we'll take a look at some of the additional features that Word has to offer. But first, what do I mean by versions of documents? So let me just show you how that works. Okay, I'm going to open up my original document here. I've been working with that sample text. And this just contains, just a heading and a couple of paragraphs, so no big deal. Okay, so once I've opened this document, for example, let me make some changes to this document. So I'm going to make this part, let's say, bold. Okay, so I'm going to make it bold. And let's say I'm done making my changes. Okay, so I made this bold. I want to underline this part, and so forth. All right, the way Word works is Word saves sort of all these changes that you made. Even though if I don't save this document, when I close it, Word is going to remember it, okay, as a version of document. So for example, right now, if I click on File and go to my Backstage view, under Versions is where I can see whether I have any versions of this document that I made any changes earlier, okay? So for instance, there are no previous versions of this file. Okay, and the reason why is because I opened this document and I just made this current changes. Okay, so there is no version right now. It's the current version that I'm working with. Let me demonstrate that. Let's close this document and ask me to save changes. And let's say no, I don't want to save changes. So I'm back to my main document here. So I'm minimize this. Let me open it up again, the same document that I made changes to, but I did not save those changes. Once I open this document, notice my changes are gone because I obviously did not save those changes. Let me see what happens to the versions option when I go to my file, and then boom, this time I see that today at this time when I close without saving, there is a version that Word saved for me. So if I right click my mouse button on this version area, I can either open this version, I can delete this version, or I can compare it with my current version. So let's see what happens when I open this version. So when I open this version, Word 2013 is automatically going to open this version for me, will show me the changes that I made, but I did not save them. Okay, so very, very powerful feature. So if you don't save any changes, but you still want the version back, you can do it. It also allows us to compare the two versions or restore this version. So instead of having you type again or bold again and underline again and make a bunch of other changes, you can restore this and Word will automatically restore this version for you. If you wish to compare, which we will do in this example right now, so if I click on compare, Word is going to compare the two versions and give you the track changes. Okay, so it's going to tell me that, hey, I made this bold in one version and I underlined looking back over bank support in the earlier versions. So here I have an option to either accept the changes or reject the changes the way I want it to be. So if I accept the changes, Word is going to accept all the changes and it's going to say there aren't any comments or track changes in your document. All right, okay, fine. So here, I'm back to my document. Okay, so a very powerful feature in Word where you can compare two versions of documents and be able to see if you want to work with it. It's found under File and Versions. And notice once I've accepted the changes, I've merged the two documents together, Word tells me that there are no previous versions of this file. If there were, all I have to do is right click and then choose the right option, whether I want to delete the version, compare, merge, or whatever, open it, store it. All right, the next feature I want to talk about here a little bit more is the inspect document. Here again, we can inspect our document to see the metadata and make sure that our document is clear from some of the personal names or author names and other things. So let's click on Inspect Documents. Word asks me before I use the document inspector, do I wish to save the changes? Well, not at this point. I'm just going to take a look at the document inspector. And here are my options again. What do I want Word to inspect within this document? So I'm going to have all these options selected and click Inspect. And Word is going to tell me that there are some properties regarding this document that I can remove or I can leave them as is, okay, for now. And let's say I'm going to remove them all. and I can reinspect or click close. So this setting that automatically removes properties and personal information when the file is saved. So let me go back. This time I'm going to insert a header. Okay, so I'm just going to insert a header. And the way I inserted this header is simply I double clicked on the header area. Now, I could have done this from the menu bar, menu option, also under view, header and footer, but this is just a shortcut. Okay. All right, let me go back to my inspect document again, and I'm going to see if there are any issues with this document at all. So once I click inspect document, it asks me again, do you wish to save this document before beginning the document inspector? I'm going to say no. And I'm going to run the inspect option again. And notice this time it finds the headers and footers. Okay, because I inserted a header and Word says, well, wait a minute here, I've inspected this document and I've found this header. What do you want to do with it? You want to remove it? You want to leave it? What do you want to do? So if I say remove all, Word is going to say, okay, it's going to remove all the headers. Click close, go back to my document, and notice my header is now removed. So a very powerful feature working with document versions and document inspector. So if you're working with large sets of documents, complex documents, which contains tables, figures, works, graphics, you can work with these two features. It will help you identify and take a lot of pain away from you while you're working with Word 2013. So I hope this helps practice, and let's take a short quiz. Let's take a look at, in this lecture, how to marking your documents as being final and read-only. We'll also take a look at how to work with some of the password protecting your document. So two aspects to this lecture. Let me show you how both of them work. So I'm going to open up my sample document here, back to our original document. Here it is. Let's say I'm done editing this document. I'm just going to do some editing here, formatting perhaps. And once I'm done, I can go up to my File tab, and then take a look at under Protect Document. This is where I can control what types of changes people can make to this document. And under Protect Document option, I have Mark as Final, so it tells everyone that the document is final and makes it read-only, so they cannot make changes right away. I can also encrypt this with a password. Word of caution here, there's no way in Word to find out passwords if you forget a password, okay, once you protect your document. So keep in mind that you must remember your password, okay? Otherwise, there's no other way to get your document back. And encryption simply scrambles the content, so you can't really make sense out of things. We did take a look at restricting editing features in our previous lecture. Strict access, you can do that by granting access to other people, but in this case you need to have access to the rights management servers before you can use this option. And finally, under Protect Document, the option is Add a Digital Signature. You can obtain a digital signature from one of the Microsoft partners and then be able to sign your documents electronically. Alright, let's go back to our Mark as Final option. So under the Protect Document feature, Mark as Final. If I click on Mark as Final, Word will tell me this document will be marked as final and then saved. So I click OK. It gives me a warning message. This document has to be marked as final to indicate that editing is complete, and this is the final version of the document. And once it's final, the status property is set to final, and typing, editing, and proofing are turned off. Okay, so you can recognize that the document is marked as final when the Mark as Final icon is displayed in the taskbar. Okay, so you can have this option to not show it again, but for this purpose, I had it set up so that it does show this option, so when you get it, you know what to do. So click OK, and this document has been marked as final, as to discourage editing. So if I go back to my document, notice on my status bar, I'll have a message displayed, and author has marked this document as final to discourage editing. So in this case, if for example I need to type something, do something, make something bold, I cannot do that. So for example, I highlight this, I go to home, notice everything is disabled, right? So I cannot
make any changes to the document. The only thing I can do is make a copy, but that'll bring me back. And unless and until I choose edit anyway, which if I click, only then I'm able to work with the document. And in this case, once I save this document and I go back to my protect document, mark as final option, notice it's not because I edited it. So it's a good way to protect it, okay, when you're making the document final again. So here's the rerun of the same exercise on making this document as final. Click OK, and my document is now marked as final. If I close this document here, and let me reopen the same document again, and it will show me that this is marked as final, okay, unless and until I choose to edit. Okay, so there's one way to marking your documents, letting everyone know that it's a read-only document and they can only read it. But how do I protect it? Let's say I want to put a password to this document. In the protect document, I can encrypt the password. Simply select password, type in a password. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Click OK, re-enter it, OK again, and now my document is password protected. All I have to do is just save. And now when I open the same document again, it'll ask me for a password. And if I don't know the password, or if I type an incorrect password, Word is going to say the password is incorrect and you need to find your password. So again, word of caution, you ought to remember the password when you open this document. So let me do this again. This time I'll enter the correct password, and I click OK, and Word will open the document for me. So a couple of things that we looked at: how to protect your documents and how to mark your document as final. Okay, two helpful advanced features. If you're working with large sets of documents or with multiple authors, both of these features are very, very handy. So I hope you like this tutorial, and let's take a short quiz. In this tutorial, I'll show you how to work more with managing and tracking changes within your document. We've covered this in the earlier lecture, but in this lecture we're going to do it again, and I'll show you some additional functionality and features. And it's important because when you're working with large sets of documents or lengthy research papers, books, ebooks, articles, you need to be able to know these features well so that you can save a lot of time when working with these. So let me open up our original document, password protected, from our last exercise. Before I begin, let me first clear the password. So remember how we got to our password protect under File, Protect Document. To the password, and in this case all I have to do is delete this password, click OK, and now I go back to my document, save it. My document is not password protected anymore. Alright, tracking changes. Recall, track changes under the review tab, and here's our tracking group. Here we can accept or reject changes in the changes group. And we also worked earlier on the comment group as well. One thing I'll show you that let's say, for instance, if I change this sentence here, bold, and well, it's not going to happen because what I did not do is I did not click track changes, so Word is not going to keep track of this. Okay? So let me undo this. First and foremost, track changes option has to be highlighted, okay? And then I highlight my paragraph, make it bold, outside. So Word keeps changes, tracks changes of my editing that I just did to this document. Okay, here's what I want to show you, something new here. You can lock these track changes. Okay, so for example, if I lock tracking, I can enter a password, same thing. Okay, and I can confirm the password, and I click OK. And this is not really a security feature. It doesn't protect the document from malicious malware or something like this. It only helps you encrypt the document, unscrambles content, and makes it read-only for other users. So now I've locked the track changes option. So if I, let's say, bold it or something, my document will be password protected. So if I save this document, close this document, and open it again, I have some changes here which I can see from my right change screen option here. I can see the changes, but I cannot really change it. So I can either edit it, that's the only way if I need it to get to this document. So here, if I go back to my edit document, under the review tab, notice how the track changes option is not highlighted anymore. And once I hover over the track changes option, it tells me that this command is currently disabled. To enable it, I need to enter a password, essentially. So if I go back to my track changes and I would like to unlock the tracking, I have to enter a password. So now unlock the tracking. So a good way to make sure that if you are tracking changes, or if any other user is tracking changes or making changes to this document, you want to be able to make sure that they can only change, and those changes are to be reflected on the document so you can see it, what they did. So a good way to lock the tracking option. So I hope this was a recap of our earlier lecture on tracking options, with the exception that we took a look at how to lock those changes so that you don't allow users to keep editing. In fact, you only want them to track changes, and that's all you want to be able to see. So, all right, let's move to our quiz. Managing comments is our next lecture. Comments provide a simple way to review and annotate a document. So for example, you can use comments to highlight text or other content that needs to be revised or reformatted. You can seek clarification, describe decisions to other reviewers of the document, or simply you want to be able to provide context or instructions for users of the document. So it's a very handy way to working with comments. And how Word marks each comment that's inserted in a document does so with the name of the user who inserted it. Okay, so this way you can keep track of who the editor is for this particular paragraph or line or formatting. Let's take a look at how we can work with managing comments. So I'm going to open my earlier document. This is the original review document that we've been working with. And let me track changes. Remember, go back to Review tab, track changes, and let's say I'd like to do some changes here. Okay, and I'm going to insert a comment also. Please make this bold. All right, so I have a small comment, simple comment that I made in this after the end of this paragraph. How do we work with comments? Okay, we've seen that earlier that we can enter a comment within a comment. So for example, if I'm done here, I can go back to my new comment by inserting a new comment. Also, make this italic. Okay. All right, if I right click within the comment box, I can delete this comment, I can mark this comment done, or I can reply to this comment. So if I click on reply to this comment, I can add further. And this way you can keep track of by entering more comments. I can simply right click and mark this comment is done. And as soon as I do that, notice how it dims the comment. So I know that this particular user has completed this task. Okay? So a good way to take a look at and keep track of changing options. Okay? So insert a new comment here again. And I can also say highlight this text, okay? And I can do the same thing. I can say delete, reply, mark this comment as done. I can change the font if I want. So if I need to change the font to size 12, for example, I can do that. Okay? So it'll change my font style to So add another line. Okay, there's another comment here, and I can do the same thing to this. Mark as done. So a good way to work with comments, you can take a look at working with comments, a very handy way to make sure that all the changes within a document are being tracked. And play with other options also, like paragraph font. I've seen the comments area, you can enter a new comment here, or you can use the comments group to do the same. In earlier versions, you had to enter comments separately, but in Word 2013, it basically enhances the same comment box, and you can kind of go back and forth, adding information to the same comment box. Okay, so I hope this helps. Let's take a short quiz. Well, let's take a look at how to resolve multi-document style conflicts. Many times when you work with document or documents, we're doing cut, copy, paste operations within a single document or between documents. So you copy text from document A and you want to paste it to document B. But the problem is that when you do that within documents, for example, if one document has a different style of font being used, and you want to copy this font and you want to paste it in a document that contains yet another type of font, what happens is Word automatically gives you a choice whether you want to use the source font or merge it with font that is in the document. So let's take a look at how to set those options, how to allow and how to set these options in Word 2013 so that you can speed up things while you're working with a single document and between multiple documents. By default, this option is under File, Options, and under General I go to Advanced Options, which lists all of the advanced options for working with Word. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down for now to Cut, Copy, and Paste. Okay, so here are the options that I can work with or set these options when I work with the cut, copy, and paste operation. So for instance, the first one is pasting within the same document. By default, keep source formatting. So whenever you cut text from one within the same document, you cut text and you paste it within the same document, Word is going to keep source formatting, and that's by default. Okay. Same thing with pasting between documents. So it's going to prompt you for keeping the source formatting. Pasting between documents when style definitions conflict. It's going to ask you, or by default, use destination styles. Pasting from other programs. Keep source formatting by default. Okay? And if you're pasting pictures, it's going to paste by default in line with text. Or you can set any of these options behind text, in front of text, top and bottom, and so forth. Okay, so by default, the way it's set up now is in line with text. So these are some of the options that you can work with, and set these options here in the Word Options dialog box under Advanced Settings. Take an example. Let's do an example here. So pasting between documents, I'm going to change this option to say merge formatting for now. Okay, I'm going to click OK. Okay, let's open up my two documents here. So I'm going to open up both of these documents. And notice under View, you can take a look at each of these documents. And I can switch between document 1, the original document, or the revised document. And here's just my default document. I'm going to close this for now, so essentially we don't get confused. So right now I have two documents, the original documents that I can go to switch using the switch windows option, or I can go to my revised document option. Okay, so two documents. So I'm going to take text from one document and paste it in the other. Okay, but before I do that, let's change the formatting of this text. Okay, so I'm just going to do the hard-coded way so you can see. So Times New Roman and style 60. So again, going back to my switch windows, original document contains the text called Calibri, font size is 11, and my revised document contains font size 16 and it's Times New Roman. So let's say I want to copy this text here, or in fact let's do a sentence here. So I'm going to highlight the sentence. I can right click, I can use the keyboard shortcut to copy. I can go up to the font ribbon area, font group to change additional fonts if I need to, or I can use the clipboard group and cut, copy, and paste. So many ways to do this, and you know this already. It's pretty straightforward. And I'm going to go to my other document. I can do the shortcut keyboard from Alt Tab, which will take me to the document, my original document. And let's say I want to paste the text here, so I can again use the keyboard shortcut Control V, and I will paste the document, paste the text. Alright, so here's my paste options. Okay, so my merge formatting is, since it was defaulted, I already selected this option earlier, and I set this option earlier. So Word automatically pasted it in the destination font style. So very, very handy tool. Okay, very nice feature. If I go back up to my File, Options, under Advanced, scroll down to Cut, Copy, and Paste, and notice since I had selected Merge Formatting option, Word automatically gave me that option. Let me change that to Keep Source Formatting and click OK, so you can see now, and switch back to my revised document. This time, using the same text, I'm going to copy it, go back to my original document, and this time I'm going to paste it here. And notice, this time when Word pastes this text or this sentence, it uses the source formatting by default. Okay, and I have the option to either merge it to do this. So if you're working with documents, multiple documents, and you want to speed up your time or save time on formatting, you can use some of these advanced options that Word has to offer regarding cut, copy, and paste operations, and use this. So I hope this helps, and let's take a short quiz. Alright, so from here on out, we'll be looking at various ways in which you can apply advanced formatting. You can how to design, format, and organize longer and more complex documents, such as reports, books, dissertations, and requests for proposals. So in particular, you'll be able to perform complex operations such as creating, managing document outlines, and so forth. But we'll begin by looking at how to apply advanced formatting. So for instance, this tutorial essentially tells you how to use wildcards in the find and replace searches. And so working with large documents, let's say you have 200 pages or 300 pages worth of dissertations or research proposals or whatnot, you can use this wildcards to find text within the document. So let's take a look at, in this tutorial, how to use the find and replace searches option. Okay, here's the list of wildcard characters that I put together that you can use to find and replace searches. And some of these wildcard characters are, for example, if you were to use the question mark here, what that would do is locate any single character. So for example, L question mark W would locate the words law and low, and in this sequence of characters and words such as below or lawful. Similarly, the asterisk wildcard character would locate a string of characters. For example, J asterisk N will find John, Jocelyn, and Johnson. So similarly, there are a bunch of wildcard characters, and I'll put this in the supplementary material so you can download this document, so you don't have to note it down if you wish not to. So there's a whole list of all these wildcard characters, okay? Less than sign, greater than sign, brackets, ranges, and so forth, okay? So you can take a look at this later. or the @ sign. I like this @ sign because it finds one or more instances of the preceding character or expressions. For example, BAL @ sign asterisk will find balloon, balcony. So it's a very nice way to find words or search for text within large sets of documents. Let me scroll up to this. Let's try one out. Let's take a look at how this works. So, for example, let's say I want to try the asterisk one. So I'm going to locate a string of characters, for example, J asterisk N. So I'm going to go to my document here, my original document here. The way I get to my find and replace is up on the ribbon area. On the far right side is my editing group. Here I have the option to find, advanced find. There's one way to get to it. And there's a shortcut also, which I'll show you in just a minute. But once I click on the find option, I click on advanced find and it brings up the find and replace dialog box for me. Okay. Now typically you would see something like this. So once you select this option, you will see something like this. Okay. When I click on more, it'll give me options as to select additional options for searching purposes. For instance, I can search for, I can select options such as match case, find whole words only. I can use wildcards, sounds like, find all word forms, match prefix, suffix, and so forth. Okay? So pretty straightforward options here. If you need to, you can select these options. But what I want to show you is this. For example, if I were to find a word called word, okay? So it's going to highlight the first word for me, and I say click find next. It's going to highlight the second word, third word, fourth, fifth, and it's going to say we're finished searching the document. Okay? So no big deal, pretty basic here. Let's try the wildcard characters. Let's say we have a huge document and we would like to find the word, or like some of the words that we'll work with. Okay, I'm going to delete this for now. Okay, before you use wildcards, okay, you have to click on the more and select this checkbox or use this checkbox that says use wildcard. Okay, if you do not check this box, you will not be able to use wildcards. Okay, and Word is not going to find things for you. Okay, so make sure that you select use wildcard option before you find the word that you're looking for. So we were going to look at, let me go back here, move this side a little bit, down. So we're going to try this example. We're going to look at how to use the wildcard, right? How to use the asterisk. Locate a string of characters, for example. So I'm going to find in this document here, I'm going to say find everything that has the word W asterisk D. Okay. I can again click on find next, and it's going to Word's going to take me step by step and start highlighting as we saw earlier. Or I can say, all right, highlight all these words. Okay, based on the wildcard character and asterisk that I use. Okay. So notice Word tells me that it highlighted 7 items, and to clear the highlighting, I can simply go back and clear highlighting here. Okay. But let's take a look. If you scroll down through your document, Word highlights everything that starts with the word W and ends with the word D. Okay. And notice in this case, the word starts with when you click OK in the dialog box. So the word, what Word did was it highlighted the first word W and the last word D in the dialog. Okay. So pretty neat, powerful features finding and replacing as you work with these documents. Okay. So if you have large sets of documents and you're trying to find something, this is a good way to find. Similarly, let's go back to our wildcard character. I can use any of these characters. Just have to make sure that I use the correct format. So once you practice with these formats, you can work with them as you move forward. Okay? So for example, the @ sign, you can use this expression to find balloons, balcony, and so forth. So if I were to use the @ sign here, I can simply say find, let's say word, WO, @ sign, and go back to my document, clear highlighting, and highlight all. Okay. So this time, what Word does, it highlights just the WOs in my document. And it tells me there are 5 items. I can set some additional options like ignore punctuation characters, ignore white space characters, and again, depending upon your own requirement, you can do that. Okay. So, very powerful feature of using wildcards in finding and replacing text. If I need to, once I've found this text, I can replace it with anything that I want. Okay. So, for instance, if I would like to replace the word with the word SW. Okay. Oh, I can replace one at a time, okay, or replace all. So let's replace all. It says I've made 5 replacements. Click OK, and notice all words that begin with word are now sword. So much easier to work with. So I hope this helps. Let's take a short quiz about finding and replacing. In this tutorial, we'll take a look at how to create custom fields and formats. Basically, fields in Word are used as placeholders for data that might change in a document. So if you want to create letters and labels in mail merge documents, we can use custom field formats. Word automatically inserts fields whenever you use a particular command, such as if you need to insert a page number, for instance, or when you insert a document building block, like cover pages or table of contents, or at the end of the document you want to insert author name, number of pages, and so forth. You can manually insert those fields, and we can automate certain processes as well. Although they may not be used frequently in Word 2013, but I think they're very, very powerful. Okay, so once you take a look at them, see how you can apply them at your own workplace or within your own environment. So let's take a look how to use custom field formats in Word 2013. Okay, let me demonstrate how to use custom field formats in Word 2013. So it'll make you more productive and work more efficiently. So let me close this or minimize this blank document. I'm going to open up a document here as a sample so we can work off of it. This is just a document that I had that I worked on earlier, one of the PhD research proposals. This document is about 15 pages, right? And you can see it from the bottom left side of the corner. It tells you the number of pages and the number of words in this document. And then you can also take a look at whether there are any proofing errors or not. For instance, if I were to make some changes to this document and those were errors, Word would tell me that I need to correct those proofing errors. And if I need to insert a macro, remember we worked with macros earlier, so I can directly insert a macro from this bottom left corner of the screen. Okay, so let me get to the end of this document, and the shortcut method to get to the end of the document is hit Control End on your keyboard. Okay, so it will automatically place you at the end of this document. So let's suppose if I need to enter the author name, date, number of pages, I need to know how many words are in the document, and so forth. Custom fields allow us to do that, and they can automatically update themselves, or once I tell the field to update, it'll do that. The way I do this is I go to my Insert menu, and under my text group, remember quick parts, something that we worked with earlier. And here's the option called Field. So I go to Insert, and I can insert the field from here. All right, let's see how it's done. So I have to go to Insert, okay, menu, and under Insert on my ribbon, I'll find a group called the Text Group, which has quick parts, and we already work with quick parts. Okay, so I'm sure you practice it. Under quick parts, there's an option called field. This is where I can insert a field. And it brings up this dialog box called field. And it lists all the different field names that I can insert. Okay. So notice there are a bunch of field names. For easier reference, I can simply select a certain category. For example, if I need to insert a date and time field, it'll list me the different date formats that I can simply select and insert. Okay. Similarly, I can insert document information, for example, such as author, comments, property, keywords, number of characters in the document, number of pages, number of words, subject, template, and so forth. Likewise, there are other like mail merge that we'll take a look at a little later in subsequent tutorials. I'll show you how to do mail merge, and we'll work with fields in that lecture also. But for now, let's do some document info. Okay, so I'm going to insert a field about who the author is for this document. Okay, so I just select the author field just like this, and I click OK. Before I do this, notice there's an option called preserve formatting during updates. So anytime I make updates or make changes, Word is going to automatically keep formatting structure. I can also go to field code and see how Word actually does this. I can manually do this also within my document by using a certain syntax, and we'll take a look at various syntax in just a moment. But before that, I just want to show you quickly how to work with fields, and then I'll show you how to work with syntax. So I'm going to hide codes for now. So once again, I've selected author. Format is none, uppercase, lowercase. I'm just going to say default, none. Click OK, and Word automatically enters the name of the author. Now this author name is the author of this particular document. So notice when I click on it, Word highlights it and shows me that it's a field. So let's see. I'm just going to give it a title here. Author name. And I'm going to put date, or let's say number of words. Number of words here, and let me go back to my field, insert, right, quick parts, field. Here I'm going to pick the number of words, and I'm going to choose what kind of the format do I want for these numbers. 1, 2, 3 is fine, and I don't want any decimal, so I just want some numeric format. Click OK, and Word automatically inserts the total numbers, which is 4,738 in this document. Okay. Same thing I can do with number of characters. Let me move this. Hit some tabs. Okay, go back to my field. Here I'm going to select this time number of characters. Same thing. I select the format type and then the numeric format type. And click OK, and it displays the number of characters for me. Similarly, I can also insert other fields if I wish regarding this document, such as subject, template, info, file size. Same thing with file size. Just select the type, okay, and I insert the file size. Okay, I'm just going to format it so that it looks good. I'm just going to do a little formatting here. Okay, so I've inserted these fields, right? All these are fields that I've inserted. A couple of ways I can update these fields. So for example, if I make some changes to this document, for example, let's add the following text. Now notice the number of words stay the same, they do not change, but on the bottom left side I see that the number have changed automatically. In order for me to update this field, I can either hit a keyboard shortcut, okay, which is F9 key on my keyboard, or I can right click and update field, and Word is going to say, all right, now there are 4,751 words, which matches the corresponding format down below. Okay. And same thing with number of characters. I can update the field, and it updates the characters as well. All right, so we've seen how to insert custom field formats. This is a good way to work with if you want to update the document or you want to see working with various fields name. The benefit really here is that you have all these different kinds of fields that you can insert. Okay, so for example, you can even enter a formula if you need to, if you're doing some calculations, or you can bring up a ask dialog box where it is going to prompt you to enter something. If you're working with citations, for example. So let me show you some of the field codes, as I mentioned earlier, so you know exactly how Word does this. So let's say if I go to this field, a couple of ways I can do this. I can update field, or I can, if I click on toggle field codes, it tells me the format of this particular field. Okay, the Word uses the parentheses and then switches. These are called switch, and then certain format to enter a field. I can do the same for number of words, for number of characters, and highlight this. Okay, so there's a field, and I'm going to give you a whole list of certain codes. Okay, so once you start doing them, once you start using them, you'll be able to memorize certain codes and what they are. And I'm going to also, in my supplementary material, explain what these codes are so you can kind of read at your end. But I just wanted to show you how to quickly work with the author name, number of words, characters, and file size. One more thing I want to add here is the following. So let me quickly update this field, and update field. So let's say I save this document. I'm going to close it. I save it. Let's minimize. Here's my document on my desktop. Okay, I'm going to right click, go to properties of this document. A couple of ways I can do this, right? I can do it by right clicking the document, going to properties of the document, which tells me the document details, right? The name of the title, subject, and so forth. I can add tags here. Essentially, here's the author. Let's say someone else is going to work on this document. So I'm going to say, all right, John is going to be working on this document also. Okay. So I click OK. Now if I open this document again and go back to where I was, here I right click and update the field, and boom, it's going to display author name as John also. Okay, so very handy way of working with custom field formats. One last quick thing I want to show you before we do the quiz is the fact that once you have created these fields, we can save this setting as a quick part. Okay, so you can reuse them later, so you don't have to create the same fields for each document or sets of documents. So to create a quick part, you've seen this earlier also, but just a quick recap here, quick practice as well. You highlight the fields, go to the quick parts, and notice save selection to quick parts gallery. Okay, so all I have to do is just save the selection. Here I can enter the name of this building block that I want to give. So I'm going to say author info for my documents. Okay. And I'm going to save it in the quick parts gallery in the general category. Notice here I can save it in the building blocks template, or I can pick the normal template, which is the default template in Word 2013. So if I pick normal, it's going to save this building block within every new document that I open off of the normal template. Okay, so very, very handy. And I can have it inserted as a content only in its own paragraph or in its own page. Since it's just for fields, I'm going to leave it as insert content only. Okay, so I'm going to click OK, and Word is going to save it. So if I open up a new document here, again, the keyboard shortcut for opening a new document is Control key and then N. Okay, it will open up a new document for you. And let's see if I have this quick part now in my normal default template. Here it is. So once I do this, it inserts the author name form. Okay, notice how this time Word actually inserts a complete name instead of just the document name itself. The reason why is because I have not really saved this document yet, so Word doesn't know which names. So what it does, it automatically picks up my Microsoft Online account name and displays it here. So let me go back to changing it. So I go to File Options using my Backstage view, and here I've checked this option. I need to make sure that I've selected, or this box is checked. My username is just the first name. Okay. Once I click OK, now I have set my name as username. So let's see. Let's give it a shot. Open a new document here. Go back to my quick parts gallery here, and notice this time the Word has updated this field, and it shows you that there are 14 words, and you can count these words here, and number of characters, and the file size is 0 because I've not done anything. Okay. So minimize. Okay. So for example, if I need to, I'm just going to scroll up and copy some text. Copy this paragraph. Okay. And let me go back to our document here, which is our field document. I'm going to insert this paragraph. Notice Word updates the names. The same thing within this document where I have the new document. Here I need to update the fields. Same thing. I can always hit the keyboard shortcut. Remember, F9. So if I hit F9 key on my shortcut, it's going to update the fields for me. Same thing. And once I save it, it's going to give it the file size name also. Alright, so I hope this helps. Take a quiz. Let's take a look at some of the advanced layout options. Very, very important, very handy, something that on a regular basis, we encounter some problems, we have some issues with how to set margins, section breaks, page breaks, specify columns, and so forth. So in this tutorial, I'll show you everything that you need to know about how to set up your document and how to design your document for a particular purpose. So let's jump right in and take a look at how to design advanced layout options. The Home tab gives us all the formatting, but I'm going to go to and find my Page Layout tab. Okay, this is where I can set all of my page layout options. So in Page Layout, I have a group called Page Setup Group. Okay, far left side. This is where I can work with how to set up my margins, my orientation of my document, the size, the types, various columns, and I can work with page breaks, section breaks, continuous breaks, etc., and then line breaks and hyphenation. So let's take a look at in depth how to work with them. It's sometimes handy to use the paragraph symbol. I'm going to go back to the Home tab and use the Show and Hide. This helps because every time you do something, let's say if I insert a section break or page break, Word is going to show me where that break is. So it's much easier to work with that. So I normally keep this option handy and use it as a show when I'm working with page layouts. Okay, so once I've selected the show button, I go back to my page layout, and here is my page setup group. On the bottom right side of the corner is where I can use the option, click here to set up the page setup. So my current page has 1 inch margin from the top, 1 inch on the left, and the gutter is 0. Gutter is basically allowing you to increase your margin from the left. So for binding purposes, so if you're writing a book and you need to print this large document, for example, and take it to the shop for binding purposes, this increases your gutter, right? So it helps. So you want to make sure that depending on the need, you want to use the gutter options. So if I increase the gutter option, notice what's going to happen to this preview on the bottom. So let me increase that to step by step, and notice how Word tells me that, hey, my gutter is increasing, and it's going to allowing me additional space for binding purposes. Alright, so this is all about margins. Relatively easy to use in Word 2013, and we'll take a look at once we start working with these. Next tab here in the same dialog box, page setup dialog box, is the paper option. The paper size by default is the letter size, 8.5 by 11. Paper source, specifying the source where the paper is going to come for printing purposes, and my print options. once I decide to print. Regarding sections, my section always starts with a new page. I can have it start at a new column, or I can have a continuous section, which means it's going to start on the same page. Have it start on an even page or an odd page. Same thing with headers and footers. They can be different on odd pages and different on even pages, or I can have a different first page header and footer, and then this subsequent header and footers can be the same. Vertical alignment, you can set that up to be center, top, justified, or bottom. And my headers and footers, I can give them, increase the area, the size of the header to be 0.5 inch to 1 inch, depending on the type of document that I want to work with. Okay? And here again, I can apply to the whole document or this point forward. This feature is nice because you can apply any of these settings. You can set these settings and then apply to that point forward. Okay? So you don't have to worry about changing the entire document. And I can also add some simple line numbers if I want. I can add line numbering starting at 1, 2, whatever, depending on the type of document that I'm setting up. I could have it restart at each page, section, or have it a continuous line number. Borders, if I want, it displays my borders and shading dialog box. I can set borders, page border, or shading, okay, patterns, and so forth. So it just depends on how I'm setting up my document. So if I'm designing a brochure, for example, these options are handy. So let me close this or minimize this, and let me open up our document here so we can take a look at how these things work. Alright, notice since I have this show option already highlighted, it shows me the page break, that there's a page break here, and if I hide it, I'm just going to see my regular document. Okay, so I'm not going to see anything else. So with show, I can take a look at exactly where these page breaks are, for instance, or my enter key is, or new paragraph is, and so forth. These dots represent spaces, right? So every time there's a space, you will see a dot that Word puts. And then at the end of the paragraph, if it's a new paragraph, it ends a symbol. So here's my document. Again, just the same document that we worked earlier on. And the arrow keys shows me that I hit the tab key. Okay? So it's just a tab key that I use. And I remove the tab key if I need to. Okay? Notice how this is sort of like not aligned properly. Quick way is to just go up here on my ruler and drag it to the left. And I can use the top indent, and then I can drag the. Okay? So very, very easy to use with Microsoft Word. Same thing here. Here I have a table. And notice my table width. It shows me the width of the table, and I can always resize the table if I need to increase the size of the table and so forth. Alright, page setup. Going back to our page layout. Here's an option called hyphenation. When a word runs out of room, what it does, it normally moves it down. But what if I am interested in hyphenating? Okay, so for example, this text, this paragraph here that you see seems like it's justified. So let's see, if I go home, and notice here's the justification, so it's full justified. And let me make it left align. Go back to my page layout. And notice how the text is now left justified. Okay, this was pretty basic. I can intro to Word things. I can work with hyphenation. I can have either an automatic hyphenation or a manual hyphenation. With hyphenation, I can have a couple of options here. None, automatic, or manually set these options. So if I say automatic, notice what Word does. It creates a hyphen at the end of every word wherever it thinks the word breaks. Okay? So for example, the word global enterprises here contains a hyphen after enter, and then hyphen, and then present. Okay? Same thing with modern management. Manage, hyphen, and then the rest of them to complete the word. I can also set these options to be manual. Okay, once I set it up to be manual, Word takes me to the first word and asks me how do I want this word to be hyphenated. Okay, so if I say, let's say, I would like this word to be called businesses, and Word hyphenates the word the way it's seen here. If I say no, word is going to leave that and not hyphenate. So I can manually take a look at how words hyphenate things. So if I keep saying no, it's going to jump to the next one. If I say yes, it's going to retain this, and then no, and so forth. So you can manually do that also. So this is simple hyphenation. Some options here: hyphenate words in caps. I can have this option checked if I'm looking for words, hyphenate words that start with all capital letters. Or I can set it up to be automatically hyphenate a document, or manually. So it just depends on how you want to work with this. Alright, let's work with some breaks here. Okay, let's say if I'm end of this is a pretty large paragraph and I want to divide this into two. So I place my cursor where I want the break to be. I can have either a page break, and what this is going to do is going to create a new page. So it's going to take this text from here and it's going to start a new page with this text. I can have a column break, which simply takes the text and following the column break will begin in the next column. Okay? Since I'm not working with columns here, I'm working with plain document, my research document. The other option is text wrapping. It's similar to if I have an object or a picture. Here I can set it up so that it wraps around the picture. Okay? So these are my page breaks. These are not section breaks, these are page breaks. A couple ways I can do this. Next page, in other words, if I were to create a section break here, it's going to insert a section break and start a new page. Okay, start a new section on the new page. Continuous means it's going to keep this first paragraph and insert a break and then continue with the second paragraph. Okay, so I'm looking for the continuous break. The other option is I can have a section break on even pages or section breaks on odd pages. So depending on how you want to set up your document. So I'm going to insert a continuous break here, and notice how Word simply places a section break, and now I have two paragraphs beginning on this section. I could have just hit enter, which would do the same thing, but breaks, using section breaks is much better because it allows you to format your document accordingly, and you can work with it, especially when you're working with layouts or quick parts or building blocks, content controls, when multiple individuals are working with it. So working with section break is easier. Okay. So same thing, go up to page layout, go to breaks, and then insert a section. Let me scroll down here. Here I'll show you how to insert a section break that starts on a new page. So I do this and it starts on a new page. And up here it shows me that there's a section break. So everything that I do here, it goes to the next page. Okay, so I have a section break on the next page. I can type, let's add some text, and my break goes on the bottom, and so forth. Okay, so it doesn't allow me to not do some editing. In fact, I can do whatever I want with this document as I work with it. So section break is just breaking the document into various sections. So let's take a look at some of the other break options. Pretty straightforward. If I insert a page break here, I want to start this particular heading from a new page. All I have to do is just go page break, and it inserts a page break for me. So it's much easier. And it takes me to the next page. So I can do some formatting here, and then I have a new heading and page. So anything after this break, after I've inserted this page break, and my cursor is blinking, notice if I type anything, it takes me to the next page. Okay, and that's the idea of inserting a page break. It basically breaks the page. But if I type anything prior to this page break, okay, let's add some text here. Oops. Okay, I can continue to do this. Okay, so you get the idea, right? So anything after the page break goes to the next page. Anything before the page break, I can continue to work on the same page. Alright, so I hope this clears up the page breaks and so forth. Line numbers are great. This option right here within my page setup, group, I can set up line numbers, show up to be continuous line numbers. So it's going to start with 1, 2, and number each line. So if you're working with large documents, since I started at this point, Word started numbering at this point forward. Okay, so let me undo this and then start from the bottom, and then do a couple of times, bring back my original document here, so I can show you how to work with the line numbering. Alright, so here I am, introduction to my research paper, and I'm going to insert a line numbering, continuous line numbering, and Word does it for me, okay, for the entire document. So it inserts 2 lines up here, okay, and then I have a table, so it doesn't insert a line. So I have a line at my first table, line at my second, and then there's a page break. Okay? So if there was not a page break, Word would have numbered all these lines as well. Okay? So now you see another benefit of using page breaks and section breaks, where if you want to divide your document in certain chunks, okay, and easier to follow. Alright, so Word places all these continuous line numbers, and then it goes on and on and on and on. Which helps for editing purposes. So if you need to edit something in line 84, you can tell someone else, so hey, go to line 84 and change something, or go to line 89 and change this, okay, or format something. So handy way of using line numbering when you're working with Word. Okay. Various options in line numbering are you can restart at each page. So each page is going to start with its own line number. So here's a new page, starts from 1 all the way down to 30. And then it starts again at 1, all the way down to 27 lines in this page. So very powerful, very easy to use. Restart each section, line numbering maintained within each section. Suppress for current paragraph. So for instance, if I don't want line numbering for this particular paragraph, all I have to do is just select the paragraph, and the shortcut way is to click 3 times, which highlights the paragraph. I go to line numbering, and I suppress for current paragraph. I notice how Word eliminates the line numbering from this paragraph and then keeps the continuous flow of the other line numbers. I can set these options manually for line numbering. So for instance, you can set it up to be, my sections can set it up to be continuous common. This is my layout. Same thing with my line numbers here. I can go and I can start at 1, 2, okay, or I can start from my text. Okay, how far do I want my numbers to show from my text? I can change the count, so count by 2s, count by 3s, 4s. Okay. Restart each page, or restart each section, or continuous. So if I set these options and I click OK again, and notice how Word changes my line numbers to be in 2s. And also notice the change in distance from my text to line numbers. Play with it, easier to work with. Depending upon your own unique requirement, you can work with line numbers, breaks, hyphenations. The other options we've got in page setup group is margins. This is my current setup as normal, 1 inch, 1 inch top left, and 1 inch, 1 inch bottom and right. I can set it up to be custom label settings. So if you're designing a brochure, document, research paper, certain specific type of setup, you can specify your own labels, custom margins here. You can use pre-built margins, whole, wide, moderate, mirrored, default, or you can specify custom margins. And then we saw this earlier. Same thing. Orientation, same way, portrait, landscape. And then size also, whether it's default 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 17, legal size, executive, and so forth. So again, if I click on more paper sizes, it brings me to the same page setup dialog box, and that I can set my options here. And I can always go back and click on this arrow to bring the same page setup dialog box. So in this tutorial, we saw how to work with breaks, line numbers, hyphenation, how to set up your margins, orientation of your page, sizes, and working with columns. Columns pretty neat. I'm going to quickly show you this also. If I want to divide this into 2 columns, I can do that, and Word automatically divides it into 2 columns. So if I'm creating a brochure, for example, or a mailer, flyer, this is a handy way to work with it. And I can always remove the show hide so it doesn't show. So I hope this helps. Let's take a short quiz to reinforce some of these concepts. Okay, in this lecture, we'll take a look at how to work with text boxes. And I'm going to demonstrate and show you how you can use different text boxes that you create in Word 2013 and how you can link them together. So many times you're working with a flyer or designing a brochure, or within your documents, you have different quotations contained in different text boxes. We'll see how we can link those boxes so that text from one box automatically flows to the other box. So you don't have to create all these different types of boxes and then cut, copy, and paste text. So very powerful feature. Let me show you how it's done. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Insert because I want to insert a text box. So up on my menu bar, and in my group called Text Group, I see an option called Text Box. Okay, so I can simply choose a text box and create one. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a simple text box here. Okay, so this is going to be my first box. And notice there's some default text in it, so I'm just going to delete it. One important note here to remember is when linking text boxes, the boxes must be empty. Okay, so no text has to be in the box. So I'm going to delete this text. Similarly, I'm going to insert another text box. Okay. Drag it down here using my mouse. And notice when I see these 4 arrows, that means I can drag things. Okay, so I can drag it anywhere. Same thing, I'm going to highlight the text, delete it. Alright, so I have 2 text boxes. How do I link them? All you have to do is click on the first text box or select the box that you want to start your creating link with. And under my format, notice there's an option called Create Link. Okay, so I click on Create Link, and notice how my cursor changes into something like coffee cup or something, right? Or a jug. Alright, so I simply click on the box that I want to link it to, and notice my text boxes are now linked. Okay. Or I can move this text box to the side so you can see. Side here, and move it to the side here. Alright, so I have 2 text boxes. Supposedly they're linked. And notice on my group here, text group, it says break link, which means I can unlink these text boxes that are linked together. But let me see whether they're linked or not. Theoretically they're linked, but let me find some text. So I'm going to run to my document here, some sample text that I need. Scroll down, select some text. Alright, let's select this paragraph. Okay, so I Control C, which is mean Control Copy from my keyboard shortcut. Go back to my text boxes, and if I hit paste, notice how it pastes the text boxes, my entire text in those boxes. Now obviously I don't see the entire text because these boxes are small. I need to enlarge their sizes so I'd be able to see more text. Okay, so I can do that here, and notice how the text automatically is now there. I can do some formatting here, simple, make it easier. Okay. Since the text is justified, I can highlight the whole text, which is Control A on my keyboard, and I can go home and left justify, align left. Or I can hit the Control L, which is the short keyboard key. Okay. So here's my text. So whatever I do with this text, these boxes are linked. So if I were to delete the first part, automatically the text from the bottom box moves to the top, so it will remain in sync. Okay. So a good way to link these boxes together. And to unlink, same thing, you highlight the first text box, you go to your formatting, which is where? Here, up here. Okay, and then you simply click break link and the link will break. What if you were to create links to additional text boxes? Okay. So let's say I want to create another text box and I want to link box number 2 here, the bottom box here with that. So go to insert a text box here. I'm just going to grab it down here, place it here so you can see. Increase the size of this box. Remember, this box has to be empty if it needs to be linked. I'm going to highlight the box that I'm going to link from, create link, and now my boxes are linked. Okay. So I have now 3 boxes that I've linked together, and they would serve the purpose as to follow my text. So whatever I do changes in these text or graphics or whatever I have, and these boxes are now linked. Another neat feature is, for instance, if I need to do some background color fill, okay, I can do that. I can do other formattings as I want. Undo this. I can also highlight the box and give some shape effects and so forth. So those are standard things that you can play with as you work on. But importantly, you want to be able to know how to link these boxes and how to unlink them. Let me quickly show you how to unlink. So you select the first box and you simply say break link and link breaks. Now all my font is within this particular box. So I hope this helped. Practice, and let's take a short quiz. Moving further with designing advanced documents, let's take a look at how to work with advanced styles once again, and some of the options and features of advanced styles, how to modify them. I'll show you a couple of other areas that might be helpful, and we'll also take a look at how to view your documents. So let's begin. Styles you've worked with under the Home tab, and your Styles group contains all the styles that you already have. I noticed this style that we created earlier in our previous tutorial, which is just simple formatted borders and so forth. So in order to modify the style, we already know that you can go to the bottom right corner, or you can use the keyboard shortcut called Control-Shift-S, and that will give you this style box. And we've worked with this before, and we've worked with the options and how to modify them. So a couple of ways you can modify style. One way is to go this way and then click on Manage Styles, and it brings up the style Manage Style dialog box, and here you can click on the new style, or you can select any of the styles and click Modify, which brings up the Modify Style dialog box. Here you can set all the options for whichever type of style you want. Okay. The shortcut way is to simply pick a style on your style within the Styles group, and let's say if you wish to change this style, just right click and click Modify, and it brings up the same dialog box called Modify Style. So here we have the style that we created in our earlier exercises and tutorial. I showed you how to do that. You can edit it, you can modify it. So I'm going to modify this style quickly. I'm going to change the font, let's say the Calibri, size 12. I'm going to do some formatting. I'm going to remove the borders. I'm going to go to Border, None, click OK, and I'm OK. Notice how it seems like it's like a quotation, like block quote. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to make it plain text. So I'm going to go back to my paragraph options, and I'm going to reduce the left and right indentation. I'll put them to 0. And notice under preview area, I can see exactly what's happening to my text. For spacing, let's keep it 0, and I would like to have double space in my document. Click OK, and notice I can right away see the types of, once I edit and select different types of features or editing options, I can see the preview. I do not want this underlined, so this looks much better. I'm going to keep the same name. I just modified the existing style, and I click OK, and now my style is changed. So let's see. Let's apply this style. Show you something else here. Just minimize. I'm going to open up my sample document here that we've been working with earlier, and I'm just going to copy this text. Again, I click 3 times to copy the entire paragraph. That's what I need. I'm using the keyboard shortcut Control C. I copy it, and Control V, and I paste it. All right. So for our demonstration purposes, I'm just going to change the text of this to Times New Roman. Okay. So let's say you have this text, and you want to be able to change it, the entire paragraph, to the style that you want this to be. So instead of, again, using the font group and trying to do this manually, if you have a style created, you can do it automatically. And what Word does is, as soon as you go to a styles group and hover over any of these options, notice Word automatically shows you the style. Okay. So in our case, we're going to choose our style that we modified earlier, and as soon as I click on it, Word automatically takes the formatting and formats the entire paragraph. So a very handy way working with styles. Though we normally maybe we don't use styles much, but I think they're very, very powerful. So get used to them, practice, create your own styles, modify them, and work with them. One more thing I want to show you here, which is we haven't seen this earlier, is under View. Okay, so under View tab, we have options to either view our document as read mode, print layout, web layout, outline, or draft. So various ways you can see the options here, and the same options are at least read, print, and web layout are also available on the bottom right corner. Okay, read, print, and web layout. The only 2 options that are not available are the outline and draft. And we'll take a look at what draft is for now, and I will show you outline in the next upcoming tutorials. What draft does, this view allows you to only see text within your document. So if you have a lot of images and tables and whatnot in a large document, it sometimes makes editing very cumbersome. So you would like to see just the text so you can edit easily. Okay. So for instance, let me insert a graphic here to demonstrate. So I'm just going to go up to my Insert tab, and I'm going to insert a picture here. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to click this one and click Insert. So just going to resize it. I notice here my options, my layout options. I can choose how my object interacts with the text around it. So I'm going to say make it square, so it shows up nicely like this. Okay. All right. So let's say we have these kind of images and bunch of images in a document, and notice how editing is sometimes it's cumbersome, right? Because half of the text is on the right side of the image, and what if the image is in the middle, and then you're trying to read across, and it just bothers. Okay. Easier way to do this. All you have to do is just go up to your view, okay, and notice our draft view that I mentioned earlier. What this view does, it simply allows you to just see the text in your document. Okay, so very powerful. So just click on draft, and boom, images are hidden, no more images, and all you see is your draft document. So I hope this helps. We looked at how to modify styles quickly, and also the wonderful option of viewing your document as draft, which makes editing easier. Let's take a short quiz. All right, lecture 19 is working more with styles. Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple of more shortcuts and tips, and very, very handy features that allow you to work with styles. So instead of going up on the styles group and trying to locate the styles, we will also work with how to create shortcuts. For example, keyboard shortcuts, and I'll demonstrate how to assign keyboard shortcuts when you're working with styles. Very helpful, especially when working with large documents with different paragraph formatting. If you know a couple of shortcuts, or you can assign shortcuts for yourself for your own specific styles, it works pretty nicely. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the Style, Manage Styles dialog box. Here I can again pick a style and modify it, or create a new style, whichever way I would like to do this. So in this case, I'm going to just create a new style, for example. I'm just going to show you this quickly. I'm going to give it a name. I can call it, let's say, my style research. Okay, I just picked the name. Okay, so I'm going to create a new style here. Use some of the formatting here. I'm just going to pick certain types of formatting. Now notice under format. Okay, before I get into the keyboard shortcuts, I want to show you this quickly where we talk about different types and styles of paragraph. Okay, I did mention this earlier, but I want to reiterate this by letting you know that the style type, I can again create a style based on if it's a table. That's pretty straightforward. You can see it in the preview. That's all right. But I want to talk about the character and linked paragraph formatting. Okay, these are the two types that when we work with creating styles, what are they and what do we mean by when we say working with character? Okay, so the style type here are basically paragraph, character, linked, table, and list. Okay, a linked style is a special case. So whenever you select a linked style, Word 2013 applies the character formatting defined in that style. Okay, so such as format, font color, for example, but not inline spacing. Okay, so the only thing it does not do is does not define the inline spacing or the style's full definition depending on what is selected in the document. So when one or more words are selected, selecting a linked style applies the style's character formatting. Okay, so that's important to remember. Okay, before I talk about the keyboard shortcuts and how to assign keyboard shortcuts to a style, let me highlight these style types here quickly one more time. I did that in previous tutorial, but I want to highlight this again. The types of styles are paragraph, character, linked, table, or list. A linked style is a special case. So, for example, when you select a linked style, Word automatically applies the character formatting defined in the style. For example, font color. What it does not do, it does not link the line spacing or the style's full definition depending on what is selected in the document. So when one or more words are selected, selecting a linked style applies the style's character formatting, and text that isn't selected is not changed and keeps the current paragraph formatting. Okay, so if you select the paragraph, for example, or place the insertion point within the paragraph, a linked style applies both the character and paragraph formatting defined in the style. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight this before I continue on with the keyboard shortcuts. All right, with that out of the way, what I did was I created a new style. I called it My Style Research. I can have it as paragraph, and here is where I can assign a keyboard shortcut key. Okay, so under Format, Shortcut Key, it's going to assign it to this style name, and I'm going to select a couple of keys on my shortcut on my keyboard to see whether they're available or not. For example, if I hold my Control key on the keyboard and Control K, notice what tells me that this is already assigned to insert hyperlink. Okay, so I don't want this. How about Control D? Well, that's also been assigned. And that's a real challenge. In Word, most of these keyboard keys are already assigned to all these shortcuts. So really, I have to say good luck to you finding the key. So I'm going to try a couple of more keys. We can also use combinations of Control Shift. So for example, Control Shift Y. There's an unassigned key, okay, that I found. So I can use the Control Shift Y and assign this keyboard shortcut to My Style Research. Similarly, you can fiddle with the keyboard and see what keys are available. Okay, so I'm going to use the Control Shift Y, and I'm going to click Assign, and click Close, and OK. All right, so I need some text here, right, to check this out. So I'm going to minimize this, open up my sample document here. Scroll down, just going to highlight this select the paragraph, paste it. Alright, so let's say I want to apply the style that I've created. Many ways I can do this. I've shown you this already. A couple of ways I can ensure that I can apply the style that I've just created. On keyboard, I can use the keyboard shortcut key, or I can use the style group. Keyboard shortcut key is Control, Shift, and S. And what that does, it brings up a dialog box that says which style do I want to apply. So my style is called My Style Research. Notice Word automatically fills it as soon as I type the letter M on my keyboard, and I can apply the style, and my style is applied. So quick way to work with applying styles and assigning a keyboard shortcut key. Now I've assigned a keyboard shortcut key, Control, Shift, and Y. So I'm going to undo this, and notice if I hit Control, Shift, and Y, my style is also applied. And again, we can do the formatting here, or depending on the style's formatting, it will apply the style. So very quick way to do this, and you can assign your own keyboard shortcut keys. The other way to apply styles is from the styles group. So you can click on pick a style, and you can say apply styles, and it brings up the same dialog box for you. So here you can apply, reapply the style, apply the style, and so forth. So I hope this helps working with styles some more, assigning keyboard shortcut keys, and working on more customization features. Let's take a short quiz. Well, lecture 20 is about applying advanced ordering and grouping. In other words, we'll take a look at how to work with master documents, and more specifically how to work with outlining. Okay, very, very powerful feature in Word 2013, and you probably don't use it on a regular basis, but I think once you get the hang of this, it'll save you a lot of time in cases where you have large sets of documents. So what is an outline? An outline is basically just a hierarchical structure that you can use to organize long documents, reports, presentations, and research papers, and so forth. In Word 2013, there are certain built-in headings and styles. For example, heading 1, 2, 3, all the way through 9. You can organize an outline using these headings. And an outline does not need to include levels for each heading style. For instance, headings are assigned to level that reflect their position in the hierarchy. So you can have main heading, you can have a subheading, and then subheadings, and so forth. So an outline view is where Word provides tools for creating, displaying, and organizing an outline. Okay. So let's take a look at how to work with the outline view, and how to create lists, how to create multi-level lists, and how to manage them. So I hope after this tutorial you become a little more proficient working with the multi-level lists and the outlining concept. How to create an outline view. Top menu, I see an option called View. Okay, I click on View. I have to go to my Views program group, and here I can see an option called Outline. Okay, so again, outlining is very, very helpful, useful. It saves you a lot of time. So once I click on Outline, I can here start building my outline for a certain document that I'm working on, or I'll show you later how to work creating multi-level lists a little later on in this tutorial. But first, starting from scratch, I'd like to show you how to work with outlining. Very powerful. So for instance, let's say you're working with a document and you want to be able to create a list, or like a bulleted list, right? We use that all the time. But this is a little more different than just a simple bullet list where you can have outline, and then again, as I mentioned earlier, subheadings, and then subheadings, and so forth. So let me demonstrate this. So for example, let's say I want to be able to create a list. I'm just going to say, okay, countries. So United States, and then I enter on my keyboard. Notice how it indents itself to the next tab. Pretty straightforward. Okay, let's start with Boston here. So my next city will be New York. Okay, so I'm just going to enter a couple more cities here, like Orlando. Okay, so I'm going to move to country 2. So when I enter now, Word asks me, all right, do you want to continue, or what do you want to do? So I'm going to be able to go to level 1. Notice in this case, I'm at level 2 heading, which is level 2. And this is my level 1, okay, the United States. The country name is level 1. So I'm at level 2. So I can either where my cursor is blinking, I can go to level 1 heading, okay, which will take me back to my level 1. Or if I undo this, I can simply use my keyboard. It'll also take me to level 1. Okay, so a couple of ways you can do it. So in this case, our country is, let's say, France, and I'm just going to say Paris is a city, and let's see, what's another city in France? Lille, L-I-L-E. Okay. Notice when I switch back to my document, or I close this outline view, in my document I simply see just a list of country and then cities, okay, without anything yet, because I've not built a multi-level list yet for this. I'm actually creating an outline. So I'm going to go back to my outline view, outline. 9 levels, up to 9 levels. You probably won't get there, but maybe level 5, 6, depending on how deep of a list you're building. Okay. But once I've built this list, I've demonstrated this how to create an outline. I can do a couple of good things here, a couple of powerful features here. Show document. Once I click on show document, what it does, it brings up another couple of options for me. For example, I can create a sub-document, or I can insert a document. So for example, in this list, go to my next line, and I go to my first level heading. Let's say I want to be able to insert a document. What this option does is inserts an existing document, a different document, okay, if you will, within this particular document. Okay, so I can browse my computer, and let's say here's my research proposal that we've been working on as a sample document. I'm just going to select this, click open. Now notice I get a message saying the styles exist in both the sub-document you're adding, which is this, the name of the document, and the master document. And the master document is the one that we're working with. Okay, so this is we're building a master document, and within this master document, we are now inserting a sub-document called HRM Research Proposal. So would you like to rename the style in the sub-document? Since this sub-document contains different styles, so Word just clarifies this, right? You want to keep the styles of the original styles of the HRM Research Proposal document, or do you wish to change them? So I'm going to say, would you like to rename the style in the sub? I'm going to say no to all. So it's just going to go ahead and enter my sub-document. So let me scroll up so we can see how it looks like. Okay, there it is. So I have my list. I've created an outline that I've shown you how to do that. And then I've also demonstrated how to insert a sub-document within this master document. If I double click, it locks it, and then it opens the document for me to view. So here's my research document, that, again, the same document that we've been working with. But it allows me to see it, and it opens up this document. Okay, so let me close this, get back to our master document. So I've just inserted a sub-document within my master. Okay, and here now I have an option. I can unlink this, which removes the sub-document, or I can lock the document. So once I lock a sub-document, so any future changes they aren't propagated to the sub-document, so it sticks to this. Okay. Similarly, I can insert a document. I can insert a new sub-document. So if I need to create another document, I can also do that, or I can create a new one, right? So I can create a new sub-document. Now notice you cannot embed a sub-document within body text. It must be embedded after a heading. Otherwise, Word does not allow you to do that. Okay, so whenever you create a sub-document, it has to be after a heading. Okay? And we have to ensure that you're expanding sub-documents. Whenever you do that, it's turned off before you use this feature. Okay. Let me close this outline view so we can actually see how it looks like. Here's again my list so far, my outline, and notice my document is appended below. Okay. Now, this is a fairly large document, about 17 pages, right? Something like this. What if you need to work with paragraphs and change the positioning of these paragraphs? Normally, you would do the cut, copy, paste operation. You will cut them from here. You go to the next place, and then you paste them, and so forth, right? What if you have 200 pages? Then it's really cumbersome. So let me go back to my outline view here. And notice how Word creates an outline for all the headings within my subdocument that I inserted. Okay, so for example, here's my first heading, here's my second paragraph, second heading, my third, and then so forth. Okay, and Word also lists each paragraph and gives it a sort of like a bullet point, right? Like an outline view. This is very, very handy. So for instance, if I, let's say if I need to move this paragraph, and I like to be able to move it as my first paragraph. So all I have to do is just click on this circle here, highlight the paragraph, and when I see my cursor change into four headed arrows, I can simply drag. So all I have to do is just drag and drop, and my paragraph is moved. Okay. So see how quick and easy it is, right? Moving paragraphs in outline view versus trying to do it in a regular large document. Okay. So very, very handy feature. We can collapse and expand these also if need be. So for example, let me scroll up here. I can collapse. Okay, let me go to my heading here. Okay, double click on my intro. I can collapse the heading. I can double click again, and it will display the text. So same thing here. Okay, in the globalization, I have a couple of subparagraphs, so it expands and collapses. And I can work with it by various levels here up on the menu bar. Again, I'm just showing you the shortcuts, a quick way to work with your outline views. Okay. And same thing with here, I can collapse the headings from outline view and so forth. Okay. So I hope this helps. This kind of tells you how to work with outline view and working with master documents and then inserting sub-documents, or you can create your own documents as well. Before I end, I want to show you also how to create multi-level lists, as I promised, right, earlier in this, before we began this tutorial. So let me go back to my outline view. Here's my list. All I have to do is pretty straightforward, really, just highlight my list, or I can just go back up on my paragraph group. Here's my multi-level list. I can select my own, or I can create my own. So first I'm going to show you how to insert a pre-built style, right? So there's a list library. I can select the one that I'm looking for. So I'm looking for 1A. I'm looking for, I inserted the current list, which will show me the first level heading as 1, second level heading as lowercase a, and then third level heading as Roman numeral I. Okay. So all I need to do is go to place my cursor next to Boston, and it will insert based on my list. It's going to use that. Same thing is going to do with New York, and I can continue this with Austin and Orlando, and same thing with Paris and then Lille. Okay. Now there's a third list also. So for example, there's a after New York, I want to be able to make sure that I have another city perhaps. I can do that. Do this. Okay, I can show you. So here's my list. I can also create my own list, okay, if I don't need to use the pre-built list that comes with Word, okay. And I can always change that to a different list if I want. If I want bulleted list, Word is going to change that for me, okay. But what if I want to create my own style? I'm not interested in some of the pre-built ones. I like to create my own list, okay. So I'm just going to open up a new document using my keyboard. Control N brings up my new document. And here I'm going to create my own list. Okay, so you go up to your multi-level list in the paragraphs group, okay, in the home tab, and here I'm going to define a new list style. Okay, so I can do a new multi-level list, or I can define a list style. So I want to be able to create my own style. So every time I have an outline or a list of things, I would like to apply that style. So click on define new list style. I'm going to say, let's say, country list style. And my first level heading is by default selected, and I can see it here. If I click on second level, Word highlights the bolds the second level and so forth. Okay. So I'm going to stick to my first level for now. I've given it a name. This is where I would like to go, so I can develop my list. So this brings up the modify multi-level dialog box. There's a more button here. I like to click this button because it'll give me additional options to see, right? So I like to be able to see all the options that I can work with. My first level heading is level 1, and again we can go from 1, 2, 3 all the way down to 9. Okay, so I'm going to stick to level 1. If I would like to link this level to a certain style, I can do that. So I can say heading 1, heading 2, and so forth. I'm just going to say normal, which is fine. And the number of formats, enter the number, and enter formatting for number, and then number style for this level. Okay, so I can either change the font if I need to, caps, bold, whatever, or I can change the number. So if I don't want this multi-level list to start with 1, I can say capital letters A, B, C. So since I'm building a country list, so why not use A for country A, and then B for country B, and so forth. Also notice the A here is highlighted, okay, and this is because it's a custom field. Okay, so you do not want to delete this. Okay, so it's like a custom field that we looked at in earlier tutorials, right? How to insert a custom field in Word. So these are all custom fields. Okay? So we want to leave that. Make sure you don't end up deleting this. Okay. So let me go to my level 2, which is again linking to my normal style here. This is going to be my city as lowercase a. I can change it to different options here, or bunch of options that Word gives me. I can even use a bullet picture if I want to. And level 3 is my normal style again, and the number style format is, I don't know, you can pick any. Say, let's stick to the Roman numeral I. Okay. So once I've identified the type of list, I've modified the list levels I want. I click OK, and Word, and click OK again, and I have a list. Okay. So I can say United States. I'm going to say, okay, so I was in Chicago for a while. So let's say Chicago, and then so I'm going to say Northbrook, and so forth. And notice if I enter, it'll take me back to my first level. Okay. Same thing with France, Paris. I've developed my own list here. Okay. Since I've created a style, notice in my styles group, I can always bring that up. I can go to manage styles, and if I would like to be able to see my country list style, and here's my country list style listed in the styles group. Okay. And we've worked enough with styles, so I'm sure you're pretty comfortable with working with style sets and styles and how to modify, create, and manage them. Okay. So I'm not going to go over the styles concepts again. My country style list that I've created, I can modify it if I want to. I can delete it, and so forth. So we took a look at how to create a master document, how to embed a subdocument, insert a subdocument within the master. We also looked at how to create an outline in the outline view, and then how to work with multi-level lists, how to create your own, how to create styles based on multi-level lists. Okay. So let's take a short quiz. Okay, in a previous tutorial, I briefly talked about master documents and outlining. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you a little bit more about master documents. Okay, so when working with master documents, you can embed, insert subdocuments, or create your own documents, and so forth. So just a refresher from my previous tutorial, but I wanted to make sure that you had this down. So let's go back to our view. That's how you get to your outline view. Okay, so I'm going to go click on the view on the menu, and then in my views group, I find outline, and here I am. Okay, so I'm going to work in this tutorial. I'll show you how to work with master documents more and more. Here's my master document group, and I can click on show document, which gives me additional options for the master document. So for instance, right now I have a blank master document here. I can create a subdocument within this master document. I can insert an existing document as a subdocument. I can merge subdocuments together. I can split a subdocument, or I can lock a document for being read-only, okay, so that no changes can be made. So a very powerful feature working with long documents, large documents, if you're working with different chapters within your research, for example, or working with lengthy work papers, white papers, or outlining, and so forth. So a powerful feature. So I'm going to show you how to work with this master document and how to insert a couple of other documents. Okay. So I'm going to insert, let's say, a subdocument here, and here's my document called the original document, sample document that we've been working with. And then I'm also going to insert again another document called the revised document. So I just select it, click open, and notice how Word inserts two subdocuments for me. Okay. If I need to create another document within this master document, I can create my own subdocument. Okay. So this is my subdocument. And list of countries. I'm just going to put some list here. Okay. States. Go to my first level heading here. And notice I've shown you how to work with headings, right? Heading here called France and so forth. And you can work with the formatting if you wish later on too. But the purpose here is to show you how to work with creating your own subdocument or inserting two documents together. So here's my document 1 and here's my document 2. If I need to select my first document that I inserted as a subdocument, what if I want to split this document? So I can split this document into two, since it's just one document content of separate documents. All content beyond the insertion point is placed into a new subdocument. So since I've selected the entire document, it in fact inserts its own self. Okay. But what if I want to insert, I want to create a subdocument based on this paragraph. So I split this. I notice how Word now splits this into two separate documents. Okay. So if I like to double click on this, Word is going to open this as a document by itself. Same thing with locking document. If I need to lock this document as read-only, says the master document needs to be saved, please save it now and try the operation again. Alright, so let's save this document here. I'm going to say computer, desktop, master document. Save it. Let's try to lock it now. So I'm going to lock this document. And notice how it's locked. And the bottom here where it tells me that the modification is not allowed because the selection is locked. Okay, so no one can change this. Can't change this anymore. Okay, unless I unlock it. All right, so I hope this helps a little bit more into working with master documents, how to collapse, how to create, insert, and work with the master document group. So very, very handy. Again, maybe a refresher from last tutorial, but I just wanted to bring this up to show you exactly how this would work. A couple of other things I want to quickly show you is working with the outlining tools. So once you're working with your documents or subdocuments, easy to navigate using the outlining tools. So for instance, I can go up or down my levels, okay, in my subdocument, and notice how Words takes this entire paragraph and I can move it up. Okay, so instead of dragging and dropping, a quick way to do it is to move up, or the keyboard shortcut key is Alt Shift up. Okay, so it moves the item up within the outline, okay, or moves it down. So a good way to work, easy way to work with large documents, you can see. The other options are I can expand a selection. So for instance, if I have this selected, I can, since there is no selection to expand, here it is. I can expand it, okay, or I can collapse it. So either way. Okay, let me go up. Notice some arrows that you see, okay, left arrow, all the way to the left, right arrow, and all the way to the right. Okay, so I'm going to select a paragraph here, and let's see what happens when I demote this particular paragraph. what happens is it goes to my level 2 heading. Okay, if I demote again, go to my level 3, and so forth. And promote is again level back up, and here. If I need to bring this level 1 is what I'm right now, or level 2 for instance. If I need to bring this paragraph back so that it looks similar to the rest of the paragraphs, I can select body text, okay, and it brings me back to this paragraph. So I hope this helped. A couple of handy tools in outlining when you're working with large documents, and then of course how to insert, create, unlink, lock, merge, and split your documents, subdocuments. So I hope this helps. Take a short quiz. In this tutorial, I'll show you how to link document elements. I'm sure you're tired of scrolling down, up within large documents, okay? And it's a real pain. I'm going to show you how to work with linking various document elements, for instance, where it's easy to navigate up and down instead of scrolling all the way down to page 172, for example, and then all the way back up to page 33, and so forth. So if you're working with large documents, this tutorial is going to be great help for you to navigate easily within the same document. So linking sections in a document is primarily we can use either bookmarks or hyperlinks. To set these up, we can use the links group on the insert tab, and I'll show you in just a moment how that's done. Okay. If you want to go one step further, we can also create a hyperlink, as I mentioned, to a bookmark, one location to the other location. So very, very powerful feature. So let's see how it's done and how we create links within sections for easy navigation. Okay, let me show you how to find where bookmarks and hyperlinks are and how to navigate in a large document easily. They're found under the Insert tab. Okay, here's my links group, and I have hyperlink and bookmark, these two options that I'd like to show you. So for instance, let me pull up my document here. Let me minimize this and open up my research proposal document here. What I'm interested in right now is creating some bookmarks, okay? And once you see, they're really, really simple. So for example, here's my title of this paper, Impact of Globalization on HRM. I have to highlight this, go up to my Insert tab, find my bookmark option, click bookmark, and it asks me to give it a name. So I'm going to say article title. Okay. Notice there's no space, so I can't have any space and I cannot have any special characters. Very important to remember. I can have one, but if I try to enter a space, for example, if I say article title proposal, notice Word does not allow me this option. So it dims the add button, so I cannot add the bookmark. As soon as I remove the space between my characters, now I can add it. So I'm going to say article title proposal as my first bookmark. And I'm going to say add. Okay, so it adds it. And next I'm going to scroll down a little bit. I'm going to say, okay, here's my introduction. So I'm going to go to my insert, bookmark, introduction. Okay. I'm going to add this. And I'm just showing you a couple of ways you can do it. So it depends on how you want to set this up. So here's my another bookmark called research problem, and so forth. You can create a bunch of bookmarks. Okay. Now, once you've created these bookmarks, the next thing I'm going to show you is how to hyperlink these or how to get to them faster. What if you have a 300-page document or a 500-page document, and you have a whole list of table of contents? So, for example, here I have a in this case, I don't have a table of contents, but we'll work with that later. I'm going to just insert introduction. Okay. And then my research problem. Okay. What was the other one? Research problem. And then the third one was framework. Did I have this? Okay. Copy this, scroll up. Okay, I'm going to say, all right, keep text only. So here's my table of contents, for example. Let's say I'd like to link my research problem with that section. So instead of trying to scroll down all the way down to my research problem here, okay, I can simply directly go to the research problem right from this table of contents. Okay. Let me make the table of contents here, table of contents, so we know. All right. So just a sample, right? Just so you can see, you get the idea. So if I need to be able to click on this research problem, part of my table of contents, and go directly to the section, it's easy. So I've defined the bookmark already. All I have to do is just create a link. Okay. So I click on the research problem or one of the table of content elements, go up to my hyperlink, which brings up the insert hyperlink dialog box. Okay. Here notice on the left side I can link this text to an existing file or web page, right? I can do that. What I'm interested in this option, place in this document. As soon as I click that, place in this document, notice all my bookmarks are now visible. Okay, so I created 3 bookmarks: article, title, proposal, introduction, research problem. Okay. So I like to work with the research problem bookmark. So select this, click OK, and now I have a hyperlink, and you can see Word automatically underlines it, changes the color, and if I hover the mouse over, it tells me how to get there. It tells me you have to hold down the control key on the keyboard, follow the link. So holding down the control key on the keyboard, notice cursor changes into a hand, which is like hyperlink. Click on it, and boom, I'm right away at the section called Development of Research Problem. So let's say once I'm down here, part of the research problem area, right? This is my heading. What if I want to go back up? Do I have to scroll all the way up in the document, or can I set up more hyperlinks or bookmarks? Well, the answer is, of course, yes. You can do that. Within each heading, you can allow for easier navigation. So, for example, let me show you this quickly. So, let's say I'm going to write here, please, or not. So, click here to go to the top. Okay. So all I have to do is just highlight the text I want to create a hyperlink to. So here in this case, the word here. I'm going to go up to my hyperlink, places in this document, let's say introduction, right? Because I'm going to go back up. Click OK, and here's my link. To test it out, hold the control key down on the keyboard, click the word here, and boom, you're at the top of the document. So hopefully you get the idea how to navigate very, very easily within large sets of documents by creating bookmarks and hyperlinks. Okay, let's take a short quiz. Lecture 23. Before we begin, just make sure that you have practiced some of the advanced formatting skills that you have gained from previous tutorials, and you're comfortable with style sets before we get into this particular section. So in this tutorial, we'll take a look at how to create indexes, table of contents in the next couple of tutorials, how to create an index, how to create a table of contents, table of authorities, and work more on outlines. So some advanced stuff, but really helpful, especially if you're working with large documents, you're finding it a little difficult time. After this tutorial, you'll feel pretty confident. The skills tested primarily for the Office Specialist Expert exam, if that's what you're intending to do, basically relate to creating advanced references, including indexes and table of contents, okay, which we will cover in the next few tutorials. Specifically, the exam will focus on some of the mechanics of creating and managing different types of reference material that you can include in the document, such as, again, indexes, contents, table of authorities, and most of the tools that you use for these tasks appear on the References tab. So on our ribbon, we will primarily focus on the References tab. Okay, let's begin with how to work with the References tab, okay? And so we'll take a look at everything that's under the reference tab. So when I click on the reference tab, notice my first group is table of contents. Then I have my footnotes group. Then this group is about Mendeley Cytomatic. Now this is, you may not have this in your Word 2013. This is something that Word installs as an add-in. So if you install another software that does citations for you for research papers, then Word would insert this. And the way to see how it's done and where Word adds it, you click on File, and then we go to Options. Okay, under File Options, there's an option on the left side called Add-ins. Okay, in the Word Options dialog box. If I click on Add-ins, Word is going to show me all of my active applications that are installed as add-ins. Okay, so here's the Mendeley 1.12.3. So that's why you see another group created in Word. Okay, and I have the ability to remove it or add more add-ins and so forth. So I'm going to cancel out of here. The next group is citations and bibliography. Same thing, and Word has this. This we can use to insert citations and so forth. Then we have our captions group, where we can insert table of figures. So again, subsequent tutorials we'll take a look at how to work with table of contents, table of authorities, and I'll show you some citations also. And then here's our index. Okay, so the index group allows us to create an index, and what an index does is simply an index at the end of the document, which lists all the text that you've selected, for example, or any entries that you mark, and then you save them with their page numbers. Okay, so just building an index. Okay, let me demonstrate how to create and use the index group and how to mark entries within your document. So let's minimize this, open up our sample document here. This is again our research proposal that we've been working with for the last tutorials. So this is our document, and we're going to mark some entries in this document and create an index. So for example, let's say I like to mark an entry called HRM. So I highlight HRM, I go up to my references tab, and in my index group, mark entry. So let's say I like to use this HRM as my index entry. Shortcut way to open up or mark an entry is Alt-Shift-X, okay, on your keyboard. Once you get comfortable working with creating entries, then this may be handy shortcut. Alright, so I click on mark index entry. I'm going to move this in the middle here. Word automatically displays the selected name highlighted since I had selected HRM. So Word automatically displays the name. I can also add a sub-entry. So this can be anything that relates to the HRM, which is the, let's say, the department. And options, I can cross-reference this entry if I would like. I can find entries or mark entries in the current page that I'm on, which is this page, page 2, or I can mark them all by the name of HRM, or I can give it a page range. So if I give it a page range, then I need to make sure that I have some bookmarks. Okay, and remember in the last tutorial I showed you how to create bookmarks and hyperlinks. So you have to have some bookmarks already in place before you can associate these bookmarks with your main index entries. So I'm going to say, let's say the current page, and I'm going to say mark all. So mark all would mark all the HRM entries in the document. Okay, so not just the page itself, but just the document, the entire document. So let's mark it all. So I'm going to mark all here and close this. Okay, so notice what Word does. It inserts a field, it inserts some text. Okay, this is a field. And all index entries start with the letter XE. Okay, and inside these parentheses you see HRM and then a sub-entry department. The sub-entries are differentiated by the colon, okay, that you see between HRM and department. Okay, so the colon basically identifies the sub-entries, and we can create more sub-entries if we like. We can work directly off of this here, or we can create the mark entry again and then work off of there. So it just depends. So if you need a sub-entry, HRM, colon, department, colon, say Chicago, where the department is, you can also create some sub entries. Okay, and same thing, my next entry is here, HRM. Word automatically picks it up and creates it. Okay, so similarly we can also create additional entries. So for example, if we need to create an entry regarding global, okay, so global, highlight global, click on mark entry. I would not like a sub entry for this, mark all. I can also make it bold and italic, so if I like this entry to be bold, I can do that, say mark all, and so forth. So I can continue marking entries in Word before I start creating my index. Okay, so all I'm doing right now is just identifying the entries that I would like to be placed in my index that I'm going to create. Okay, let's see, is there another one that I'd like to choose? I'm just scrolling down in my document, and notice as I scroll down, you can see all these entries identified. Now notice the reason why you see these entries, index entries here within your document, is because you have the show hide option switched on. Okay, you can go to home and unhide or hide these, so you would not be able to see the index entries. Okay? So if I click on hide, I can do that. Okay? Keyboard shortcut is Control Shift and the number 8 on your keyboard. You can do that too. So Control key, Shift key, hold down the Control and Shift key together, and then press number 8 on your keyboard, and it does the trick for you. Okay. All right. So once I'm done, marked a couple of entries within my document. If there are more entries, you can mark them the same way. So for example, I like to mark. Let's see. I'm trying to find an entry that has multiple things. So let's say a business. I'm going to mark the entry called business. I'm just going to highlight business here. Go up to my references tab and under mark entry, and I'm going to mark them all. Okay. All right. So now it's time to create an index. So I go to the bottom of a document, and remember, the easiest and quickest way to get to the end of the document is using a shortcut. Is Control and End on your keyboard. So it does for you. So I'm just going to insert a couple of lines. Type a heading, my index, and bold. So you place your cursor wherever you want the index to be, and go back to your index group on the ribbon, and there's an option called Insert Index. So as soon as I click Insert Index, a dialog box comes up which shows me what kind of index I'm going to be inserting right now. I can either have an index which is indented or run in. Number of columns that I want, I can go up to 4 columns, or I can have it auto. The language, right align page numbers. If I'm creating an index with page numbers, I can do that. It's dimmed for right now. And then the format too, whether it's classy or whether it's fancy or modern, or depending on how I want this. Okay, so it just depends on the type of template that I want, or if I don't want one, I can go away without using one. Okay, we'll come back to these two options here, AutoMark, and I'm going to show you in the next tutorial how to work with AutoMark. A very, very powerful feature. But just for right now, for simple index, once you've marked your entries, insert index, for example, dialog box, you select the type of index you want, and you click OK, and Word creates an index for you based on the template that you've selected. So notice, since I've selected this template, let me unhide this, okay, so it's easier to see, and it creates an index. So all the B words, the G words, and the H, and notice under HRM I had a sub entry, department, right? So it highlights, it shows me the department, and these are all the page numbers that this word appears on. Okay, so I've shown you how to create an index, so practice it, play with it, so you get more comfortable with creating indexes within your document. And of course, just a short tip, you can always link any text using hyperlinks that we saw in the earlier example. Okay, so practice, and let's take a short quiz. In this lecture tutorial, I'll show you how to create AutoMark entries using the index group. In the previous tutorial, we looked at how to mark entries and inserting a simple index. Here, we're going to take a step further by looking at the auto mark feature. Very powerful, especially when you're working with large documents, or you can save your document as an external text file and then import it as part of your index entries. So very, very handy, and I'll show you how to do this. So let me go ahead and open up my document here that we'll be working with. And let's see if I can find entries which I'd like to mark. So I'm going to say HRM, go up to my References tab, click on Mark Entry, and I'm going to mark it all. Maybe you want to say HRM Department as a sub-entry, and make it italic, mark them all. Same thing, I'm going to pick up another couple of things here. I'm going to say Business, Mark Entry, and mark it all. And I'm going to pick, get that out of the way for now, and a couple other words here. Let's see, what am I looking for? Just a word, so I'm just going to pick some random words here, right? So just to show you an example of how to mark them. Okay, but this becomes really cumbersome, right? So you have to look at each of these, go through your document and try to find entries and mark them. What if you already have a list that you have developed that relate to this document, and you want to mark it automatically? Let's see how we can do this. So this we've done in the last tutorial, marking entries, and go to the bottom of the page and create an index. And let me just show you. Go to Control End, takes me to the bottom of the page, and here I can go up to my Insert Index, and let's say if I just would like to insert a standard index, I'm going to say OK, and it's going to index for me. Okay, no big deal. We've seen this before. Okay, what I want to show you is how to do the auto mark. So what Word can do is, if you have entries lying in a separate document, Word would automatically mark them, all the entries that you have already in a certain document, and take those entries, relate them to this particular document, and do the marking for you. Okay, so if you have a large document, then this may be very, very handy for you to work with. Okay, let me show you how that's done. So let's create a new document here, and I'm going to just list my entries here. So I'm going to say global, let's say I want to say HRM, and I'm building this list as I'm going along, right, that relate to my document that I'm working with. Management, economic, and so forth. So it depends on the number of entries. So I'm just going to, for the sake of an example, I'll just list 4 entries, and you can have 50, 100, or depending on the length of your paper and your index. So once you have these entries predefined in a different document, you have to make sure you save this document as a text file. So it would not be as a Word document, it will be as a text file. So I'm going to save it on my computer, on my desktop, and I'm going to pick the Save As type and plain text. I'm going to say index entries and save. Note it asks me whether I would like to convert, because some of these fonts, some of these characters, Word wants to make sure that saving as a text file will cause all formatting to be lost, because text file just means plain text. Okay, so yes, I don't want any formatting. I'm in fact creating just a text file, and Word now saves it as an indexentries.txt file extension. So let me close this. I'm back to my document here. Okay, go up here. Let me undo this document here so that we don't have any indexes here. Okay. So back to square one. I'm going to go to this show hide for now. So here's your document. Okay, here's again back to our original document. Now let's say I would like to create an index. So go back to the end, and I'm going to say my index, and this is where I would like the index to be created. So insert index, and here's my automark feature, right? So I can, when I click on automark, Word is going to say, okay, where's that file? Okay, I'm searching for this file that you already have stored somewhere, which contains all the entries. Now notice I don't see it here because I have to make sure that I select the right type, which is the text file, and on my desktop, this is exactly where I saved it. Here's my file. So I select this file, click open, and Word automatically selects all the entries. Like for example, right here you see HRM, one of the entries that I had in my text file. The other one was management, okay, and so forth. So there are a bunch of other entries. If I scroll up to the document, here's again, you can see the HRM entry. That was one of the text here, and here's another one on page 2. Here's another one, page 3, another one, and so forth. Okay, so Word is going to pick and create an index for it. So once it marks all these entries, I can go back to my insert index and then just simply say OK, and boom, here are my entries. Okay, so I have the word economic on page 6, HRM on all these pages, and then management here. Very easy to just edit the font. You can use either the styles. Okay, you go back to home. If you have styles created for your index entries, you can create and choose any of these styles, and it will apply this particular style to this index. That's one way, and we've seen how to create styles. The other way is just pick like Format Painter, and I want to see all my entries within the same as text, and I show hide, and it shows me my entries. Okay, so it just depends. You can do the formatting, and that's no big deal. Okay, so in this tutorial, I've demonstrated how to create a text file that contains all the entries, how to import that text file into your Word document to mark all these entries, and then simply create an index. So practice, and let's take a short quiz to reinforce some of the learning concepts here. In this tutorial, I will show you how to create a table of contents. So you have been working with your research paper or a large document which contains lots of headings and subheadings and sections and so forth. I'll show you, demonstrate how to take all these headings and then create a table of content within Word 2013. A couple of ways we can do this. We can use built-in table of contents, or we can create our own table of contents. So let's take a look at how to create table of contents in Word 2013. The References tab contains the table of contents group. Okay, so once I click on References, on the left side, my first group on the left is table of contents, and here I can insert table of contents, which is again built-in table of contents. First couple of options, or I can create a manual table of contents list. I can download from office.com some templates of table of contents, set custom table of contents, or remove them. And notice the last option, though it's dimmed out, because right now I don't have any table of contents created. If I had a table of contents, then I could simply save it as a building block, right? So you save selection table of contents gallery, so I can reuse the same style for my future research papers. The other option is add text. Here I can add various text to the table of contents, or I can say do not show in table of contents if I need to, or I can update the table. Once I have created a table of contents, I can update the table of contents. For example, if I made changes to the headings or the subheadings, I need to update the table. So Word will automatically update the table of contents, as opposed to doing things manually, which will consume a lot of time. So let me demonstrate how it's done. To create a table of contents, first we define the headings, right? So we need to define our headings as what style of headings do we want. So for example, my first heading in this paper is Introduction. I need to go back to my Home tab, and under Styles, I need to say, well, use heading 1 style for my first heading. Okay, and you can use heading 1, heading 2, or heading 3. I scroll down to my next heading, simply highlight, and tell Word that I want heading 1 for my next heading. I continue on for the rest of my headings, okay, whichever I have for my within my research paper, okay, because I'm going to tell Word later on that, hey, use these headings and create a table of content. Okay, so I'm just defining these styles as heading 1, and I'm going to use references here as my heading also. Okay, All right, so I've defined all these headings. Okay, so let's get back up here and place the insertion point where I want the table of contents to be. So I'm going to insert a few lines. Oops. Okay, this is where I want, and maybe I don't want 24. I want a regular table of contents. Okay, so once I've identified the styles as heading 1 for all my headings, which is again done in the Home tab and in my Styles group. Once I'm done with that, I place the cursor or the insertion point where I want the table of contents to be. I have to go back up to my References tab, and under Table of Contents, I simply select the table type. So I'm going to say, okay, well, insert this type. And notice the difference between the two is that the automatic table 1 contents label context that includes all text formatted with headings 1 and 3 styles, and the same thing label table of contents that includes all text formatting with 1 and 3 styles. So this is essentially pretty much the same. The only difference is that this says table of contents and this is just contents. Or you can create your own manual table of contents as well. All right, so I'm going to select my automatic table 2, and as soon as I do this, it's going to create a table of contents for me. I can format this the way I want it. I can update it. Notice as soon as I click anywhere within the table of contents where it tells me, hey, do you want to update the table? And if I update now, nothing's going to happen for now because I didn't make any changes. But just to show you, once I click on Update Table, it gives me the Update Table of Contents dialog box. And this is where I can say, okay, update page numbers only or update the entire table. Okay. So even if I say okay, it's essentially the same. All right, let's say if I want a subheading. So after introduction, I like to create a subheading which is going to say Global HRM Challenges. Okay. And let me continue on and update the table. I can right click anywhere on the table, click update field, or I can use this. Same thing. And update our entire table. And notice what happens. Okay. What it does, it creates another heading, level 1, which is Global HRM Challenges, which is right here. Okay. And the reason why it used heading 1 is because this style, Global HRM Challenges, is also same as introduction level heading. What happens if I define this Global HRM Challenges to be a heading 2? Okay, so I select Global HRM Challenges. I go back up to my Home tab so I can see my styles gallery. And here's my heading 2. So I apply heading 2 style to this. I'm also going to do some formatting here. Okay. And let's go back to our References tab. So you can see a table of contents. Now if I right click or just update table from here, update table, and notice Word tabs it a little bit, okay? Which essentially means that, hey, this is my main heading is introduction, and then heading 2 is Global HRM Challenges. And of course I can format any which way I want. If I need to change some formatting text, for example, if I make it bold, using my keyboard, I can say Control B, which is bold, and Control I for italic. Notice my table does not change. I have to update the table. So as soon as I update the table, entire table, boom. So very, very efficient way to working with table of contents. You can work with them, you can edit them, you can update the table, and of course you can create many links to your document back and forth. So if you have large documents that you work with, very, very easy way to use. And of course you can always select the table and then save it as a building block, or change styles. You can create your own style sets or styles for this table of contents, so you can have the same formatting or the requirement based on the requirements that you have. So I've demonstrated how to create or insert a table of contents. If you need to create a manual table of contents, you follow the same process. Okay, so there's no difference. Okay, you just create the headings, you define the headings, you insert the headings into your table of contents, and you define the styles. Let me also demonstrate how to create a table of contents manually. So we have seen the built-in table of contents within Word 2013. What if you were to create your own table of contents based on the headings that you have and you wish not to use some of the built-in templates? To do this, we do exactly the same process. So let me run this again. You highlight, you go to our home tab, and let's say this is our heading 1. And I'm just going to do the same for my headings, just like I did earlier. Okay. And this is a good practice also, so you can see it one more time how to create table of contents, but at the end you'll be able to see how to create manual table of contents and how to work with additional headings so that it's easier to identify based on various headings. Okay, so my primary headings are all heading 1. This is how I've set this up to be. Scroll up here to my introduction. So once I've done this, I'm going to place my insertion point. Oops, go down here where I want my table of contents to be, and I'm going to use again the size 12. Okay, to do this, go to my References tab, okay, and that's where my table of contents are. And notice in this instance, I'm not going to use the built-in templates. Okay, I'm going to use an option called Custom Table of Contents. So I select this. Word automatically shows me the preview. I can have the option to say use hyperlinks instead of page numbers so that it's easier to navigate. I can say show page numbers or not show page numbers next to my headings. If I choose to show page numbers, I can define it the way I want. I can select a template. Okay, so distinctive, fancy, modern, okay, formal, or I want something simple. Okay, so let's hit formal here for now. I can choose the type of lines that I want and what automatically shows me in the preview. I can right align the page numbers or have it right next to the headings. Okay, you see that. And my levels are up to 5. So notice how my heading level changes as I change the levels on show. So if I insert, for instance, under my heading 1, which is introduction in this instant case, if I insert a subheading, that would be level heading 2, and then a subheading would be a level heading 3, 4, and so forth. Okay, so I'm going to say, all right, well, show up to level 5. It's fine. I can click on Options. This option dialog box is pretty nice because it allows me to actually see. If I scroll down in available styles, notice how I see my heading 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And let me put this aside here so you can see. And in this instance also, when I'm creating table of contents manually, I have 5 heading options. What if I want more? I can certainly say, okay, well, give me heading 6 also. So it just depends on how many level of headings you have or you want like to create for your table of contents. Okay, so this is where you can edit the available heading styles. Okay. So I click OK on my options and notice where it shows me the heading 6 also automatically because I've selected it. So once I'm done creating my table of contents the way I want them to be, I click OK, and boom, Word inserts a table of content for me. And here, notice it's a manual table of contents inserted, and I can always click on, since I've had it set it up to be web links, so I can click on the control key on my keyboard and then follow link. It'll take me to the framework and research objective. And here I can create another link which takes me back. Remember in our earlier tutorial, you can create a bookmark and a hyperlink, so it takes you from this page, this particular section or heading, to your table of contents. So I can do the same for any of these. So we've also seen how to create a manual table of contents. Let's take a short quiz now. In this tutorial, I will show you how to create a table of figures. In the previous tutorial, you've seen how we can create a table of contents, right, automatically and manually. So if you have a bunch of pictures in your document, in your research proposal, or your research paper, or article that you're writing, or blog that you're writing, it's much easier to work with table of figures instead of manually trying to insert a subheading for a specific image or picture. Okay, so let me demonstrate this to you right now. This is our sample document open. I've already opened it. Okay, and same headings, same everything, just like in previous tutorials. What I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a few pictures, and I will demonstrate along the way how to create a table of figures at the end. Okay, so let's say, for instance, I like to insert a picture here right after introduction. I like a nice image here to show the introduction. Straightforward. I just go up to my insert tab, and in my illustrations group, insert pictures. Okay, here are some sample pictures that I have. So how about hey, I like this cat. Okay, so let's insert this cat here. Make it smaller. Okay. And work with some of the options of the picture itself, how to place the picture, how to change the picture. I can do that. And again, this is pretty straightforward when you're working with it. Okay. So once I've inserted the picture, do this. I can position the picture wherever I want, the way I want it to be. So let's do this, and again, Word 13 automatically does it, or you can manually do it from your editing page. When you double click on the picture, it brings up the formatting tab, and here you can format the picture however you want. Play with it. It just depends on what type of picture style you want in your Word. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's see which one looks much better. How about this? All right, so I've inserted a picture, nice picture in my introduction tab. What if I want to label this picture, right? What is this picture all about? What is this figure? What do I want to call it? How do I work with it? Okay, so notice there's no space here on the bottom, so I cannot really label this. Okay, and then eventually create a list of all the pictures. What if I have over 50 pictures in my research proposal or document or my article? How would I sequentially keep track of that? Okay? And that's exactly what I'm going to show you now. So first, we insert a picture. Once you've inserted the picture, let's go to our References tab. And notice I'm interested in this Captions group, okay, where it says Insert Table of Figures, okay, and Insert Caption. Now, obviously, we have to insert captions first before we insert Table of Figures. So first, when we insert a caption, it basically labels our picture. So once you've added a caption, you can reference your object anywhere in your document by inserting a cross-reference. So I can jump from picture to picture or reference this picture at later points in later areas within my document. All right, so here's my picture. I select the picture, click Insert Caption, and Word automatically pops up a dialog box, caption dialog box, and it fills up with this custom field, which is Figure 1. Okay, I can label, change labels. Okay, I can say Shape 1, I can say Equation 1, Table 1, Figure 1, and so forth. Or I can create my own new labels, okay, whichever I want. I can also number it. So if I don't want Figure 1, if I want Figure A, Figure Roman numeral I, okay, I can do that. Okay. If I'm working with different chapters, working on my thesis or dissertation or a long document, different chapters, I can specify chapter starts with style heading 1 and use a separator as well, depending on the type what I want. Okay. So in this example, I'll just pick format 1, 2, 3, which is fine. Figure 1. Notice the auto caption button here. This is very handy, especially when you're using many images within your document. So Word is going to automatically keeps numbering those. Okay, so for example, I've checked this up to be a bitmap image since I've inserted an image. So once I check this box and click OK, Word is going to automatically insert Figure 1, and then my next picture is going to be Figure 2, and then the following image would be Figure 3, and so on. Okay, so you don't have to manually enter the numbers. Okay, that's all this does. So once I've specified, I click OK, and you see that Figure 1 is now inserted under my picture because I wanted it below. I can have it on the top as well. Okay? And that was one of the options. So once I've inserted the picture, notice Word brings up its own text box. If I wish, I can group these two together so they stick together, or I can leave it as it is. It depends. So to grouping is very easy. You just select this text box, which is figure 1, hold the control key on the keyboard and select the picture. Notice how it highlights both of them. You right click anywhere within the picture frame, and then you say group. Okay? So you group them. So notice this entire picture, including the table of contents, is part of one group. So if I move it anywhere, the figure 1 also moves it. So just a quick tip I wanted to show you. Alright, so here's my first picture. Let me go down to my next heading. Here I like to insert another picture, so I go back to my insert menu and I'm looking for my picture. Okay, insert picture, same thing. This time I'm going to insert a nice sunflower here. Alright, so fix the wrapping here. Wrapping, okay. Up here. Okay, here's my picture. So notice if I double click, it brings up the formatting tools. If I click once, it does the same thing. So double click means editing. If you click once, Word brings up the editing tools. Okay. So picture frame, symmetry. Go back up to my references tab and insert a caption. And notice this time when I insert a picture, Word automatically says figure 2. Okay, because that's auto captioning. Click OK. Scroll down to my third heading. Do the same exercise again. Insert picture. How about a nice bicycle here with text wrapping. Do some quick formatting here with my picture. Okay. And I'm going to apply the same style. Okay, there it is. Go back up to my references tab and insert a caption. Okay. So you get the idea, right? So this way, within your document, you can insert as many pictures as you want, wherever you want them, and you can start inserting captions. But once you're done with your pictures, go back up to wherever you want your table of figures to be. So let's say I wish to insert the table of figures right above my introduction. So you place the insertion point wherever you want the table of figures to be, and go back up to your under references tab and captions group. This time we are going to use insert table of figures. Okay, and the reason why, because we're done with the insert caption, right? So we have inserted captions figure 1, 2, 3, and so on all these images. Once you're done, you go back up to wherever you want the table of figures to be, to place them, and click on Insert Table of Figures on the Captions group on the ribbon. Once I do this, Word brings up a dialog box, Table of Figures, and it asks me and shows me a preview of what my table of figures is going to look like. Okay. So for instance, if I would like to show page numbers, it's going to display the page numbers. If I wish to use the hyperlinks instead of page numbers, in this example, I'm not going to use hyperlinks because I used it earlier in the previous tutorial. Show page numbers, that's fine. I'm going to pick a template, formal, same template that we picked earlier, so we keep our symmetry together. And tab header, I think this is what we used earlier. And notice how, once I make the changes, how Word shows me the preview. Okay? So this is what, on the right side, this is what it's going to look like on the web. Okay? So if you were to publish this document on your website or on your blog, this is what it's going to look like. Okay? And if I use hyperlinks, this is what it's going to look like. Okay? On the left side, this is how it's going to look like on my within my document. I have a couple of options here. Simply build table of figures from balloon text, my style. So again, if I have a preset style made for my table of figures, I can use that. I can pick that, okay, from the styles. If not, Word would default to whichever that is. Okay. All right, so once I'm done configuring the options, I click OK, and Word automatically creates the table of figures for me. So give this a heading, table of figures. Okay. Remove this extra line, and here we are. Okay. This way, it's now going to update automatically. So for instance, we have 3 figures, right? Figure 1, figure 2, figure 3. Let me scroll down, okay, a couple of pages down here, my next heading, and I'm going to show you something. So here, for example, I just remembered that I'm going to insert another picture. So do the same exercise again, insert, and then go to picture. How about this circle of stairs here? Okay, do some quick formatting. Down here. Notice how comfortably you can move and work with Word 13. It's really nice. Okay, do some quick formatting here. Okay, this style that we used. And once I've selected my picture, go back up to References tab and insert a caption. And notice Word again automatically pulls up and says, hey, it's figure number 4. So not to worry. Click OK, and here's my figure 4. And let me go back up to my table of figures here. Notice, even though I have 4 images, but the table of figures only displays figure 1, 2, and 3. Why is that? You know this, right? Because we have to update the table, remember? This is the table of figures, and we update it. And the way we update is a couple of ways. First, you can use your keyboard, hit F9, and boom, you're going to have C updates. Or you can right-click anywhere within the table of figures and update field. So your choice. As soon as I do this, it asks me, do I want to update page numbers only or update the entire table, which is what I want. Click OK, and boom, figure 4 is on page 6. Okay, so powerful way of inserting table of figures, working with figures, and notice if I change something, the table is going to update. All I have to do is just hit F9 on my keyboard or update the table. Let's take a short quiz. Citations are important, right? So if you're working with, let's say you're writing a blog article or a standard article for a research article, you want to be able to cite your sources. And once you cite your sources based on certain styles like APA6 style or MLA or Chicago or Harvard, you want to be able to cite those sources correctly and then list them at the bottom. So in this tutorial, we'll take a look at how we create and mark citations and work with those tables. And under my References tab, on my far right side on the ribbon, so this is what we're going to be working with, how to marking a citation and how to insert table of authorities. Very similar process as marking entry and then inserting an index. Very similar process to inserting a caption, inserting a table of figures. So it follows the same sequence. You insert a caption, insert a table of figures, and then you identify, mark your entries, and then you insert indexes. Same thing, you mark your citations, and then you insert a table of authorities. Okay, so that's the concept here. So let's scroll down to our document. Control End brings me to the bottom of my document. Let me get to my first citation here. Obviously, if you were to do this and if you were to write 30 citations, that's going to take you a long time. Okay, and then you have to make sure that these are formatted correctly also. All right, let's see how we can create a table of authority based on my references or various citations here. Same process. I want to be able to highlight my citation, go back up to my reference under my References tab on the right side, table of authorities, and mark the citations, which brings up a dialog box, mark citation dialog box, and shows me my selected text. And again, I can change these categories. These are just built-in category. I can assign my own category if I want. So for example, if this citation that I've selected to be marked is a case or it belongs to a statute, other authorities, regulations, constitutional provisions, and so forth. The first 7 are built-in, and then from 8 to 16 I can define my own categories. Okay, so if it's a citation that belongs to a book, for example, or to a different blog, on a certain website, I can create my own category and simply click on category, which brings up this, and I can either replace one of these, or I can say, hey, I want a blog article reference. So I click OK. And notice in my drop down I would have this option. Oops, I didn't replace that, did I? I didn't save it. Okay, so let's do this again. So click on category. Okay, that's it, blog article, and notice I have to say replace. Okay, last time I simply said okay, and the word says, well, all right, well, just by saying okay is not going to replace it. So that's why we have this replace button. So this time I replace the number 8 with the blog article, so make sure you hit replace and then you click OK. So this time I will have an option called blog article. Okay, so if I'm referencing this citation as within a blog article category, I can categorize accordingly. Okay, so it just depends on how you want to work with your citations. So once you have selected this, I click, all right, I want to go to my next citation now. Okay, so I've marked this entry. I'd like to go to my next citation, so I'm going to highlight my next citation, and if I just click within this area, Word automatically says, oh, here's the text you want to mark. Yes, I'd like to mark this. Click mark, and Word marks this, and it shows me that, let me bring this down so you can see that this text is marked. Okay, and the reason I know, because of these curly parentheses, right? This is how it marks it. And notice I forgot to mark my first text, so I'm going to go back up, click anywhere in the selected area, and says mark, and now my first citation is also marked. So we'll continue this. I'm going to mark a few more citations. So I'm just going to select this and click here anywhere on the screen, on the area, selected area, and click mark. Do the same thing with my 4th citation. Highlight first, click anywhere in the selected area, click mark. I can always use mark all, right? So I highlight all my citations and say mark all, and Word is going to mark it. All right, one more citation I'd like to mark. Let me get this out of the way here. Citation number 5, area, and mark. And click close once I'm done. Okay. And notice the reason why I see these entries within curly parentheses, I've mentioned this earlier, but just to reiterate, reinforce, this is just show hide. Okay, remember? And you remember the shortcut key on the keyboard? Control, Shift, and number 8. Okay, so Word hides my table of authorities, my marking citations. I could do this from my Home tab also. Go to my paragraph group and show hide, and now Word shows me my citation. So again, whether you use the keyboard, fair enough, you can use it. It's much faster. You can also use it from your ribbon area. Okay, so I've marked these 5 citations. I'd like to now create a table of authorities. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down to my bottom of a document somewhere, find some empty space. Well, how about if I bring a new page here so it's easier to see. So this is where I would like to insert my table of authorities. Once I've placed my insertion point, I go back up to my References tab, all the way to the right under Table of Authorities group. And notice this option, which is on the far top right side, Insert Table of Authorities. So I simply click on this. Brings up a dialog box which says, okay, how do you want this? How do you want your table of authorities to look like? And Word shows me on my left side the print preview. I can use this pass-on feature, which is simply if I would like to elaborate or insert, use certain numbers, as you see changes in the preview. Or if I don't want it, which is fine, I would not want this to be, keep original formatting, which is Word is going to keep that. Or I can use similar options that I've been using in the past. So I'm going to say none. I'm going to use a simple format in my table of authorities. Here are my categories. I can select my categories if I want to display all my categories, so I can use my citations. And once I've set up my settings here, click OK, and notice how Word inserts the table of authorities for me. So very powerful. This way, if something happens, if I cite something, I make changes, Word automatically updates the table for me. Now, there are third-party softwares available which can do these citations for you, which are very, very powerful, and I use them also. So you can use Word, which works equally good, but if you're using more advanced features or you want some more customizations, you may want to use some third-party software as well, just like I use this Mendeley. I use Mendeley, for example, for my citations, and these are all add-ins, and I've shown you how to get to your add-ins, right? Go to your file, options, and I'm going to show you this quickly. Add-ins, and here are my add-ins. Okay, so I'm using a couple of these add-ins like Mendeley, for example, so that it helps me with this citation. So again, third party, or you can use Word, equally good, and it helps you with creating a table of authorities. Okay, so we've seen in this tutorial how to mark your citations. First, you have to write them the way you want it to be in a certain format, and then how to create a table of authorities based on your citations. Let's take a short quiz. In this lecture, I'll show you how to work on 3 different things. First, we'll take a look at how to work with cross-referencing our text, figures, tables within our document. Secondly, we'll take a look at how to work with footnotes and endnotes while working with large documents or your research paper. And third, we'll also take a look at how to insert citations and create a bibliography. Very, very important, especially when you're working with your large research documents or your article or your research paper. These 3 techniques will help you long ways. Okay, so let me begin. Here we have our document open, which is a sample, again, document, PhD research proposal. We've been working with this document for quite some time now, so by now you're probably familiar with this already. All right, so in our references tab up on the ribbon, okay, we have to find the captions group, and within captions there's an option called cross-reference. Okay, so cross-reference works very similar to like hyperlinking, and it's really, really simple and easy to use, and yet very, very effective. Okay, so for instance, down in my text here, at the end of the last paragraph or anywhere here, I like to be able to say, for more details, see. All right, okay, so here is where I would like to create a cross-reference to another figure in my document. Now, if my document is 100 pages, I don't know where that figure is, right? Although I have created figures with captions, auto captions, and we've learned this in the last few tutorials, right? So I have a bunch of figures in my document. I don't know where these figures are. The only thing I know that yes, when I created these figures, I used the auto caption option or inserting captions with my figures. So each figure contains a caption. So I want to say, I want to create a cross-reference. So all I have to do is just say, for more details, see. Okay, once I'm here and my cursor is blinking, I go up to my captions group on the ribbon. And this is under, again, the references tab. And I click on cross-reference. Notice that as soon as I click on cross-reference, Word says, okay, well, for which caption do you want to create a reference to? Whether it's figure 1 or figure 2. Well, I want to use figure 2. If I had more figures within my document, more images, right, or figures or tables or anything else, it would show. But my reference type here is figure. I can also select a table. This list is going to show. Right now I just have one table. So let's say I want to link this to table 1, and I'm going to use it as insert as hyperlink, and click insert, close, and Word inserts a field for me. And notice when I take my cursor on top of this field, it says use your keyboard. I'm using your control key on the keyboard, plus click will take you to that table. So let me demonstrate that. So as soon as you hold the control key on the keyboard, notice the cursor changes with a hand. So you click once, and now you're at table 1. Okay, so this is my table. You get the idea. We can create cross-references anywhere with any text, with any image, with any figures within your document. Very, very easy to navigate and tell the user or the reader know that what are you cross-referencing. Okay, so fairly simple. Okay. All right, next let's take a look at how to work with footnotes. Okay, so I'm interested in this group called footnotes, which is again under the references tab. Everything that we're doing for the last few tutorials is under the References tab, right? So in the Footnotes group, I can create or add some footnote. Okay, a footnote is simply a text on my margin, on my footer here at the end of the page, letting me know that I'm going to cite something, I'm going to reference something. Okay, so for example, anywhere in your document, I'm just going to demonstrate creating a footer here. Okay, so let's say I'm reading this, the approaches to HRM here, right here. The approaches to HRM, which are laid out in an organization's corporate policy, are starkly different in various markets when they begin to globalize. Okay, so I want to cite this. I want to create a footnote here. The first thing is I need to make sure that place my insertion point where I want this footnote to be, and simply go up to my footnotes group on the ribbon here and click insert footnote. And what it does, it would add a footnote at the bottom of the page. Okay, so I'm going to say insert a footnote, and here's my footnote, and I can say author Taylor John 2001. And of course I can format it, I can use styles, right? We've done with that before. Okay, so this is how you would start creating footnotes. And notice on my where I created the footnote, Word places a little number 1. Okay, saying this is my first footnote, so it uses the number 1. And when I hover over this footnote, it actually in fact shows me who this footnote belongs to, or what's in this footnote. If I double click on it, it'll take me to the footnote again. Okay? So you can create footnotes, you can continue creating footnotes. If I add another footnote, for example, let's say I want to add it right here after the word professionals. Just make sure my insertion point is at the end of the word. Click insert footnote, and notice Word automatically uses the number 2 as my second footnote. So in this case, I'm going to use Collins 2002. Okay, so I'm just making this up, right? You can have to make sure what citations you're using, what type of note you're using, what type of style, and we'll get to the bibliography and citations a little later also. Okay. All right. So once you've created these footnotes, you can take a look at how to show notes. I want to show you some options working with footnotes. So if you click on the bottom right hand corner of the footnotes group, notice the footnote and end note dialog box pops up. A footnote is obviously straightforward. It places a footnote at the end of the page. An end note places at the end of the document, and which is right here. Okay, end notes at the end of the document, and footnotes at the bottom of the page or below the text. So I have two options within my footnotes. I can convert all my footnotes to endnotes, or convert endnotes to footnotes and swap them if I like. Okay, so Word gives me these options as well. I can match the section layout, columns, 1 column, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and depending upon my formatting structure, I can use the number format for my footnotes, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, or whichever ones you want to pick. I can create a custom mark using the symbol, or I can have it start by 1, so it'll be my first footnote, or I can start it with 2. The numbering can be continuous, or it will restart after each section. Again, these are all options that I can set up before I start inserting footnotes or endnotes. And the changes can be applied to the whole document or the page once I am there. All right, so I've shown you these options. I've shown you how to insert footnotes. Fairly straightforward, nothing complicated here. And for endnote, if I need to create an endnote, I'll just click on endnote, and it'll take me to the bottom of the page, okay, at the end of the page, which is page 15. So here I can use the endnote. Okay? So I can say Doug, 2003. So it just depends on how you want to create endnotes or footnotes. Okay? And show notes simply takes me from one footnote to the other, and I can work off of there. So double click on it, it'll take me to there. So just switching from one to the other. All right, the last thing I want to show you is working with the citations and bibliography group, which is again under the reference tab. And we'll take a look at how we can create these citations. Notice in this document, let me go to my first citation here, reference here. Notice I've created some references here, okay? And these have to be, first of all, based on certain style, okay? What do I mean by style? Style is simply the citation style that you wish to choose, or your college, university, or your employer, or whatever tells you to use a certain style, okay, of citing references. And these styles are either APA, which is the American Psychological Association style. The current is 6th edition, or I can use the Chicago style, and so forth. The IEEE style is common, and then the MLA is also pretty common. Okay, so depending upon the style that you want to use, Word gives you all these options to pick the style of citations. The popular one, I guess, is APA style, 6th edition. Majority of the time, most of the time we use this, or you'll end up using Chicago or MLA. So you have to be able to know these styles and the way they are formatted. Each style is formatted to their own specific requirements. So we'll see how we can create these citations. All right, so create a citation. First, we need to tell Word, hey, I need to insert a citation based on wherever I want to insert. So for example, in my text here in my paper, I like to insert a citation at the end of paragraph, and I'm going to say insert citation and add new source. So once I click on add new source, Word asks me what type of source am I going to be citing. Is it going to be a journal article? Am I citing a book section? Am I referencing an article in a periodical? Conference reading reports, a website. Okay, sometimes you so if it's a website, you just pick website, fill in the information, okay, name of the web page, name it, e-learning, okay, oops, this is the name, the year, this is November, and today's Monday, and here's my URL. So if I like to increase more fields, I can say show all bibliography fields, in which it gives me even the author name. Okay, so I can say, all right, so here's what I'm going to say, my author name. If there's an editor, producer, production company, and notice the red asterisk means these are mandatory, so you need to enter these names for sure. If you're using fields, it's recommended field. All right, so once you fill out with these fields, all these fields, any comments, short title, version, year accessed, okay, same thing, day accessed. So you can fill all these fields regarding the type of source that you're citing. So once you're done, Word also generates a tag name, and the tag name will be used to uniquely identify this source. Okay, so it's auto-generated. You can also change the name if you wish to. So once I'm done creating the source, I click OK, and notice Word creates a field for me, which inserts the citation. Okay, similarly, if I need to cite here, I create and insert citation again. I can add a new source, and this time my source is a journal article, and the author is John Collins, and the title is Management Sciences. The journal name is Management Journal, and I'm just typing here just to demonstrate to you, right? Okay, so it's 2014, and this journal has 250 pages. Okay, if I increase again the additional fields, I can say publisher, say Sage. Okay, the publisher, short titles, numbers, issues, and I can fill these fields, because I'm creating the type of sources, journal article, so anything that related to this particular journal, I can input all the information. And same thing, if it's a corporate author, then I can enter that name, or I can just say fill out all these fields. Okay, so month is November, and so forth. All right, so once I'm done, click OK, and notice Word inserts another field for me, and the formatting is automatically based on the style that I'm using here, which is APA 6th edition. Okay, so whichever style I've selected, Word is going to automatically cite according to the requirements of this style. Okay, so even if you don't know the requirements of these styles, not to worry, Word will do that for you, especially for all these common styles. If these styles are not listed here, then you would have to create and make sure that you follow the certain style. Okay, you have to manually do that. And that's really why I use this group as an add-in. Remember, you will not probably see this in your own Word 2013 ribbon under the Reference tab. And I've told you a couple of times before in my tutorials, and I'm going to tell you again, that this is an add-in, right? So if you don't see this on your ribbon, that's perfectly fine, okay? Citations and bibliography is what you are going to see on your ribbon. And the reason why you don't see this part, Mendeley Cytomatic, is because it's an add-in. And I can show you File, Options, under Add-ins. Here's my add-in. That's why you see that on the ribbon. Okay? If I remove this add-in, then you're not going to see it. All right, so I just quickly want to show you this. All right, back to inserting citations. So we have inserted 2 citations just as an example, and we're going to see how we create a bibliography next. So once I'm at a place where I would like to insert the bibliography, I go up to my Citations and Bibliography group on the ribbon area. This is under, again, my References tab. And I click on Bibliography, and Word gives me some built-in options. Okay? A note, for example, that these bibliographies are essentially building blocks in Word. Okay? We work with them, so these are nothing but building blocks, and you can obviously edit them, change them, or create your own blocks. But Word gives me 3 different built-in options. First is simply bibliography, the second is reference headings, and the third is works cited. So again, just 3 different types of headings. The rest stays the same. Based on my style that I have selected, Word is going to create this for me. Okay? So I'm going to say references, and as soon as I do this, Word creates a reference for me. And of course, I can format it a little bit so it shows up. Nice. So this is a good way to create a bibliography. Anything that changes now within any of these, notice these are just update. I can update these citations by updating the table, okay, or right-clicking on the table itself and click Update Field. It's going to update field for me. Okay. I can apply a style, in fact. So if I have a style, I can simply go up to my style box and click Style 1, and it applies the style. Good way, okay, to create your citations and work with them. So practice. We've taken a look at in this tutorial how to work with cross-reference under the References tab, Captions group. We've also looked at the Footnotes group, how to insert a footnote and endnote. And we've also looked at the Citations and Bibliography group and how to insert a citations, create a source, and then how to insert your references and bibliography. Okay? So I hope with a little practice, I'm sure it will be very, very easy for you. Okay? So let's take a quiz. In this tutorial, I will demonstrate how to create forms within Word 2013. Forms that are fillable. You can fill them out, your users can fill them out, your colleagues or other coworkers can fill out forms. You can create templates specifically designed based on these forms to collect data, to collect information for your organization or for your research or for whichever purpose. Okay, a very powerful way collecting data and making it more user-friendly for individuals to enter information. From simple forms to complex forms, I'll show you how to create a form and design a form within Word 2013. All right, so here's our document, a sample document that I've opened already, just a research paper, right, that we've been working with. Notice up in the menus, the Insert, Design, Page Layout, References, Mailings, Review, and View, we don't really see an option of creating a form. And probably within your Word 2013 display, you would not see any of these options. So none of these menus contains forms. And we've pretty much worked with almost all of these, but we haven't really seen the option of forms in any of these menus. To get the new tab for the forms, we need to go to our File, Options, and under Customize Ribbon is where you will see on the right side an option called the Developer tab. And in most cases, this will be unchecked. So you'd have to go to File Options and Customize Ribbon and then check this box. Okay, so as soon as you check the Developer box and click OK, the Developer tab is now active, okay, within your Word 2013 environment. So you will need this tab to create forms. So this is the first step. So you need to make sure that you have this Developer tab. Okay. So once I click on this Developer tab, I see a bunch of options, right? So I see my first group, starting from the left, is the code group, where I can record a macro. I can play with Visual Basic programming language. Then I have my add-ins, okay? I have my controls, and this is exactly where we need to be. This is what we need to use to create forms, okay? So we create forms using the controls group. Some additional groups that we have is mapping, protection, and then templates, okay? And then we'll work with all of these various groups, and I'll show you in next couple of tutorials also. But first, in this particular tutorial, I'm interested in creating a form in Microsoft Word. So let's say this document that you have, and you are about to create let's come up with a conference, okay? So conference on global management, that's what we're interested in. And within this document, we are going to create a form so that the user, whoever we send this document to, can simply fill out the form and then send it back to us. So let's say we want to create a form. I don't know, this may not be the right document, but you get the point, right? So we're just using this as a sample document. So I'm going to use the heading here called Global Management Conference, okay? And that's our heading for our form. And we're going to say, please fill out the following form. Now notice the way I teach is we do everything from scratch, right? So I don't have a form built in that I'm just going to show you. I'm actually going to do it for you, so you get to see how we design a form, okay? So here's my text, please fill out the following form. And my first is fill out your name, okay, colon. I'm going to hit a couple of tabs so that move forward. All right, so this is where I would like to insert a field now, right? So I'm going to create a form. So I want the user to fill out their name in a particular box, which I can confine the user to various things, to do only specific things. So once I have my cursor blinking, the insertion point where I want this field to be, I go up to my Developer tab, right? And then my content group. And here are all my controls, right? So first is the rich text content control. And then the next one is the plain text content control. The difference between these two is that with the rich text, I can use some additional formatting features such as bold, italic, and so forth, okay? With plain text, I'm a little bit limited to some of the formatting options. Then I can have a picture content control, so I can have the user insert a picture. Building blocks, gallery. My date picker, content control, I can have the user select a date. My drop-down content control list. Combo box content control. Checkbox content control. And my repeating section content control, okay, which basically inserts a control that contains other controls and repeats the contents of that control. And then I have my legacy controls tools also, which means that earlier versions of Word, Words 2010 or 2007, I can use some of the ActiveX controls as well. I can insert a command button, assign a macro to it. And again, I'll show you as we move along in the next upcoming tutorials how to use some of these ActiveX controls also and run some Visual Basic programming as well. But for now, we're interested in the name, okay, field, and I'm going to insert just a plain text content control. As soon as I click on the content control, Word enters a custom field. It's always a good idea to use this, be in the design mode. Even though I did not use the design mode to begin with, but I think for you guys, it's a good idea to use the design mode. So it's good to see the properties. It's good to see how your form is building up. Okay, so make sure you're in design mode, and then you insert this field. Okay. So once I have this field, notice it says click here to enter text, and that's default text that Word enters. If I click away from the box, it shows me that this is where the user is going to be entering the name. If I right click on this content control, I can go to properties, or I can use properties here, same thing. Okay. All right, here are my content control properties. I can give it a title to this control, so I can say name. I can create some tags if I want to. It's up to me. I can show it as a bounding box or start to end tag, and the tags are these tags, right? So I can display these tags if I want to, or I can just show the box, the rectangular box that you see, okay? Or I can say none. So I'm going to say I'm going to show a box, and then the color. Okay, if I want to, I can use the color option. I can also use the style to format text. Remember styles? So I can create a new style, or I can pick any of them, one of these styles, that existing styles that I have. It depends on your requirement. Remove content control when contents are edited. So once I edit controls, I can remove the content control. Here are good features, locking features. So if I select the content control cannot be deleted, that means the user, whoever I send this document to, will not be able to delete the content control. And if I want to restrict some editing, I can do that also. Allow multiple carriage returns, which means that the user can enter, carriage returns to enter additional text. So again, a few good properties to work with. So once I've given a name, notice Word 2013 puts a name, title next to my content control. Okay. All right, so I have this, and then I'm going to go to my next line. I'm going to say, all right, name, and then location. I want to be able to see where you are. And in this case, I'm going to enter a drop-down list control, because I would like the user to just pick the location, specific locations. I don't want the user to enter locations by their own. So I'm going to use this drop-down list content control. And notice the word says choose an item, but I need to define the items, right? Otherwise, it's blank right now. So right-click, go to Properties, brings up the Content Control Properties dialog box. Give it a name. Select location. Same thing, color, and on my bottom here, here's where I can add, right? So drop down list properties area is where I can add, and I can add a choice and display name. So for example, if my management conference is going to be held in Chicago, for instance, but the users whom I'm sending this document to, they reside in 3 cities, okay? They reside in New York, in Austin, and San Francisco, okay? So I want the user to pick any one of these cities wherever they are, okay? They don't have a choice. So I'm going to restrict them to first New York, and then I'm going to add again. I'm going to say Austin, and I'm going to add my third city, San Francisco, okay? All right, so once I've added all these 3 options for my content control drop-down selection, I click OK, and Word automatically now has these lists. I don't see them right now because I'm in design mode, okay? As soon as I go away from design mode, I'm going to show you this. I click away from design mode, click anywhere within my content, I can simply pick all my locations. So I can choose an item, either New York, Austin, or San Francisco, and you can build a list according to your own requirements. I'm going to go back to my design mode here again. Okay, click on the next line. So I have my name that I want from the user. I want the location of the user, and I just restricted the user to pick from three locations. All right, then I'm going to say, put some dates. So arrival date. Arrival date. Here I'm going to use, let's see, where's my date picker here? Here it is. Okay, so I'm just going to click date picker, and Word says, click here and enter a date. Let's right click, check out some properties here of the dates. Okay. So I'm going to go right to the bottom here. I can display date in various formats, right? It just depends on how you wish the user to see the dates. Month, day, year, or you can have day, month, year, depending on the format or your requirement, and the calendar type. Store XML contents in the following format when mapped. XML content is for, if you're linking it to the web and you're doing some programming. So this is out of this course. I'm going to show it in the next course. Alright, so once you've selected the type of date, click OK, and here's my arrival date, and also want a departure date. Do the same thing, date picker again. Alright, I will be attending, get the spellings right here, the following events, and I'm going to list out some events also. Delete this space here. Found, you can see. Alright, here I'm going to give 3 choices, 4 choices, or 2 choices to the user, whoever's going to fill out this form, and I'm going to create some checkboxes, right, for the user just to pick. So first, my first event will be sightseeing. So I want to be able to create a box here. So after sightseeing, I go up to my controls group and I select checkbox content control. Okay, the word is going to place this. Same thing, I can go check out some properties of this box. I can say sightseeing as my title. And I can change the symbol. So once the user clicks, it places a cross within this box. I can always create a symbol of my own. If I don't want a cross, I want some other symbol, I can always pick any one of these. Okay. Same thing with unchecked. If unchecked is blank by default. And similarly, you can have it a default value. Okay. So I click OK. Tab once again. My next event is city tour. Okay. Same thing. Go up to my controls group, create another checkbox, and then my third is, all right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to sightseeing. I'll be attending the following event. I'm going to sightsee, and I'm going to say, let's say, magic show. Wow, I just made that up. Okay. Same thing. I insert another checkbox. Okay. So if I go away from design mode now, notice my form is looking much better. Obviously, I can do some formatting. Okay. Let's say I want to be able to create some table or styles and whatever, and you can do that. Okay, so it's up to you. It's completely up to you. You can choose some of the styles. Go to your home tab, bring up your style. Okay, and you can say this is the style that I want, or you can create a new style. All right. So once I have my form, I'm going to close the styles group. I can save it as, of course, save it as a template, this document, and then send it to the user. Notice if I go back to my developer tab and my design mode, right click, properties on any one of these controls. I mentioned earlier that you can lock it, right? So content controls cannot be deleted. And you can do the same thing with each one of these while you create them, or you can do it later. I didn't do it in the first instance because we can edit it and delete it, right? But I'm just going to use this option for a couple of my controls here on the top, okay? And then go away from the design mode. All right, so once you get this form, the user is going to see this form, and the user is going to say, all right, my name is John Collins, okay? And my location is New York. My arrival date, very nice. I'm going to be arriving on Thursday, and I'm going to be departing on Monday. And I will attend sightseeing, and I'll also like to see the magic show. And he's done, okay? So he's going to save this document or the template and send it back to you, or you can publish it on the web. Lots of things you can do. And you'll have this form. So very, very easy way to create form in Word 2013, collect data from the users. These forms again can be used for an example such as I provided, which is attending a global management conference information, or you can have your company data collected, or your HR forms. You can build new hire orientation forms. So these are just a couple of examples. You can use these forms in Word 2013. Okay, so let's take a quiz. All right, working more with content controls and designing forms, building forms. I've shown you in my last tutorial how to create a basic simple form. All right, so we're gonna do another form here and explore some additional options, some advanced features that may also be helpful when you design forms and work with properties of these forms. If you click on Developer tab, you'll see the Controls group, which allows you to create and design forms. Okay? If you do not have the Developer tab active within your Word 2013 environment, then simply go to File, Options, Customize Ribbon, and then make sure this box is checked. Okay, that's the only way you can get to see your developer tools. All right, so back to my form. I'm going to design a simple new HR form. Okay, and I'm going to say name, tab, few spaces, go up to my controls group. This time I'm going to enter a rich text content control. Okay, so we'll take a look at oops, I forgot the design mode again. Remember guys, you have to be in design mode first. It's much easier to work with that. Okay, so right click, go to properties, and one thing I want to show you this. If you're not in design mode, okay, so let's say I'm not in design mode right now. If I right click on the control, I'm not going to see an option called properties. I'm not going to see that. The only way I can get to the properties is from the ribbon, from the controls group. But if I am in design mode, and then I right click on my control, boom, I see properties. Okay, so another way for you to know whether you are in design mode or you're not. All right, so let's go to the properties of this. Title is name, first name. I want a bounding box, color is fine, cannot be deleted. Okay, all right, so next, address, go back up here, another rich content control, right click, properties, and I'm just creating them. Okay, we've done this in the last tutorial, so no big deal here. Address, I want a tag, cannot be deleted, click OK. Okay, skills, or skill set rather. Do I know Word 2013 expert? Checkbox. Okay, go to the property checkbox here. Cannot be deleted. Change this to we'll just leave it. Okay, you get the idea. It's pretty basic. All right, so Excel 2013 expert, checkbox, and same thing. I do not want this content control to be deleted. All right, so here's my form that people are going to fill out and tell me whether they are an expert in Word 2013 or they are an expert in Excel 2013. Okay. Here I can use I'm going to insert another content control while designing my form, which is the picture content control. Scroll down here. And here is where the user is going to insert a picture. Okay, so I'm going to have the user insert a picture. So go to Properties, Insert Picture. Cannot be deleted. And here's my insert picture content control. Okay. Move to the next line. And same thing, I can work with the combo box content control that I showed you earlier, also, or the drop down. Okay. All right, so let me get out of the design mode here. And it's much easier if you work with tables, right? So just highlight the text, go back home, tab, You can use any of the formatting here. Remember, you can make it bold, you can make it italic if you wish, or we can work with some table options here, work with them. I notice this, I need to just bring this field down. Okay. Small, so it looks a little symmetrical. And bold, nice and colorful. Underline, and of course, this is the hard-coded way, right, guys? So the easiest way is what? Styles. You got it. So we can just pick a style that we've created. Depends on whatever style you have. It'll format it as per your style. Okay. So if you want heading 1, heading 3, normal, strong. So I want to keep it strong, so it's all bold. All right, click here to enter text. Oops. Mark, first name only. And address is 244 South Park Drive. And my skill set is that I'm an expert in Word 13. Okay, here I can insert a picture. I'm just going to work offline, pick a picture here, and here's my picture. Okay. And notice how easy it is to work with content controls and making the user fill out the form. I forgot a heading here. I'm going to say, please insert your passport size picture. Okay. Highlighting here. So it's important. So you get the idea, right? So we can create forms, we can insert, work with pictures, and so forth. Let me go back to my developer tab here. New thing I want to show you here is the restrict editing feature. We worked with this in one of our initial tutorials. I've demonstrated how to restrict editing. But this is another good way to make sure that your form that you've designed with such great effort, no one can really delete it or change it and work with it, okay? So you can format the restriction on the formatting, okay? Settings will bring up the limit formatting to the selection of styles, okay? Again, recall from our earlier tutorials, we can restrict some of the themes, blog themes, etc., recommended minimum, all, none, and you can pick and choose if you're using a style. Or you can say allow only this type of editing in this document, read only, okay? Track changes, comments, filling in forms. Okay? So this is nice, where you can only allow this type of editing in the form. And you can say start enforcing, give it a password, set it up, or you can use user authentication for owners of these documents, and they're the only ones that can remove the document protection. Okay? So a good way to restrict editing to this particular template or document. Okay? And this is found in the Protect group under the Developer tab. Okay? So we're comfortable with the Controls group. We're pretty comfortable with the protection of your documents or the templates. Here's the document template. So if I click on template and add-ins, I can attach the normal template or any other template that I want. With this, here are my add-ins. Again, I'm using Mendeley, so it lists it here. I also have EndNote, an EndNote web, which I use as add-ins. We can also use XML schema. So again, this is, we can add schema if you have a file, HTML-based file, or you can pick from a schema library. And there's some add-ins, you can add schemas to it, and so forth, okay? So a little more advanced on the programming side of things. Same thing with XML expansion packs. You can add certain code, certain XML packs to this template, or you can have a linked CSS style sheets. Okay, so if you have, if you're working on the web and you're designing, you're a web developer, we can always link our style sheets with this form. Okay, so the idea is that Word allows you to to use this form, and you can simply place it on the web and link it with your form fields, or link these fields to your database, even to your backend if you're using SharePoint server or you're using SQL. There's a whole vast bunch of possibilities working with forms. Okay, again, from simple forms to complex forms. Let's take a small quiz. All right, we'll continue our work with designing and building forms. And in this tutorial, I will show you how to create and use legacy controls, right? So let's say if you like to create some buttons on your form and be automatically be able to use or initiate some macros or commands, okay? It's a little more advanced than previous tutorials, but may form to be very handy, especially if you're working with designing forms and emailing forms and so forth. So in this tutorial, I'm going to create a button, and I'm going to assign a code to that button so that when users click on that button, their email open, right? Or they are able to email their document. Let me show you this. So we have this document open here, which is again our research proposal. And I'm going to just quickly insert a form here. Now this is going to be some practice for you, but practice is good, okay? So I'm just going to scroll down here somewhere. All right, here's where I'm going to enter my form. And this is again my management. Conference agenda form, something like that. So I'm just gonna do some quick formatting here. All right, how do I get to my forms? Remember, recall, we must have the developer tab enabled, and if you don't see the developer tab within your Word 2013 environment, go up to File, Options, Customize Ribbon. On the right side, you'll see the developer. So if this checkbox is checked, you will see the developer tab. If this is not checked, you will not see it. Okay, so just wanted to show you quickly. All right, so under developer tab, we go to our controls group, and of course we first design mode, and then we insert some text here, name, and we go up to our fields. I want to insert a rich text field here. Okay, address. You get the idea, right? So we've done this before, so I'm just going to quickly do this again, just so that we're comfortable with it. All right, so let's say let me just do this quick here. Let me right click, properties, choose an item. Okay, I want to Chicago, and again, San Francisco, Austin, and New York. Okay, so just some sample here text for you. All right, pick a location. I need to create a heading here. Okay, and I can also tab these to make sure they're on the right side. Okay, I want to put some arrival date rather, and here's my date picker control. All right, so let's say I have this form, okay, developed already. I need to create a button here now, okay, that is going to email the entire document or my form if I'm creating a standalone form to a user or to anyone, okay? So let's see how we do this. Controls group also has some legacy controls, legacy forms, some ActiveX controls. And under ActiveX, you can again use checkboxes, text, scroll bar, etc. And I'm looking for a command button. Okay, here it is. So this will insert a command button for me so that once the user is done filling out this form, he or she'd be able to just click on the button and then email the document. Okay, and that'd be nice. That'd be much handy. All right, so once I insert a command button, notice I'm still in design mode. So let me just right click and go to properties and just take a look at what I see on the screen here. Okay, let me make this a little bigger. And maybe it's the size so we can see our document. Okay, these are just general properties regarding this button. Okay, there's no code here, so we just need to format. It's just formatting of this button here. So for example, if the name of the button is command button 1, I need to rename it called submit. Okay. I can change the fore color if I want, make a blue, whatever, different colors. I can pick an option here, or I can pick from palette here. Okay, so let's say pick blue. And these are again alphabetically ordered, and I can also see it as categorized. So I can change the appearance of this box, I can change the behavior of this box, font, some miscellaneous options, and I can also enter a picture as far as this box is concerned. Okay. All right, so here's the caption. Okay, and I'm going to say submit to this caption, and notice Word changes the button to submit. Okay. All right, so I'm still in design mode. All I did was format the button. The second thing that I need to do is basically put a code behind this button. Okay, so what's going to happen when someone clicks this button? To do this, I simply double click on the button, and this will open up the Visual Basic for Applications editor. Okay, this is where I can write my code as to tell that once someone clicks on the submit button, what's going to happen. So if I click, this code is going to run. Right now there's no code. I'm going to create a code, a very short code that allows you to email the document. And again, you can work with it if need be. If you're already working with programming side of things, this will be very easy. If not, no big deal. You can always search for codes, and I'm going to give you some additional codes at the end of the course also, some basic codes so you can work with them. Okay. So all right, let's see. This is going to be the submit button, and it's going to open up the email. All right, so I'm going to go, all right, options, dot send mail, attach, and this I'm going to say is going to be true. Oops, okay. I forgot the S in the options. Notice how it says, oh, that's not right, so you got to fix it. And then I'm going to say, all right, activate my document, so my active document, and then send mail. I can either select from here, or I can just keep typing. Okay. All right, so here's my code. Simple code. I can check it, test it, run it. I work with other tools as well, and my document is this document, so this code will relate to this document. Okay, and I've assigned it to the button because I double clicked on the button to assign this particular code to that button. So all I have to do is just close this, go out of my design mode, and test it out. So I'm going to say, all right, name is going to be John here, and my address is going to be 222 Northbrook Avenue. I'm going to pick a location, say San Francisco, and my arrival date is going to be Friday the 21st. Okay. And if I click submit now, my email editor opens, the document is automatically attached, and all I have to do is just type in the email, and off the form goes. Okay. So very, very powerful way to create buttons. Create your entire form like this so that it's easier, and I can do some formatting here quick. Maybe I just want a outside border, okay, and so forth. So quick way to work with legacy controls, and that's found on the developer tab, controls group. I can create a button, which I've just showed you. Similarly, I can also work with other things, but you need to know a little bit of programming. Okay, so if you're not too keen on programming, that's fine. There are tons of codes available. We can just pick and you can play with them. But I showed you a good way to get into the Visual Basic editor and then kind of insert some code and work with it. Okay, so I hope this helps. Powerful way of creating forms in Word 2013. Let's take a short quiz. All right, welcome to this lecture. This tutorial, I will show you how to create mail merge operations, and we use them probably on a regular basis if you're into mailing letters to your clients or sending out emails using mail merge. I will demonstrate how to create mail merge operations by using each individual fields, by inserting merged fields within your document, and using Excel spreadsheet if you have a list of recipient addresses stored in a huge database or an Excel spreadsheet. I will also show you how to import that and use that as within your mail merge operations. I will also demonstrate how to create your recipient list within Word 2013. So it depends the way you want it to be. I'm going to show you all the ways to do the mail merge operations. The mail merge essentially is on the mailings, which is up on the top here. The entire ribbon area is about mail merge. Okay, essentially about 5 or I'd say about 6 steps for the entire mail merge operations are required. Starting from the left side of the ribbon, if you go across towards the right side, we will essentially start from the left using some of these options, and by the time we're at the end, we'll be done with the mail merge. Okay, so that's really about 6 steps or 7 or 5, or depending on how many steps you create, but on average about 6 steps to the mail merge operations. For instance, first we set up our envelope and labels. We can do it later on too. Create the mail merge, right? Select the recipients, insert fields, set some rules, preview the results, check for errors, and finish the merge. Okay, so it's really, we go in this sequence. It's much easier to work with mail merge. All right, let's begin. So we have a blank document open, nothing here. Okay, I'm going to do everything from scratch, so you get to see exactly how I set up the recipient addresses, how I set up in Excel, how to insert a merge field, and so forth. Okay, so it's just a blank document, nothing. I'm just going to create let's say a letter or an email message, right, whatever it is that I want to send it to my recipients. I can have my recipients from either my online, such as LinkedIn. Okay, Word 2013 allows me to do that, pull the source from there, or I can use my Outlook contacts that are stored in my Outlook, or I can pull source from Excel or make one within Word 2013. Okay, so lots of ways I can bring in the recipients to my mail merge operation. But first, let me start by creating a simple letter here. So I'm going to say November 18th, and I'm going to leave some spaces here because this is the reason why I left some spaces is because I want my merge fields in there, right? Like first name, last name, address, city, state, zip. I'm writing a letter. And then my subject, for instance, is management conference agenda. Okay, so that's my subject here. I can use some styles obviously, but I'm just quickly show you how to work with it. Okay, subject is here, and then I'm going to say dear, oops, I don't want this bold, space, I'm going to use the merge field here, please confirm if you will attend the upcoming conference scheduled to be held on November 22nd in Chicago. Okay, and I'm going to close the letter here. Thank you, and cite my name. Okay, all right. So simple letter. This is where I would insert the. This area I will insert the merge fields, right? But I'm going to set up these fields, which I don't know yet because I don't know whether if I'm using an existing source, whether I don't have a source. I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to show you next. Okay. So once you have a layout set up, and let's see how we begin. Let's start mail merge. We can say, all right, we want to send letters. Are we sending email messages to bulk recipients? Are we printing out envelopes, labels, or setting up a directory, okay, a list, or a normal Word document? Or I can use a wizard, okay? So I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to send a letter. Notice if I click on email messages here, it just changes the layout for me for now, okay? And the reason why I know is that on the bottom right side, this is my web layout. Okay, so this is how my email is going to show up using the web layout. If I switch back to my print layout, it brings me back to my letter format. Okay, here I have a couple of options. I can either create a new list of recipients, I can use an existing list, or I can choose from Outlook contacts. It depends on how you want to, where's your list. We don't have one right now, so I'm going to first show you how to create an existing, then I'm going to show you, first I'm going to show you how to create a new list, then I'm going to show you how to use an existing list, and then I'm going to show you how to choose from Outlook contacts. Word brings up the dialog box, says new address list, and I can start typing, creating my list, Mr. John, first name, last name, company, and 244. So similarly, you can fill out the entire address book depending on the fields. Now, if you don't need some of these fields, like home phone number, for example, if I don't need it, I can always edit it, create a new entry, or delete an entry. So if I wish to get rid of the home phone, I can say delete entry, not this entry, customize columns. Okay, pardon me. Here I can customize my columns. So for example, if I don't want, again, this home column, I can click on my home phone and say delete. Okay, I'm going to say when you delete field home phone, any information in this field will also be deleted. Fine, I don't need it. Click OK, and now notice my home phone is bigger. It's not there anymore. Okay. Similarly, I can customize my columns the way I want it. Alright, so once you have all these addresses listed in the new address list, once you click OK, Word is going to save this as an MDB format file. Okay, so the file extension that Word automatically gives is the database file called mdb.mdb. Alright, so click OK. Word says save the list. I'm going to give it a name here. I'm going to say company contact. And notice it's the .mdb extension. And click save. Okay. So I have created a new list. The next step is again moving from left to right, is to work with the write and insert fields, is where I want to be able to insert the merge field. Notice here I have all the field names listed, and these are exactly the same field names as I have in my when I created this list. So this is manually inserting the merge field, right? The other option I have is using the address block and the greeting lines. These are like pre-built-in formats that I can use to insert. So for example, I can use the address block here where it shows me a preview. So if I click OK, Word is going to insert this address block. In other words, pre-formatted merge fields, right? So it saves me time instead of entering each field manually. Okay, so a couple of ways you can do it. So this is what is going to help me. Okay. All right, so we're going to start inserting some merge fields, right? So I click on insert merge fields, and my first field is going to be title. Okay, and notice how Word puts these less than greater than signs, right? These brackets next to the title field, and I'm going to enter. Go to my next line, my first name, space in between, last name, and then enter to a new line. Maybe I want to see the company name here, and next line, and address 1, and we'll continue my city, so I'll put a comma here, and my state, and my zip code. All right, repeat the lines here. All right, so once I've set up the merge fields, here notice I can click on the highlight merge field button, and what this does is simply shows me all the fields that are highlighted within my document. So whether I'm doing a nil merge in a standard document, or if I'm doing it in a research document, whatever it is, I insert a merge field. By highlighting these fields, identifies and makes it easy to see all these fields. So once I've inserted all these merge fields, I'm moving on to the right side. I can set some rules. I'll come back to this later on. All right, so once I've inserted the merge fields, I click on preview results, and Word automatically populates the fields with my address book that I've created. And here I can navigate from my first record to my next record. If I go record 2, then it populates record 2. Okay. And if I'm done, I can say finish and merge. I can either edit individual documents one by one when it starts to merge, or I can print the documents and merge it to the printer directly, or I can send an email messages to my merge list. All right, so I've shown you how to create a merge, mail merge using a new address book that we create in Microsoft Word. Here, for example, I can set some rules. I'm going to quickly show you this, and you can later work on some of these various rules. I can stipulate here, ask, fill in, if then else, merge record number, and so forth. So for example, if I need to say at the end of the word Sally Johnson here, my first name and last name, I like to be able to insert an exclamation mark, right, for all my records. So if I have 300 or 3,000 records, it would be very cumbersome for me to start entering exclamation mark at the end of every record, right? So what I can do is I can create a rule, if then else rule. For example, I can say, okay, well, if the field last name equals is not blank, okay, insert the exclamation mark, okay, and I click OK, and it does it for this document. Now if I navigate to my first record, I also see an exclamation mark. Okay. So rules are very powerful. So if you miss something, if you want to add certain things to it, you can use rules to create that. Next, I'm going to show you how to create merge with an Excel spreadsheet. Okay. So I'm just going to delete the merge field here. Okay. Back to square one. All right, I'm going to open up my Excel and create a new list. Okay. Go up to my Excel here. And I'm going to start populating, let's say, my title. And that's my first name. My last name goes in this column. My address. My city, state, and zip. I go to row 2. I'm just showing you again. You can create any headings that you like, but just to be consistent, I'm creating a recipient database. And we'll save that and you'll see. All right, my first name is John Collins. Address 4. Jersey, and 1 as my zip code. Okay, so I go to my next record here, and I enter the first name and my last name, and the same thing I do with the address, right? So I just fill it out. Okay, Chicago, Illinois, picking it up, right? All right, let's create another record here. A little different here. Right, so I'm going to say Robert here. And my city is Austin, Texas. Okay, so you can see, let me expand that so you can see the entire list. So here's my header row. I can bold that, format it the way you want it. Okay. All right, let's say you have created all these lists and you would like to use this particular list from Excel into your Word document. Okay. So let me say mail merge. Mail merge list. And I click Save. Let me go back to my Word document here where I'm going to be inserting. So placing the insertion point or the cursor on the spreadsheet to be imported. Notice in this instance, select recipients. I'm not going to type a new list, okay, because I've shown you this already. I'm going to use an existing list. Okay, so as soon as I click on existing list, where it says, okay, where is this list? Where do I find this list? So I go to my desktop, and on my desktop I see a list called mail merge list that I just created and saved in Microsoft Excel. So once I select this list, this Excel spreadsheet, click open, and I get this select table dialog box. Since Excel has multiple sheets, I may have data or list stores in multiple sheets. Excel wants to know for sure which sheet I'm going to be selecting for my where is the recipient list basically. Okay, so I say, okay, well, here's one sheet, I only use one, and I click OK. And here's the option: first row of data contains column headers. Okay? If I uncheck this, then Excel is going to use the first row as column headers. Okay, if I specify this, then Word is going to say, okay, well, recognize the first row of data that contains my first name, last name, my title, first name, last name, and so forth. So I click OK. Now I need to insert some merge fields. So merge fields, and notice any difference here from our previous merge field? Of course you do, because these fields are now the fields from my Excel spreadsheet. These are not from my earlier address book that I created in Word. This time, automatically, the merge fields are displayed as my headers. So I click title. All right. So I'm going to say, well, the reason I see Mr. here because I have previous results on. Okay. Uncheck this. I'm going to see the word title. Okay, Mr. I'm going to keep it one name. Insert another name, first name, and last name. Structure it a little differently here. My address goes here, and my city, comma, state, and my zip code. Okay. So here are my fields. All I have to do is just say preview results, and boom, my address is here. And go to my next record. I see my next record. So very powerful. You can use Excel, you can use Word, depending on where you want to create the address list. All right, last thing quickly, I want to show you how to select recipients from my output contacts. Okay. So here I am, back to square one on my letter here that I'm going to be using for mail merge purposes. Go up to my recipients, choose Outlook contacts, pick up your profile, click OK, and Word is going to display a dialog box for me, which will ask me, all right, which contacts do I want to pick? There are 150 contacts in ClayDesk, and then there are some LinkedIn contacts for a couple of different directories or sources. So it depends on which address book you're going to select. So I'm just going to select pick one here, and click OK, and automatically I see a list of all the names that are here in the list. Then I click OK, and Word selects that list. All I have to do again is do the same exercise again. Insert merge field, and notice all these merge fields, right? So these are the fields that are part of that address book. So let's say if I want to do first name, and I'm going to do first name here, and let's see what else. Okay, oh, might as well do it. All right, first name, last name, and then see, is there an email address? Email address. Okay, so I just want to be able to see the email address. Okay. Show preview, and I get my first. Click next, and get my next, and so forth. And I can go all the way down to my last recipient, which is 150, which tells me that this is my last. So powerful way to create mail merges in Microsoft Word. Again, recalling those 6 steps, right? Starting from mail merge, and then creating the addresses, selecting recipients, setting up some rules, seeing results, and then finally you can merge it to the printer. So I hope practice it a couple of times, use different types of address books, use Excel, very powerful. Word 2013 works very well with Excel or any of the database source that you have to bring in the recipients for mail merge. It saves you a lot of time and effort. Okay, so let's take a short quiz. In this lecture, I'll talk about something called building blocks. We may have highlighted this in previous initial tutorials, but something that will save you a lot of time when working within Word 2013. You really will become very, very productive. Okay, so let's take a look at how to create building blocks. All the galleries in Word are stored, known as building blocks. So you can create your own chunks or blocks of text, tables, figures, images, anything. Footers, headers, and then save it as blocks so you can later reuse them. The whole idea is that so you don't have to repeat the steps over and again. So for example, this right here, let's take this as an example. Again, this is our same document, sample document, research proposal. For example, this is a table, and I know this because I see that there's rows and columns. And to really see what the table looks like, I can even insert the row. There are 3 rows, right, in 1 column. Okay, I'm going to undo this just so you know. So for example, if I need to use this as a cover page, and for any subsequent research proposals or your documents, your articles, your blog articles, your work-related tasks, your company cover page, you like to save these settings, okay, so that you can better use them. Very easy to create building blocks, very, very helpful also. What you do is, let me demonstrate this for you. For example, let's highlight this table that you want to create a building block for. So once you've highlighted this, we go up on our insert menu, and in the text group we find something called quick parts, okay, and in quick parts we save selection to quick parts gallery. Notice there's an option called building blocks organizer. The organizer allows you to see your existing blocks that you've created earlier. A lot of them are built in Word, but things that you create are also stored in the blocks organizer. We'll come to this later once you've created your own building block. So again, the first step is to highlight the part that you like to create a building block for, and then you simply save selection to quick part gallery. Okay, so once you click on this, a new dialog box opens, which asks you for a name. Okay, the name of this new building block that you want to keep. So I'm going to say cover page. Okay, well, understood. So I'm going to say research proposal. Okay, and I can store this in a gallery, pre-built galleries. And here's a cover page gallery. I can keep it in there, or I can create my own gallery. Okay, once we go to the organizer, you'll see how we can create our own categories and galleries. All right, so in category, I can create a new category right here, or I can choose either built-in or general. So I'm going to just say pick one, or I can create a new category called ClayDesk. That's the name of the company, right? So everything that I create for this particular company is stored in this category. This is a cover page for a research proposal. Okay. My next option is save in. So I can either save it in the building blocks.dotx template or the normal.m template. Again, normal is the default template. And recall the differences between the .m extension and the .x. In our earlier tutorials I mentioned that, but just quickly, just to refresh, .m contains a template that contains macros, okay, and the .x are templates that do not contain any macros, okay, so that's the only difference between the two. So I'm going to store it in the normal default template so that I can reuse the research proposal building block in any of my subsequent documents that I open. Once I'm done with my options, I click OK, and Word saves the selection to the building block. Let's see how we can access it. Let me open up a new document. So I hit Control N on my keyboard, right? It's a shortcut to create a new document. Go up to my insert menu once again and find my text group. On text group, quick parts, I go to my building blocks organizer. This is where I would be able to find my new building block that I created. The category I selected was obviously called ClayDesk, so I can see it right here. Okay. Down here. So here's the category that I created, the built-in gallery that I created in, the type of building block that I have, name, stored in the normal default template. And right now, the behavior of this is such that it insert content only. Now, what this means is that this building block here is going to be, whenever I insert this block, it's going to insert as irregular content on the next line. And that's not really what I would like, because this is a cover page, so I want this to be on its own separate page. So in order to do this, I need to go and edit properties, same name, gallery, category, description, save in, and then my options, which is insert content only, as I mentioned earlier, insert content on its own paragraph or in its own page. Okay? Since it's a cover page, I'm going to choose this option. Click OK. I could have done this earlier also, right? While creating a blog, I could have done it. I think I must have skipped that step, the last part. Okay, no big deal. You can always create it, and I'll show you again. Okay. So once you're done, do you want to redefine the building block entry? Yes. So now I'm pretty comfortable with my block here. I guess this is it. Yes, that's the one. And it's going to now insert on its own page. So it depends on how you want to set this up. Okay. All right. So once I'm done with this, I can either insert it, and notice it inserts the building block for me. So a very powerful way of creating building blocks in Word. You can insert a header, for example, here, and then create a block, right? All you have to do is just go save a selection, save it. Tables, figures, text, you name it. The way to access it again is insert, go to quick part, and then building block organizer, and you'll see all your building blocks. Okay? And to create a new building block, so for example, let me switch to my earlier document here. Here's my document with text. If I need to create a building block of this particular paragraph, I highlight the paragraph, go to quick parts, save selection to quick part gallery, give it a name, paragraph, spell right, paragraph, okay, save it in quick part gallery is fine, category is general, or you can create a new category. I'm going to save it in general, normal template. Here's the option that I skipped last time, right? Okay, now this time is I can define as this paragraph to be inserted as content only in its own paragraph or as a cover page. So I'm going to say its own paragraph, okay, and click OK. So once I'm done, I go to my next line here or anywhere and see if I like to insert this building block. Okay, to do this, I have to make sure I'm in Insert tab, Quick Parts, Building Block Organizer, and let's see, where is my paragraph here? Let's see if I can assort it in ascending order, and here it is. Okay. And notice in this case, if I expand this a little bit, it says Insert Content in its own paragraph. And I simply say Insert, and Word inserts it for you. Okay. So a very powerful way of using building blocks to save time and effort, and a lot of the repetitive tasks are no longer required. Let's take a short quiz.
Alright, in this tutorial I'll show you how to work with themes, style sets, and templates. Okay, you want to be able to know the differences, distinct difference between template, style, and theme. Essentially, they all provide different ways to format your Word documents. Templates contain styles and define settings for your page layout, headers and footers, and other similar elements. Themes, on the other hand, they apply a layer of formatting that specifies fonts for body and heading text, colors for headings and other elements, and effects such as shadows. And finally, the style or style sets, they specify settings for your fonts, paragraphs, tabs, and other formatting that are applied as a group to paragraphs and characters. So you want to be able to know the distinct differences between templates, styles, and themes. Alright, let's take a look at some of the fun stuff, right? So we're going to take a look at how to create themes for your document. The themes are found under the design template, and I'll show you what themes are, how we can work with them, and then how the document formatting works, some of the colors and the effects and watermark within the document you can place. Some of these things are pretty straightforward, but helpful to use, helpful to know. Even if you know them already, they'll be a good practice for you. So I've opened this document, right? Same research proposal document that we've been working with.
So we need to work with themes, right? So what are themes? These are either built-in themes. Office gives a lot of built-in themes that you can apply, or you can browse for more themes online, or you can create your own and then save the current theme. Themes are just changes to the entire document, and your document format group shows you how they will reflect on within your document. Okay. Here are the colors. So you can change the colors, various combinations. If you need to customize it, you can customize the color, and it allows you to change your background colors, your accent colors, your hyperlinks, and so forth. So let's say if I want to call this research proposal, I'm going to put a new theme color. I'm going to have my background as blue, my text background as yellow, and I want to be able to give some effects here. Also a little different so we can see exactly how it works. So my hyperlinks would show up as red, and once someone clicks on it, they will change into blue. So we'll reverse that. So I've given it a name. That's my new theme color, and I click save, and Word saved it for me, and I can apply it. All right, here's my watermark. I can apply existing watermarks. I can get more watermarks from office.com. I can create or insert a custom watermark. A couple of ways you can do this. You can either do a picture watermark or text watermark. Okay. If I do a picture watermark, then I need to be able to select the picture. I can select it either by going online, or I can say I want to be able to work offline. Okay. So it just depends on where you want, what kind of picture you want. So I'm going to work offline here. I'm going to select one of the existing pictures, and my option is either scale it to auto, which is Word will adjust it according to the page, or depending on, I can specify the size as well. I can have a washout picture, okay, and you'll see just a minute what that does. It just blurs it a little bit more. And once I hit apply, I will notice Word inserts picture. Okay, that's a little dimmed. So I'm going to uncheck this and apply again, so you'll be able to see it. Same thing with text watermark. Side. This is pretty handy and normally used in most cases. So for instance, if you need to insert text such as ASAP, or you can select confidential, copy, no copy, draft, original, sample, and so forth. Okay. So if I say, let's say if this is a draft, I can change the font, size, color, if need be. I could say this color, semi-transparent, and apply. The Word is going to put the draft within my document. So a handy way to let my users know that this is a draft, or this is a sample, or this is the original document, and so forth. Same thing I can do with page color. As soon as you hover over a color, Word changes it. Okay, so it's pretty neat. Work with it. Depending on the type of color you have, you can adjust it to your own requirement. So it just depends on how you want it. You can also have fill effects of various colors. You can vertical, you can have diagonal, two colors. You can insert a texture, pattern, and then picture if you like. Okay. So it just depends on your own choice. Page borders, again, straightforward. You can have a box border around. You can have a 3D effect. You can specify the widths here, colors. So black one. I can also have certain other built-in borders that comes with Word 2013. Okay. So again, you can play with it. Very powerful. Take a look. You can design some fancy-looking brochures, flyers on the fly. Okay. The Word 2013 gives you that ability to do this. So taking a look at some of the document formatting, some themes. Okay, you can apply the entire themes to your document. I notice that once I hover over a certain theme, this text changes. So depending on the type of theme, I can save the current theme, I can browse, or I can apply any one of these. Okay? Once you've specified all these options, you can even create your fonts. You can customize fonts for your theme. So for example, if I'm looking for setting a new theme font as being, alright, essentially Gothic here, and my body font is also going to be There's a Century Gothic, and it shows me the preview. Okay? And I can save this new theme font as well. Okay. Same thing with effects. You can work with some of these effects if you like. And you can do some paragraph spacing. So it tells you what Word does is you wish to have this paragraph spacing depending on how you set it up. You can always set up your own spacing and set up some options. And again, notice these are all just styles. So we've been working with styles quite a bit. So by this time, you're probably confident working with styles. Alright, so I just wanted to quickly show you in this tutorial working with theme fonts, if you're designing brochures, working with your internal flyers, and so forth. So it's pretty neat. And once you've designed a certain theme, you can save it. Okay, so you can save the current theme. By default, Word saves it as the extension called THMX. Okay, it's by Office Themes. And you can say research. Okay, and you just save it. The default folder, of course, is the document themes on the template folder. You can save it anywhere you like. If you want to save it on desktop, you can do that. Okay, and you can reuse it. So let's take a short quiz. Alright, in this tutorial I'm going to show you how to work with style sets. Style sets are very similar to themes that we've taken a look at. Once you create a style set, you can save it as a template and reuse it for subsequent documents. Okay, so let's take a look where they are. So again, going back to our design tab here. So as soon as you click on the design tab, notice it's going to show you under the document formatting group various built-in styles, and you can create your own as well. So I'm going to quickly show you how to set up your document and set up a style set so that you can apply to that document once you start using this template. Okay. So for example, I'm going to change the font style for this particular document, and for this template that I'm creating, I'm going to use the font called Century Gothic, and so forth. I can work with other formatting as well. So let's say if I've selected this font, notice how my style sets change to Century Gothic. And let me demonstrate that. Let me just get some text here in there. So let me minimize this. Get my other sample document open. It's much easier when I have text, right? Alright, so I'm just going to copy this, go to my other document, and paste it. Okay, so notice as soon as I paste it, the font size reflects the set that I've selected, which was the font style was Century Gothic. Okay, so Word would now use this particular font for my document, but before I do this, I need to be able to save my style set. Okay, so I go to my document formatting group, and then I open up my style sets area, and here I can say save as a new style set. Okay, so once I click on save as new style set, Word says, okay, well, how do you want to do this? Okay, what's the name of the document? I'm going to say research proposal, and that's going to be the name of my style set. And notice Word saves it as the .tox extension, which simply means that this document, this template, does not have any macros. Okay, the file extension name was .dotem, then that would imply that there are some macros within the template, just like normal, your default template. Alright, so I'm going to save it on my desktop here. I can change the title here for this document if need be. Click OK and click Save. Okay. So I've just created I'm going to show you this on my desktop. Here's my research proposal. Okay, I'm going to bring it up here, and this is my template now. So anytime I create a document that I would like the font to be used called Century Gothic, then I need to work off of this template. So for instance, if I open this template, notice it brings up a blank document. Obviously I'm using a template behind this, and let's say if I paste the same text. Okay, now notice this time, since it's a new document, the text is default font called Calibri. let's see how we can apply our style to this. Okay, so you go up to your design tab, and under the document formatting group, notice all these styles, and I'm going to say, well, here's Charlie. Okay, so that was the name of the style, but I'm looking for the proposal, and it says research to research proposal style set. I can do that, or I can, because the reason why I see this here is because this is the default proposal style set that I've set up for this particular template. Okay, so as soon as I click on this, boom, I get my Century Gothic font. So a very, very nice and quick way, very efficient way to work with Word 2013, especially when you're working with document formatting, your style, colors, effects, paragraph spacing. So it just depends on how you want your document set up. Once you've specified your setup, you can save it as a style. Okay? All you have to do is just save it with a new style set, and it saves a template. You can later use it. Okay? Let's take a short quiz. The world really has become a global village, right? So you're working in an environment today where you are, shown different languages, or you're exposed to different languages working within Word 2013. If you're working at, if you're studying in college or university, or if you're working in an environment where you have multiple offices spread across the world, then you may come across documents where different languages are inserted. So in this tutorial, I will show you how to set up these languages, how to work with them, how to work with various accessibility options. So either for ease of use, so you're not caught off guard as to something new. So let me demonstrate this. So I have the sample document open. The way languages are set up is under the File. Okay, you go to Backstage View, click on File. And as soon as you click on File, go to Options. Under Options, you will see in the Word Options dialog box, Language. And we can choose the editing languages here. For instance, we can add another language if need to edit our documents. Right now, default is English, United States. It's installed, both keyboard layout and the proofing, spelling, grammar, and so forth. Okay. What if I need to install another language? For example, if you are in, let's say, English, where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. So English, United Kingdom. So there are certain subtle differences between the two. So I want to be able to add this too. Notice as soon as I add, Word tells me that my keyboard layout is not enabled. However, my fonts, the proofing styles are already installed. So I can enable the keyboard, which makes it easier whenever you're typing text for this particular language, okay, to help identify the language. Now, notice they're both English, so pretty much the same. What if you were to add another language here? Let's say I want to add Dutch. Now, in this case, Word says my keyboard is also not enabled and my proofing tools are not installed. So in order to install proofing tools for this particular language that we have selected, we can go to office.com and we simply click here and it will take us directly to office.com to insert the proofing tools. Okay. Here I can buy the language pack and download it, and it automatically installs it. All right, back to this. Same thing with keyboard not enabled. If I need to enable the keyboard, let me use Dutch because that's a different language. You'll be able to see it more clearly. Let's say not enabled, so I'm going to enable this. Once I click on it, it takes me to my control panel. Okay, so automatically opens the control panel, all control panel items, and then the language area. So here my default language is already, I can see that. I need to add a language, and in this case it was Dutch. Here it is. So I click on it and click open. It gives me two versions, whether it's Dutch in Belgium or Dutch as in Netherlands. So I'm going to say, well, it's for the country, so select this and click add. And Word adds this language for me. All right, so there's some options that I can also work with here. The input method, for instance, this tells me that if I click on preview here, it tells me my keyboard layout for this particular language. Okay, so the layout is United States International, and I can see my preview. Then I can save it. I can move up and down, I can remove it, okay, and so forth. So this shows you how to insert another language and depending upon your requirements, you can select any of these languages there, all of them. Okay. All right, let me know when I should download additional proofing tools. Word automatically tells you. So if you import a document or you get a document in a different language and you try to open it Word 2013, if you have this checkbox checked, Word is automatically going to give you a pop-up message saying, hey, do you need proofing tools for this language? And then it will take you to office.com. You can download them and then see the language. Okay? So here's how you can change the language and keyboard layouts. Okay, choosing display and help languages, same thing. You can set the language priority in order for the buttons, tabs, and helps. So it's going to match Microsoft Windows by default and then English. And this is where you can go to office.com and get more language or languages installed or proofing tools. We can also set our screen tip language. It's going to match the display language by default, which is English, or you can change it. All right, so that's one way to set your options by going under File and Option. Okay, and it tells me please restart Office so that your languages changes can take effect. Since I added another language called Dutch, so I need to be able to restart my Office for this to take effect. All right, another way to get to these languages is under the Review tab. Okay, so if I click on my Review tab and notice my language group is where I have options to work with languages. I can set proofing tools or I can set language preferences. If I click on language preferences, it takes me to the same Word options dialog box where we can add more languages. Okay, so a couple of ways you can get to this. I'm also interested in taking a look at how to set proofing language. Once we click on how to select proofing language, this gives a list of all the languages that we have. Okay. So the speller and grammar tools, your thesaurus, is going to check for various languages that you have selected. Okay, and you can set them as default, or you can say detect language automatically, which it is in this case. So it's much easier for Word to see. All right, this is a very powerful feature called Translate. Again, within the language group under the Review tab. If I click on Translate, I get a few options here. I can translate the entire document. I can translate the selected text, or I can use the mini translator, or I can select the choose translation language. Okay? So let me demonstrate this. For example, here's my first paragraph, and I just highlight this paragraph. I go to Translate, and I want to translate this particular paragraph. Okay, so translate selected text, and what Word does, it picks up the paragraph and translates it using Microsoft Translator from English to French. Okay, so if I like to change the language here, I'm going to be able to use Dutch, Netherlands, because that's the example that we used. And boom, Word automatically translates it. And also tells me, and gives me the option to either copy, okay, go down here, you can see, or insert or copy. So if I click insert, it's going to automatically take this paragraph in Dutch and insert it within my document. Okay, so let's do this, and the language is now Dutch. Obviously, you need to be online, right, to use the translator, so make sure you connect it to your Microsoft Online account before you can use this translator option. Okay? And you can set some options. You can download more. You can go to research options, which allows you to reference books, sites, searches, and so forth. All right, so a very powerful way how to translate documents on the fly. If you don't know the language, if you need to know the language, if some foreign document comes to you, easy. Highlight the entire document, go to your translator here, and translate. Okay. I know we've been using Google Translator, right, to do this. We have to go back online, go to Google, and copy the text and so forth. Not anymore. It's right here in Word. You can use it in Word 2013. So that's one way to do some research. Okay, let me close this down. All right, then we have obviously our word count, pretty basic. So if I click on it, it tells me the number of pages that I have, number of words in my document, characters with no spaces, characters with spaces, paragraphs and lines. All right, so thesaurus, same thing. Expand that a little bit so you can see. Here I can, if I'm doing my research, I can work with some of these words. Here I can search for some words. Okay, So I can say management, and it tells me, various synonyms and so forth. Notice Word also has speaker icon here for it to pronounce the words. It's much easier. So if you don't know how to pronounce some of the word, it will do that for you. Once I click on it, it'll say, so it'll pronounce the word. So very, very handy tools that you can work with using the thesaurus, language, translate, word count, and thesaurus. Same thing with define. For this, you need to make sure you're signed in to use your dictionaries. You can install additional dictionaries, or you can use the ones that you have. So it just depends. All right, so I've shown you how to work with accessibility options, how to work with languages, how to install different languages, how to translate your document into various languages. Let's take a short quiz. Working with documents day in, day out, especially with documents that contain different languages, or working with accessibility tools for individuals with disabilities. You want to be able to make sure that you utilize certain best practices, right, that you follow when you create documents in Word 2013. Because really, you like to create a document that is accessible by everyone, that is readable by anyone. So you want to be able to create certain documents that keeping all these things in mind. Let me give you tips on best practices that you can use while you create your documents. For instance, you would like to use styles within your document. So whenever you apply headings and paragraph styles, they serve not only to format a document consistently, but they actually, in fact, they define the actual structure of the document itself and the organization also. So users working with lengthy documents by using the screen reader generally rely on occurrence of section headings to keep track of their places in documents. So you want to be able to keep your headings in a hierarchical order, right? So you're not skipping levels, you're not missing any heading text, so consistency remains. Second, you want to keep your headings short. Okay, in general, we work with headings. It should be no longer than one line. You want to be able to be very concise, right? So that's a tip that you want to keep that in mind while creating your documents. Then you want to make sure that your hyperlinks are clear. So for example, if you're inserting hyperlinks in Word within your document, you have the option to either show them as, the blue color that you see and it's underlined, or you can have it clear. So instead of inserting a links URL, you can enter display text in the insert hyperlink dialog box, okay? So that basically the purpose is, the objective is that the destination or purpose of a link is clearly described. You want to be able to avoid using nested tables or merged or split cells into a table, okay? Keep them very simple, keep them to the point so that the point actually comes across to the other reader. So whoever is going to look at the table and the person is going to edit the table, for example. So try avoiding blank cells. So all these tips are handy when you're working within your document. You also want to avoid using blank characters or repeated blank characters. Sometimes screen readers, they don't really interpret extra spaces or tabs or empty paragraphs as blanks. So you like to avoid those things. Okay? Try also avoiding any floating objects. So the objects that are not in line with text are more difficult to navigate, and they might be inaccessible to users with vision impairment, for example. Okay? So you want to make sure that you try to avoid using floating objects. The other option is you set the text wrapping around the objects, so top and bottom and inline text. That makes it a little easier and relate the image to the text. Watermarks, okay, you can use them depending upon the requirement, but keep this in mind that people with vision or cognitive disabilities might not understand an image, okay, that is used as a watermark. So what you can do is if you insert a watermark in a document, for example, and the watermark says draft, add the same info to another area of your document. So the reader knows that, hey, this is a draft document, okay? So just do not simply rely on the watermark itself. Let's see what else. You can also work with, it's a good idea to insert audio components perhaps in your documents. You want to make sure that people can also hear what you have to say. But be sure that the content is available in alternative formats, right, such as closed captions, transcripts, or alt text. And I'll demonstrate next how to use some of the practices as well. Here is my sample document, same document that we've been working with in previous tutorials. This is again a research paper. I'm going to show you, demonstrate how to work with and take a look at some of the accessibility options and whatever best practices that I've just elaborated. Let's see them in action. So let's go to File. The accessibility options are found under File in your Backstage view. Notice where it says Inspect Document, and within the Check for Issues box you will see the Check Accessibility. So they check the document for content that people with disabilities might find difficult to read. So this is a good practice when you're working with these documents, okay, to make sure that you want to be able to check your accessibility. So let's do this with this document. So once I click on the accessibility checker, comes up and it tells me, expand that so you can see. All right, so it shows me my inspection results, okay, and it gives me some warnings. For example, it says, well, geez, I'm using infrequent headings. Okay, what are those? Let's take a look. So once I highlight the heading, it takes me directly to the area that Word thinks that I'm using infrequently. Okay, so for example, I'm using a tab after every heading. The Word thinks this may not be required. Well, it's up to you. If your requirement is to have a tab, that's fine. Otherwise, you can backspace it. Okay, same thing. You click on the next warning message and where it says, well, geez, you have another one, so I'm going to remove this. Okay, so forth. So let's move forward. Let's go to hyperlink. Another warning message is hyperlink. So unclear hyperlink text. Okay, let's see what that is. This relates to one of the citations, and Word automatically highlights this for me and tells me that, hey, I don't get this, right? The Word doesn't get this, so you need to make sure that you cite this correctly, for example, or you want to be able to make sure that it's written properly. Same with all these texts that Word thinks it's unclear to it. Repeated blank characters. Word finds after inspecting the document that here are 4 characters down here. This area is blank, and it says there's 4 characters. So if I delete this, Word automatically removes it from here as well. Same thing with here. Okay. Once I click on table, Word says tables used for layout should present info in a meaningful order way. Verify the table reading order by through cells and ensuring that the flow is from one to the next cell. Another thing I want to show you is the alt text shows up when someone selects a certain table. So if I double click or right click, go to my format or go to my table properties, notice text. Okay, so this is my title. Okay, so the alt text are simply titles and descriptions that provide text-based representations of information in tables, diagrams, or images, things that you want to explain to the user. So a title can be read to a person with a disability and is used to determine whether they wish to hear the description of the content or not. So again, making sure that your document is accessible to individuals with disabilities. Okay. So once I'm done, I can close it. So this is a good way to check the accessibility of your documents when you're working with them. Check the accessibility, make sure your document is available to a wide audience. Let's take a short quiz. So we're at the conclusion of this Microsoft Word 2013 advanced tutorial. I hope you had fun in this course and you enjoyed learning some of the advanced skills, features, tips, shortcuts. I've also included shortcuts in supplementary material so you can take a look at and make sure you practice. And I cannot stress the word practice because the more you do it, the easier it'll become for you. So take a look at the shortcuts that I've attached. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to assist you. Just drop me an email with any of your questions or problems that you may have with this course material or otherwise within the Word 2013 environment. We took a look at how to create, manage, and design advanced documents. We also took a look at mail merge operations. working with macros, working with content controls and forms. This gave you an idea of how to design forms, and sky's the limit. Once you have the knowledge and ability to design a certain form, you could take it to any level that you desire. We also took a look at how to design advanced templates, how to customize templates, how to make the Word 2013 environment benefit you and not having to get stuck. And you are proficient with automating document contents and fields, what field codes are, how to master the field basics, how to use the field dialog boxes, how to switch and customize various fields. You're also proficient now with working with forms, the basics of forms, how to create and design, modify various forms within the Word 2013 environment. So the real idea is to make sure that you're comfortable with all the tools and features that normally you probably do not use on normal course of business. The entire objective of this advanced tutorial is to make sure that you learn some advanced skills and be able to show some productivity. And let's not forget, you're pretty comfortable with working with document protection, how to manage document security, so that your documents are well protected within the environment that you work in. And with that, I wish you good luck working with Microsoft Word 2013, and with these advanced skills that you've just acquired, now you're comfortable and confident working with the Word 2013 environment. And I wish you all the best, and see you soon in my next class.
So in this lesson, we will learn how to create a new free web host. So let's move forward. I would recommend you to go to claydesk.runhosting.com, and on this site you can easily make a new and free web host. So to make a free web host, you'll scroll down and choose the free hosting plan. Click sign up, and it will redirect you to the page where you could fill in your login details and make your free account. So we'll choose ClayDesk free hosting plan, scroll down and click continue. Now it will take you to the page where you have to fill in your login details. So you'll write in your first name, mine is Saeed, and last name Ali, and your company, I'll write in ClayDesk, and then your email address, I'll type in my email address, and then password. After typing in our password, we have to write our address. I'll write my address, and then my city, which is Piscataway, and then my state. And then we need to write our zip code as well. And after that, we need to choose our country. So after choosing a country, it's an optional field if you need to write your phone number. If you don't have a phone, you can leave this field blank. So then we'll agree with the following agreement. Then we'll check this box which says yes, I agree with the following agreements, and write in the CAPTCHA, and then click continue. And it will process our request and send a confirmation email to our email address. So basically it says, congratulations, your web hosting account has been created successfully. Click here to log in. It is ready for you to explore it. So we'll click here and it will take us to the login page. But first we need to verify our email. So we will open up our email address. And then we'll verify our account. So this is the confirmation email, and this is the login details. So we'll click on email confirmation, and to activate our account we'll click this link. Now as you can see, our account has been verified. Now we need to enter our email address. and then our password and hit login, and it will take you to your main dashboard. So in this lesson we learned how to make a new free web host. Now it's your turn to sign up for your free hosting plan, or you could also take your personal plan if you want to create multiple databases.